was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language, if you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you, but you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart not fell, rotting in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No more trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking jealousy like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Alright. He's an angel, like a food cake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a e-boy. We go my diamonds, hey, I know I'm a bad boy.
I've been looking in a jar full of jelly beans. Fly me to the moon pie up in Tennessee. Maybe I'll find you, yeah, we were meant to be. With the ring pop, I'll get down on one knee. Marry me.
Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka, I'ma be your chocolatier. Oompa Loompa, Doopa-Dee-Doo, you're the one I need, so have no fear. Can I call you mine, be my Valentine, the one of my dreams? Let me kiss you like ashes. I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. And every day I'm thinking, every day I'm thinking, every day I'm thinking about you. Thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. You bet I'm thinking about you. Your love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Good morning, everybody. The server is open. We're gonna get right into it, shall we? Woo! Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Let's go ahead and log in. Thank you for the 18-month streak. Okay, 1 second, chat. We're booting it up. I want to thank individual people. All right, we're in. It looks like Tubbo is in as well. And it looks like everything got messed up. So we got to fix this. Lower this down to where it was yesterday, right there. And we'll move this down here. Let's make it tiny until like it works. Oh, we might need to fix everything. Hold on, chat. Voice, there we go. Test. Awesome. Alright, so chat. We did get some string yesterday. Much to our shamemories. We should probably turn off... Hold on, 1 second. Where is it? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to delete these. Show all. How do I delete just like these? Here we go. Alright, let's delete the death. Remove. Alright. Should be good to go. Hello, chat. Good morning, good morning. Will teams be eliminated today? Yes, but not during the event. They'll be eliminated after the event. Let's go find Tubbo. Tubbo! Let's see if he made a group call. He did not. Okay. We should probably verify... Holy crap. We should probably verify whether or not mobs are spawning today. Okay, it looks like, or not mobs, but whether there's only one person from Red online, chat. Could we theoretically go and kill them? I'm thinking about it. Hold on. Oh, we really need strings so bad, chat. Hold on, I'm putting music on. Keep inventory. Is that what I said? I'm not. Oh yeah. I'm curious if keep inventory is still on. That's the thing that makes it so your inventory gets kept. Look who it is. Foolish is here. Like, so even if you die, you don't lose your stuff. Should I theoretically maybe go raid a base and look for a string? Oh, it's daytime anyway, so we're not gonna get any mobs. Fudge. Now I wonder if there's another island, because didn't they say there were 3 islands, chat? I swear they said there were 3. Though maybe there aren't 3 today. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled for, Bro, look at that. Dude's on a literal horse. Did you see that, chat? Okay. You think it's a group of islands? It might be. Oh, fudge. We have so much, like, garbage in our inventory. Thankfully, we've still got 4 string. Alright. What I learned yesterday, chat, is we really need to get the ball rolling on a farm. So, because I feel like wheat, or at least food, like that was a big problem yesterday, fudge, in the event, was we kept running out of food, and you guys saw how that one team actually, they lost because they didn't have food. So, we're gonna have to be extra cautious. What? That's weird. Okay. Alright, there we go. Alright. Oh, look at this. The farm just continues. Someone's been going crazy with it. Okay, we gotta get rid of some garbage. Let's get rid of that. Probably not needing the sticks. Probably won't need that. This music is crazy. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. The crate mod, chat. Theoretically, with enough power, we could create a fan that could theoretically acquire us a lot of wheat. Well, look who it is. Good morning, Aquarius. Well, look who it is. It's Foolish. Team Hole. I'm gonna join. Why, hello, Foolish. Do you see there's a guy nearby?
I'm in the call. I see.
We're gonna die, Foolish.
No, we're fine.
No,
Wait,
don't
maybe...
trust this guy.
Wait, should we leave the group? I don't think Aquarius can hear us right now.
Oh, yeah, sure. There's a way to make the group open. Oh, never mind. Aquarius joined. Can I help you, Aquarius? Hello, Warriors.
Wait, you look so cool. Wait, that's... I don't know if anyone told you this. But yeah, the sword, the shield, like the helmet, it's working for you, pal.
Holy fudge. It now puts your messages in chat. That's awesome.
Wait, wouldn't it be really cool if we were matching?
Yeah, you should
Why?
give some armor to Foolish.
Oh, wait. Yes, it does, sadly. Yeah, like, I think we would look cool if we had, like, matching helmets, sword, and shield. Hmm?
That's great.
But I'm not golden. Okay, I'll paint myself purple. Or you can paint yourself gold. Mm-hmm. Yes, that sounds lovely.
Don't
love
trust him,
Galaxy
Foolish.
Shield.
He never shares. He's a
What?
liar. He
Sure
owes me a
does. Well, he
camel.
probably just doesn't share with you. He probably just doesn't share with you.
He literally owes me a camel.
Why does he owe you a camel?
I'm just owed a camel. Just trust me.
Whoa! What is that? Is that yes? Is
And
that it?
this
That's
one,
the Galaxy
oh my
Shield?
gosh. That looks so
That looks
cool.
so good.
What?
Yeah. Oh, it looks so good on me. Okay, I'll take it.
How do you even make that?
Oh. Well, I don't know. A warrior doesn't do things without a battle. Okay, totally fair. Right, warriors battle. What does that mean? Or karaoke?
Oh no.
Okay.
Don't listen to him, Foolish.
Your teammate sang Doja Cat? You sang Doja Cat yesterday for a camel?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. He's lying.
Did you? Is that why you're upset? Did you karaoke Doja Cat and not get a camel?
Don't trust him, Foolish. Just trust me. He is a lying ragamuffin.
Word by word. Listen,
You'll
you're
do... No. You'll do things and he won't give you anything.
Team Hole! What's up? Hi,
Team
Bad.
Hole!
Hello!
Team Hole!
I just made friends
Team
with
Hole.
a fellow machine enjoyer.
Oh, wait,
Nice.
that's good. That's good. Machine enjoyers should stick together.
I'm already mining the mountains for emerald, team leader Bad.
Nice.
Wait, team leader bad?
Wait, is he not team
I'd say.
leader?
I'm okay
Hell
with this
no.
designation.
Oh,
No,
who's team
no.
leader?
No, I
I'm
am.
team leader. What?
Bad
You're
is
not team leader. You're
That-
literally the king. You're not allowed to be
There's some
team
kind of
leader
plan
as well.
Tubbo.
You guys are doing right now?
You might know of Tubbo. No, it's in the place. Where is Tubbo? I don't know. Maybe somewhere around here. I'm sure you little purple guys have
keep
gotten
that, keep
familiar
that creep
with
away
Tubbo.
from me, man.
Summon Tubbo. Tubbo, he requests you.
No,
just-
why?
I'm just like in our main base.
Really?
Thank you, King. Oh, you're so welcome.
Do
Oh
I
my
He's
have
called me a
to?
king. Well,
No,
you said you're being
no.
summoned.
Summon to do what?
I don't know. Aquarius just wants your ass.
Wait, oh, as in the big guy in charge?
Well, the little guy, not the big guy.
Oh,
Little
I don't
purple
really
guy.
care about the little guy.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, is that an issue?
Oh.
But he looks. Tubbo, take it back. Tubbo, take it back. He just did like an all
Wait,
caps
okay,
O. He did
Wait,
an
he
all
can
caps
hear me?
O.
Uh-oh.
Yes, he can hear you.
Uh-oh.
Why did you say you
No,
could
he
hear
does
me?
care. He does care, Aquarius. He does care. Sorry.
Wait, if he
no,
can, dude,
No.
if he
no,
can
no,
hear me, why can't he TP to me?
He mixed it up. He mixed it up. He just didn't know. Well, your
Wait, can
next
you at
mission
least
shall
wait
be.
for my machine to finish? It's almost done.
What? No! Killing 40 members? That's crazy! No! Tubbo, just come here.
No
We can work out a
shot.
deal. That's
What's
crazy. 40
happening?
is a lot.
That
No,
is
no, no.
insane. That is
Time out, time out, time out. Let Tubbo come
What's
here and we
happening?
can work this out. Tubbo!
What? I can't go right now. I'm busy.
Then the mission shall be what? Acquire a horse? Okay. How about...
Wait.
Okay,
Oh wait,
acquire
no,
a
he's
horse.
here with me right now, dude. He's here
What?
with me.
Then who am I looking at?
Wait, he stood right in front of me, bro.
But he stood in front of me.
No, I kid you not, he's right here.
What's the name of your guy?
Is the guy that's been harassing me. Same dude.
Aquarius?
No! This bastard, man.
I don't
think
know.
you-
Apparently
you have
there's
a
two
different
of you or
one,
just one of
Tubbo.
you? Okay,
There's like
we're talking to two
4 of
different purple
these.
guys right now.
Wait, 2 different purple guys?
Okay, so what do you mean by a horse, Aquarius? What do you mean I have to find a horse? The two of you both want to summon Tubbo? Dude, both of you. It seems like
Why
both
do
these
they
purple
both
guys.
want me?
They probably
Alright,
both
who
wanna-
want me?
They probably both want to kick your ass.
Alright, who want me?
Like,
Your team displeases me. What he just
Okay,
said.
who want me?
So I want require a good horse. Okay. So you just need a good horse? Okay. Not any. A 5
No,
jump
foolish. They
horse!
want foolish.
12
They want the.
speed?
They want the
please
best
don't
How are we
make me
gonna
do
get
it.
that?
Don't make me do it. I've done this before.
Foolish,
That's
they want
insane.
the best horse, foolish.
No, let us just kill 40 people instead.
Foolish, they want the best
A 12
horse.
speed, a 5 jump is crazy. Chrono comes up, will know about it. Oh, wait, will he like me a lot? If I get you a 12 speed. That's crazy. You're making me relive the past. Dude, okay, 12 speed is
so
doable.
funny.
5 jump is crazy.
That's
what
pretty
about
nuts.
4 jump. 5 jump
Wait,
is
there
literally
might
like
be
the
a modded
cap.
way to speed it up, foolish. Wait.
Well, either way, I feel like 4 jump is way more reasonable.
Wait. Dude, there's something called horse speed, which can give it jump boost and speed, so maybe you can get that easy.
Oh, wait, a temporary boost? 2 horses with 4 jump? Okay,
That's
I mean, I
doable.
think that's easier. Okay, fine. 2 horses, 4 jump, 12 speed?
I think they should make him get the perfect horse, not gonna lie.
No! No!
Tubbo, we're never gonna
I
get
don't
that.
Okay. 2, let me see how it goes. 2 horses, 12 speed, 4 jump. Wait, do we even have the mod where I can see their jump and speed?
No.
I can gauge it. I'm
You
familiar.
have to press F3 on him, dude.
Okay. I will be waiting. Oh. You're just gonna wait right here. You're not gonna move. You're just gonna sit right here waiting for the horse. Okay. Well, I need
That's
to go try
crazy.
to find a horse then, because this could take a minute.
Foolish, if anyone can find that horse, it's you, man. You're the
I
horse.
can do it. I can do it. I'm the king of horses.
You know what they say? One horse to rule them all, foolish.
1 horse to rule them all. Okay. Do we have a saddle?
What do you mean?
Wait.
Can I help
Aquarius,
you, tiny Aquarius? I think I
Aquarius,
just made.
I'm-
Oh my
I think
goodness.
What in the
Wait,
world?
is your guys' chat box talking?
Oh,
Yeah, it's working now.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Wait, it's delayed.
that's crazy. Well, I
Wait.
was gonna ask, can I get a
Wait,
saddle?
wait.
No, I don't even. How would I? Okay, a cage. I'll make a cage. Okay, but I need a
I
saddle,
have a
to
saddle.
test the horse.
Here,
Oh, man,
foolish.
okay, I
Foolish,
need
you
that
can do
saddle.
this,
There you
man.
go.
Dig deep, man.
Yeah, digging deep. All right, boom, 1 saddle. All right, you're gonna see Aquarius. I can do it. Okay, I just need to find a horse.
Yeah, that was the only saddle I had.
Okay, that's good. With 1, that's all I need.
Loki,
Like I
guys,
s-
we can get first place today.
I think so too.
Me too.
think
there's
so,
a.
too.
Oh, you son of a gun! You son of a gun! Now you spawn a camel here. Oh my gosh, he owes me.
Why did you want a camel? Why'd you do something for a camel? Why not something like more useful?
Why not?
A
some
camel
points,
was
Dad?
useful, and all I had to do was sing to
Oh.
get it.
So you did sing Doja Cat.
No, I didn't sing Doja Cat.
That's what Aquarius said.
No, Aquarius is a liar. I sang Muffin.
I don't
I
need a
say-
dating app.
Cause I got a
No, I do
kid.
believe. I do
got a
believe.
candy crush on you, but you broke me like a Kit Kat.
That's crazy
Oh.
sentence.
Dude, it's his words, not mine.
But like, you know what I mean? Like, what?
Sorry, little creep just spawned in front of me. Jesus.
Oh,
Was it Aquarius,
It's
the one
Aquarius.
that
Now
looks
I
like
see you.
a?
Hey, Aquarius.
Yeah,
Aquarius,
be
anything can hear
careful.
me too.
Hello.
Where
Don't
can I
trust
find
any
a
deals.
horse?
What do you need, Aquarius? Need some fish? Sir, what is this? This is a sexy winch. Are you buying that? Oh, wow. Yes.
Where? Okay, do I have to find a plains?
I've never heard anyone say these words. Continue. Basically, the sexy winch connects to the drill heads down there, and they provide it with torque. Then, oh, it's frozen over. One sec. And then, basically, this wheel here spins these cogs to make the winch turn. I am a warrior. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he keeps talking about being a warrior.
That's so cutesy. Oh, maybe that's a hint on what the game is today. Maybe it's a PvP game. I don't understand. Are you a
So
hint?
we need enchanted armor.
Yeah, we need to max our armor.
Sir, does this machine can kill? Yeah, this machine can kill. And was its name a prophecy warrior like fuck me, I have no idea what that says. Prometheus, was that?
Why?
That, yeah, this is just the sexy winch, dude. It dig holes, it dig holes. Oh. Why have I been given child rules? You may only place your child inside of a structure you have built or in a cave where you are sheltered. Yes, you can use obsidian to build your structures. You cannot move your child once placed. If you do, you may be eliminated. You only get to attack your team's designated one by the... Warriors do not need children. I shall not take care of it. What do you mean? What child?
What?
What? Guys, I've just been given a child. Oh, God, I'm getting flashbacks.
You've been given a child. What do you mean?
Oh, it's a group child. We've got a whole child. To love with our whole heart.
So we have to protect something while someone's trying to kill it?
Keep calm. It's more like a totem. Oh, we get a totem. Well, we've already got foolish, so we're pretty set for that.
Alright.
Who is this BadBoyHalo teammate? Why does he why does he knows the script? He probably read the PDF document. Me and Foolish didn't read it. Makes sense, yeah.
Oh.
So
Wait,
what's
what?
up? Get a hold
That's
of your
wild.
items. Important weapons. Okay.
Okay, get good weapons and
We
stuff.
will move out. Move out to where? We will go on a travel. Wait, question. Are we hiding our child in this planet, or are we going somewhere else?
Oh.
Ooh, that's a good question.
I would imagine somewhere else.
And you're telling me the big murdering drill machine can't come?
Okay, I see. So, we need to focus
you can
on...
take... It was a contraption, but not that I'm versed in the machinery. Well, I was told yesterday I can't bring it.
We need, like, weapons and armor.
So, yay or nay? Well then, F. You pay him respects? Alright, fair enough.
Oh,
I think this
it's
thing
on
low-key
a
down.
savannah, I think. Yo, Aquarius, I don't even think there's a horse anywhere on this island. How can I
Sexy
even get
wrench?
a horse?
What?
You
Well,
can't
what are you
even
chatting
breed
about,
'em.
Sexy wrench, Aquarius. Tell your teammate he has a huge skill issue. Oh, sorry, Foolish.
There's not skill issue. I can't, even if I find one horse, I need 2 horses. And I've only
Mate.
seen 1 horse throughout my life here.
Foolish, you're embarrassing me in front of Aquarius.
I'm
have
not
others to
embarrassed.
take care of, but I'll be back. Okay, bye, Aquarius.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Watching your team is very, very pleasing. We're pleasing!
We're pleasing.
That's what Team Hole's all about. Later,
Team
Aquarius.
Wormhole, baby. Yeah. Yeah, always looking to please.
Just a couple of pleasers.
Okay,
Yep,
so
that. We'll get
the
any weapons armor.
the quest seems to be what we're gonna have to kill some like other people's totems
Either kill
while
it or
we
find
defend
it.
Kill their
ours.
children, bad. It was very
Okay.
simple.
Kill their children.
While we defend ours.
Yep.
Okay.
Is Fit coming? Do we know?
He
Did
doesn't
he
normally
know-
stream that much. It might just be us.
That's true. He's done like some little event things, kinda.
It's only noon right now in Florida, so I don't know. Maybe he's sleeping.
That's true. He just needs to at least be on by before the event if he does get on.
Okay.
I hope he does, but
He
you know,
said
we're on
he
about
would.
Fit MC. He runs on his own time zone. You know what
Oh.
I'm saying?
He'll be live around 1 p.m. Okay, so maybe in like 30 minutes ish.
Oh. Okay.
I'm getting word
No
he'll
emerald, so
probably
I
be
think this plan is kind of doomed, Loki.
on. Emerald for what?
Emerald armor, dude, is the best in the game.
Oh, yes.
So you're not getting any?
Interesting.
Okay.
Dang, no,
Yeah,
it is
we-
cracked. Do we have weakness potions? Because we have a villager here.
Oh yeah, I kept the
Ooh,
zombie
Loki,
villager.
That might be really good to get some easy prop.
Wait, dude, that could be
Damn.
sick actually.
We just need to make a village, or yeah, whatever it's called. Oh, but we don't have, we don't have blaze powder, do we?
Yeah, guys, it's cooked. I'm gonna be dead and back in the base soon.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh,
Fell
no.
into my own hole.
Oh. Oh.
Alright, back at the base.
Welcome back. Also,
Loki, I dug all the way through the mountain, didn't garner that much more materials than just doing the normal digging.
Oh, that's interesting.
No emeralds, no nothing, sir.
Oh yeah. Also, I still need a diamond helmet and diamond boots.
Real.
I
Oh,
just-
yeah,
I mean, really.
mine are almost broken. I think we should make,
Oh.
sets.
We should make backup sets. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's
Yeah.
so easy.
And does
Do we
someone
have-
like level 1 or 2 enchant them?
Well, if we can start grinding, we can, like, lock in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is killing mobs gonna be the best thing, or is there a better option right now? Or do we just wait for night and go kill?
I haven't oh, I think mob spawning is turned on. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there was definitely a mob earlier.
Yeah. Looks like there's some underground now. It's good to know.
Head's underwater, but I'm breathing
Oh.
fine. Loki, create mod
Perfect.
just puts me in a karaoke mood. I don't know what it is.
Aw, it brings
Am I
out.
Thank
crazy for
you.
that?
No,
Aquila
I
Cat
think
for the
however it
gifted.
makes
Thank you,
feel is
Emma
how it
Salt
should
for
be.
the 18 months. Hello.
All right, foolish as team
Lunar
leader.
Miona, thank you for the 7 months. I fixed double alerts. Thank you.
Take that, bad.
So what did I do?
It's what you didn't do.
What didn't I
Well,
do?
Yeah.
Where in the
Just-
world? I don't know how to find a horse. It's impossible.
Hmm.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm gonna go get food chat, or not food chat.
Okay.
I'm gonna use the bathroom. Be
Maybe
right
this
back. 1
area.
second.
Good morning. It's
Because
great
if I find this
lovely.
horse and it's a good one, then I could we could get like a really good shield. It's some like galaxy shield, is what the guy was
Wait,
offering.
really?
Yeah.
Is that what the incentive was?
That was the incentive.
What about points?
That wasn't offered on the table.
Not on the table.
I don't think it was on the table. But honestly,
it worth
probably
them?
nothing's on the table then, because I can't even find one horse. What's this? Is this someone's dead body? What am I looking at? What is this? What is that? Oh! Whoa! Okay.
Loki,
Back chat.
I'm gonna stop collecting copper. It's completely useless.
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with a bunch of Gyapper.
That's a good question. Add time chat.
And I don't think a horse can spawn in the other biome. There's some plains south of the mountain. I could look there. Smelting it for XP. Oh. How much XP does just smelting a stack of copper give?
Not a lot.
Hmm.
Not where I think that would be worth it, to be honest.
I see. Nah, this is crazy. I think I was given this quest not even because it was possible to, but just to, like, bring up the past. I think that's literally the only reason
You got
this
the
horse
meme
quest was given.
dude.
I just got memed. I got memed on, and now like it's not even possible because there's no fudging horses.
Guys, people are being mean to me because I only have 525 points. Am I a valued member of this team?
What? Yeah.
Yeah,
you
of
are.
course. Of
No,
course.
I mean,
guys.
A lot of it's just been like the points given are just like some of those like individual quests. I don't know why I'm at 1,100 right now.
I don't know either.
It's not like, you know, like how there's sometimes those like team point things that are just kind of given to like a person or like and then like they just give like the points to one person instead of spreading it out across the team.
That's messed up. They do that.
Yeah, and they're trying to use it to divide us, but it'll only make us stronger.
Because we're brave.
Because we're brave.
We're so brave.
All right, where's Aquarius? Where's Aquarius? I need to tell him, hey,
He's gone,
I just went
gone, dude,
around.
dead.
There's no
Dead,
horse.
Gone.
No horse. New quest. Thank you for wasting my time.
But what if it gives us 300 points?
I mean, listen, I'd be down for points. Like, I could even ask. I'll be like, hey, forget everything. Can we just get? Can we get some points? But
Oh, someone's here. Valorum is here. Hi,
Kill
Valorum.
him.
oh, Valora,
Hey.
Can I help
I'm
you,
being screwed
Valorum?
right now.
Item retrieval department. What do you need?
No way.
No way.
No,
I
it
was
isn't
told
item.
about something.
Oh,
Yeah.
What could we possibly have that needs retrieved?
Regarding yesterday's game that you might have, you'll have to tell me what item. Also,
What do you
Tubba,
need?
how'd you put that on your back? I've been trying to figure that out.
You just click on the floor, shift right click it. Weapon down Charlie.
I don't
from
know if that
Charlie and
worked.
Lola. Am I Charlie from Charlie and Lola? Shift click it. Shift click it.
Shift click.
There you go.
Oh. No flying
flying,
thing.
you have
Oh,
the
you're talking
micro.
about coins? I put those in here. Are those useful for something?
Oh wait, low key. Wait, I might have coins.
Oh,
no,
you
I
talking about the elytra? Oh, you want that? I feel like
Don't
that.
give it to him. He
Are you
can't
gonna
make
take? Are you gonna take it from everybody else, or are we just the only ones who are gonna lose it? You really gonna take my wings like that? You're taking. Okay, well, if you're taking them from everyone, I guess that's fair.
Dad, you could try lying. Try lying.
Lie.
Lie?
Yeah,
Try
lie.
lying. You don't
Here you
have
go.
one.
Oh.
No.
Bad.
There's no
Big
point.
blew
Blue.
it. We could've
I'm
gotten
sure.
away with it.
I'm sure it would not have worked like that. Thank you.
Also-
By the way, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say something to Valorium. I forget. Okay, Aquarius. Okay, your fellow little purple guy gave me a quest to find a horse with 12 speed
weird.
and 5 jump, but there's no horses. So how am I supposed to breed a horse like that if there's no horses on this map?
Hey, the guy said to
Woo!
take
You tell him,
dripstones and cauldrons with us, whatever that means.
Whoa. Oh, this guy's right here. Oh, hello, Valora. There's no horses. What?
Guys, he gave us. I think he gave us a tip for maybe the next game. He said to take
What?
dripstones and cauldron with
Shiny
us.
guy?
No, they just, dude.
Oh.
They were trying to get me to get a dripstone.
Oh, I need to
kill
leave.
yesterday. There's no way.
Get a dripstone for what yesterday?
to try to kill someone with it.
Oh, it'd be really hard. But why the cauldron? Maybe to get more lava or something?
Oh, wait, do you reckon lava will be part of it?
Maybe. I mean, I've got the dripstone, so okay. I got a bunch of them. We should hunt for lava. Do we have more mobs? Holy crap, there's a lot of diamonds in one spot.
Bad, we lost Foolish.
We'll miss him. Do we have a... Okay, I found a bunch of diamonds. That's pretty cool. But we need more. I'll get a bunch of iron as well. How'd the drill work out as for getting
Dude,
resources?
low-key, I'm getting richer and richer by the second, man.
Okay.
Again, I'm chucking copper out because I really don't think it does anything.
No, I think
Couldn't
you're
find
right.
a single use for it, except for maybe some stack upgrades. Any good uses for gold in this game?
None I was able to find out.
Wait a minute, I'm doing some cooking right now.
If we can get fortune on something, that'd probably be good.
What, sorry?
We need to get like a fortune pick if we can.
That would be good. That would be very good. Quack. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Yo, Grandpa's awake.
Let's go, Fit!
Let's go.
Yo.
Hey!
What's happening?
The grind.
What's happening with you, man?
Nothing much. What's new?
Nothing too much, just been drilling and doing stuff. Foolish needs to breed horses, so nothing really very new at all.
Okay, so it's pretty chill right now.
Yeah, also we have a child.
We have a what?
Minecraft child.
A child?
Minecraft child, dude.
Where?
No, I don't know. For the event, we had to protect it and kill the other team's child.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, it is.
Like, man, how do we get ourselves into these messes, you know?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Well, are there any tasks that need to be done right now?
Foolish needs horses. That's about it, honestly.
Yeah, at the moment, not really a whole lot. We pretty much need to prioritize armor, food. We need more string to make like backpacks with upgrades and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Tubbo, you said the diamond backpack gives you like really good like stats.
Yeah, it gives you, mate. It gives you stack space. No joke. No joke.
All
It
right,
also
so
gives you
these
bonus defense as a passive.
mobs that we used for the task that are in boats, can we kill them already?
Low-key, we gotta be able to. That would be silly if we couldn't.
Yeah, because they're kind of pissing me off.
Base
Fudge.
for that. Take them out, dude.
All right.
Oh, don't kill the sheep.
All right, no sheep.
I just hid my backpack. That's so bizarre.
Keep the zombie villager though, just in case.
Yeah, we'll keep the villager for sure.
That's loud. What is that? Low-key, I need wood. There ain't no wood here. Wait, how is there netherrack? Where are people getting netherrack from?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
How'd you make your
As
backpack
am I,
diamond?
my
Just
friend, as am I.
surrounding it? Diamond backpack. Oh, it's just 4. Okay.
Right, drill just finished.
So for an iron backpack, do we just surround it in iron?
Low-key,
Yeah.
now make the basic backpack, and then you want to make 3 tier upgrades. Basically, use tier upgrades until you're up to max tier.
Okay.
It's so cheap and OP, dude.
But we need string to make those.
Yeah, string's the bottleneck right now.
So there's no point in upgrading it past leather?
No, upgrade it to diamond is what I'm saying.
Oh, well then, I just asked if I just had to surround it in iron, and I do.
Wait, you do?
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Don't surround it in iron because you cannot upgrade it from iron to diamond.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait till I have some diamonds then.
That sucks.
Also, does this power dust do anything, or should I get rid of it?
I've been hanging on to it because I feel like it might in the future, but I don't know right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can make the drill bigger. Is it just raw resources that we need?
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Do we have a surplus of diamonds right now, or do we have to all mine our own at the moment?
Low-key, I'd be minding my own, but I can probably spare some. What do you need?
I just need 4 for a backpack.
Oh, mate, I got you. Come here.
All right, thank you.
I've been saving them because I'm trying to make a second backpack because I'm almost full up. I'm just going to stop using chests. So if you ever need stuff, ask me because I'm storing it all on me.
Oh, for sure. Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Hell yeah, dude.
How many diamonds do you have, Tubbo? Do you have any
22
to spare?
right now. How many you need?
I think. Let me look up the upgrade.
Wait, what the hell?
Diamond tier upgrade.
Wait, low-key, wait, no. Low-key, I'm stupid is what happened.
What does the diamond tier upgrade do?
Basically, when you craft the backpack, you then need to craft the backpack tier and use the smithing table to bring it to the tier you want with a piece of leather.
Okay.
And every tier you go up, you get basically another chest worth of storage slots. So right now, mine's the same as 3 single chests because it's the 3rd tier.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
there's a
here's,
guy
like,
at our base.
Diamond backpacks.
Yo,
with
yo.
additional armor, which is nice.
Yeah, they.
Hi. Can I help you?
I need string.
Ah, I also need string.
Yeah, yeah.
If you find any, let me know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hey,
if you
hey,
find
hey,
any,
hey.
let us know.
Hello, hello. Good, good.
Yeah,
String?
yeah. Are you good?
Yeah, yeah. I need one string. Did you have?
One string. Ooh.
Yeah.
I have. Let's see. I have this.
Okay.
But this is a egg.
Oh, you don't like my gift?
No,
That's
no, I love it.
crazy.
I love it. I swear, I swear.
Yeah,
But-
I don't have any string though. Sadly, I apologize.
No, no string. Okay, okay. Thank you for the gift. And
Yeah.
bye, 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 bye.
Bye. See ya.
Yeah, ciao, ciao.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Interesting.
So have we figured out how they're bouncing around like that, like super fast? Oh, I'll
They
try
should
to
have stack upgrades for this mod too. Have you checked the mod specifically? Yeah.
Oh, I just heard foolish giggle.
No stack
Okay. Why are my
There's
items
no
gone?
stack
Oh
upgrade.
my
Yeah, not at all,
goodness.
no.
Okay.
Guys, Loki, are you guys my
Okay.
gold diggers?
I'm back.
Oh, hey, foolish.
Welcome
Basically,
back.
I was just told, JK, the horse quest was a fluke, and then that was it.
They're just trying
What?
to waste
That's
your
crazy.
time. Get grinding, bro.
They did. They successfully wasted my time.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, they give me a hint though, Aquarius. He said, anything you want to keep, make sure to like bring with you. I'm guessing when the event happens or something.
Oh.
I thought this might be the case. Oh wait,
Yeah,
I've got
so-
a little diva next to me.
Okay. Yeah. So bring everything that you care and love about.
Hey, little
Okay.
diva, what's up?
Do any of you desperately need food right
Can
now?
we give you something?
No,
What's up?
we need string.
String.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can harvest some more food for us if we need it though.
I'm just right now.
I've
trying
just
to get
been given a
lot.
gay bomb.
What do you mean a gay bomb?
It blew up
Okay.
and said, huh, guess I'm gay now.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Good for you.
I hate that.
That's insane.
Why is that a thing that exists? It's a bomb with a pride flag strapped on it.
That's wild.
That's-
Oh man, this is what they warn you about in the schools. It's true.
I guess it's better than like a gay
Dude,
chair.
we can tell you're from Florida with that kind of sentence, man. Jesus. Jesus, man. Jesus.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis warned
Keep
me
it out
all
the
about the bombs with the
classroom.
rainbows on them. Yeah.
Keep
There's
it out the
posters everywhere.
classroom.
I thought gay bombs were just were they were fake. They weren't real.
This is why they're the LGBT terrorists with their gay bombs. Dude, what the hell, man? What the hell, man?
Okay, more bread, delicious. Never enough food.
I'll try to get us more leather and stuff for bookshelves so we can get some better enchants.
Okay, yeah, I think that'd be good if we can enchant anything. Okay. So, what do we need the most right now?
String, dude. And leather.
String? Okay, string
Yeah.
and leather, Okay.
Low-key, my ping's a
I
lot
have-
better today. Whatever they've done, if they have done anything at all, my internet's feeling better.
Nice.
Okay.
So
string,
Tubbo, you
leather,
made
string,
a
leather.
standard backpack, and then you upgrade it to diamonds.
Basically, you
'cause-
apply the upgrades like smithing templates in the table. It's just the
Okay.
quirk of the Traveler's mod instead of
So-
sophisticated backpacks.
Got it. So there's just no way to upgrade. Like, fudge. I have an iron traveler's backpack. It's tier leather. Do you have to go
Yeah, see,
through
that's
the
not
upgrade
good.
sequence?
Basically, here's the thing. Each backpack has its own ability. The iron one, when you have it on your back, gives +2 armor. The diamond one gives +3.
Yeah. How do we get?
So like every
Fudge.
backpack has its own. Every backpack has its own little benefit and quirk. Like the lapis one is an XP multiplier if you have that equipped. But the actual type of backpack doesn't affect how much they can store. That's the upgrade tiers. So every backpack in theory can store the same.
Oh.
Gotcha. So there's no way to upgrade like the overall storage capacity. But
Yeah, that's the upgrades I just told you about. But it's not. It doesn't upgrade the stacks. How many stacks it can hold. Not like what we're used to.
okay.
I'm
I have
looking
good
for
news.
leather. Yeah.
I found onions.
10 minutes
Well, I mean,
left of what?
Until we leave, maybe until we pick up shit.
Where's the time?
Oh, so should we just be taking stuff? Oh,
Well, yeah,
hi.
I know.
There's a dude here.
Anything you want to bring, I think you're supposed to grab.
Can
I'll
I-
just kill
can I
these sheep
help
then.
you?
I'll just kill any animal I see.
Oh, till we move to the new world.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
That means more ridiculous
Mhm.
amounts of resources for me to mine.
Yeah.
Do not
Okay, I'll get my
grumble.
big drill ready.
This could
for the
actually be
moves.
good then. So maybe we don't really need to worry too much about.
Okay.
I'm sure they would warn us if it was a more crazy event. How many? Do we have
Low-key,
any more
I
diamonds?
just crafted 64 more drills.
Holy.
I would love
Well,
a tip.
That's good. Someone should pick up the enchanting table then if we're getting teleported.
True.
Okay, yeah.
What are strong weapons for fighting? It's a sword or this. Why?
Look
That's,
at
yeah.
Simply Swords, by the way.
Simply swords. Oh, is there better swords?
Yeah, these are the most OP
think
weapons in like, most
farther.
OP weapon mod right now. Low-key.
Oh.
Beyond the
Simple
picture?
swords, you said?
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
simply
Like
swords.
traps?
Yeah, look at some of like the
No.
ones down low.
Oh, so like that makes bubbles. Is there a weapon that makes
Oh, yeah,
bubbles
some
and
people had some of
gives you
those.
powers? Wait, a weapon that does bubbles and gives you powers.
The only issue
Bubbles.
is, how do we get runic tablet?
Ah, there's probably something in the mods we're not thinking of.
To get like a new weapon?
I don't know. Aquarius is suggesting something.
Lich
It
Blade
is-
is the best one.
Vanilla. Oh, it's a vanilla. There's a vanilla weapon that does. Oh, potions. I don't think we can make potions right now.
No, we don't have any blazes.
Yeah, we
Need
don't have
blazes.
blazes.
Give us blazes!
Yes, you can. How?
Ooh. All right, Bad. Are you still pretty cracked at old school PvP like pre 1.8?
Yeah.
You would love the diamond short sword. Look at this. It's 2.2 attack speed and 6 attack damage. That's
Ooh.
like basically spam clicking again.
I know,
Weeds
isn't spam clicking 3?
that can be acquired later. So there's stuff we can get later to make potions. Shall acquire blaze later, perhaps. Okay. I think we should get mushrooms that we could use for potions. Because we may not be able to get them later. Oh, nether wart. Is that what you're talking about?
We
can't
have
get
nether
yet.
wart.
Yeah,
No,
we
I
have
nether
some
wart.
nether wart.
All
right.
Put in my backpack.
I think we're gonna be able to get potions later, so we should take anything
Okay.
from this island that we think is gonna be like exclusively hard to get later.
I
I'll
see.
I'll take the 47 nether wart.
Do we have any carrots?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, bring the
I
nether
see.
wart. Okay, so let's
Okay, I'm
assume
taking
there's
the
gonna
soul
be
sand and soul soil.
blazes. I'm assuming there'll probably be stone
Okay,
in the
now
next
there's-
island.
There's no stone that's messed up.
That'd be kind of nuts.
Wood could be a pain to get. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get dropped off like a desert, so I'll get some extra wood. I have I don't think it matters, but I have like the. Wait, do we have mushrooms?
We don't have mushrooms. I don't have
They
mushrooms.
suggested
anyway.
cauldrons.
We can make
I have
that
the
iron,
stuff
right?
to make a load of cauldrons if needed.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I saw mushrooms somewhere on the island though, so they do exist here.
Wait, you left 2, 3 in the chest?
Hmm?
Okay, I'm looking.
What's this?
Oh, I
So
have
this
3
isn't an
brown
event, is it?
mushrooms.
It's a world move.
Okay, I'll take the 3 brown mushrooms. That's what it sounds like.
Ooh, I got us a
Oh.
lead.
Did you see
I'll
the
take the
rules
spider eye.
page?
Nope.
You cannot bury your child in the ground. You may only place your child inside a structure you have built or in a cave where you are sheltered. Yes, you can use obsidian to build your structures. You cannot move your child once placed. If you do, you may be eliminated. You may only attack the
I've got
team
an
designated by the
idea.
cosmos. If you have any doubts,
Guys.
ask the cosmos. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah?
What?
They've got rid of the elytra, which makes me think this is going to be a land-based thing. I might take the seeds, by the way, so we can replant the farm quick.
I mean, we could do a similar thing, like, we build, like, a big base, and then, like, make, like, a lower floor and higher floor, and, like, make it a maze-like, and then, like, obsidian.
What
Kinda,
if,
like, literally...
what if we build
yeah.
a drilled moat? Who's with me? Come
Well,
on! I feel like
That's a
this
good
is so
idea.
good.
I like
No,
that.
so will it actually end up helping, though, or they just bridge across?
Because
like,
what we can do is, if our base is in the middle and that's where we spawn, we can just literally arrow them off.
No, that's true.
I
Have
don't
you
see
ever
how
played
it
Bed
could
Wars
hurt.
and how annoying it is to get to someone's bed when they're spamming you with arrows, especially
Oh.
with the open
Fudge,
bows.
3 minutes.
That's true.
Like, dude, look at some of the bows, man. Like, we can make... Wait, oh. Oh, wait. Low-key foolish?
Yeah?
Maybe we're fishing.
Wait,
Because
fishing?
we got the better fishing mod, which adds the OP armor.
Oh, 2 diamonds. Should I take this wool? I can take this here. I'll just take these stacks of wool. Oh, leather. I'll take the leather. I don't think we have a smithing table.
Oh, yeah, there is. It's down in my hole.
Again,
Well then.
we'll check.
I'm saying we should build a big moat.
I
Where is
mean,
it?
I'm not opposed to moating it up.
Because the moat might also get us more resources to be able to kill them.
I don't
that's
think I don't
good.
think it like hurts.
They said no create machines in games, but I don't think this is like a game where we're teleporting to like when we did capture the flag. This is like a new
We're
planet,
just
and this is the
setting
whole
up
purpose of the
our
planet.
planet. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Get pufferfish and honey. Do we care about pufferfish or honey?
I like moat strap. Moat.
Oh. Enchanting table.
Fudge.
Did someone pick that up?
No, I haven't.
Wait, I think it did get picked up because it was right here before. Unless it got moved a second time.
I've already packed all my stuff up.
Oh, so you got the enchanting table?
Oh, sweet.
I haven't got the enchanting table. I just got
Wait.
all my bits and bobs.
So did our
Did
enchanting
someone
table get
steal it?
stolen?
If it's not there,
wow.
someone totally stole it.
Sorry, I've got additional leather for books that we can use for another one.
That's actually
red
insane
leather.
that someone stole our enchanting table. What the fudge?
Well, I mean, to be fair, we didn't bolt it to the ground, so...
Yeah,
Yeah, we
but that's
should-
still crazy.
Should we grab a bed or nah?
I would
Probably
imagine
would be
that's
good. I feel like food is gonna be really important. Uh-oh. Oh, that's it. I'm stealing everything now. If people... I mean, no one feels bad about stealing an enchanting table is actually crazy. Like, that's actually crazy. I bet you it was flipping red. They were digging through our chest. So, oh man. I'm gonna suggest to Tubbo that we drill through another team's base, because this is crazy. Like, taking the enchantment table is just so nuts. Like, I'm just, it's ridiculous, chat. Like, what the muffin? Alright, here we go. Welcome to another day in my little game. I hope you all had fun. But don't get attached, because you'll be in a different planet. This time there's a twist. I have a gift for you. A sort of child. Your objective is very simple. You must take care of it throughout the day. However, if you fail, you will be eliminated. You have 10 minutes to place your child somewhere.
Vocês não podem deixá-lo enterrado, apenas dentro de construções ou alguma caverna na qual estejam abrigados. Meus cosmos estão observando vocês. Esqueci de mencionar também, os 2 times que não cuidarem bem do meu presente serão eliminados. E claro, vocês podem agir como quiserem, só não percam o que eu dei pra vocês, ok? Não se esqueça também que para financiar a segunda temporada precisamos.
Don't forget that to fund the second season, we need support at catrse.me/arkanis. Any donation is a huge help. Good luck. Yeah, chat, if you want to support the second season of Arkanis, feel free to support them. Oh, here we go. Ooh, this is fascinating. Okay. We got some beets. This is kind of creepy. Is that sugarcane? Oh, I'm flipping going for that. Fudge. Do we have wood? We're gonna need wood. There's trees up here. You cannot bury it. You must place that within a structure that you have built. Oh, hello? Nope, not yet. Any other wood? Oh, why do I hear a radiation effect? Yeah, we should probably set our spawn over there.
I want to make sure that I kill him before anyone else does.
Nice!
Yo.
Oh, we're back.
Wait, were you guys speaking already and I was muted?
No, we
No.
were all.
Alright, I'm getting to drilling.
Alright.
All
Okay.
right. I'm gonna look for animals for leather.
Okay.
Yeah, good, and look for a... Okay.
I've got about
I
10
think,
leather if
Loki,
we need
moat.
some.
What are we saying?
Moat?
I
I'm
genuinely
down
think
to
moat
moat
is
it.
the best thing we could do.
I'm down to moat it. Could
We can't
Yeah.
bury it. We have to put it in a structure. So
Could
We
we
can't
also?
bury it. I think what we do is we build a moat and we just leave a little patch of ground in the middle of the moat.
like just a
and
big.
don't cover it at all.
Yeah, and don't cover it at all, and then just shoot off from there.
Well, we should
What if they have a
build like
kernel?
a structure around it, because
What-
otherwise. Oh, and a server. We'll wait for the server to come back. A moat is like, oh, a sky island is a good idea. Yeah, there's like that one purgatory event chat. I have a feeling we're gonna have to hunt down.
Oh.
Oh, we're back here.
No, the rollback!
Oh no.
I hope I wasn't the crash. I didn't do anything.
Should we I feel like we need to hide it almost somewhere where it's not gonna find it. Like anyone's gonna find it.
Well, we can't hide it underground, so let's get rid of the ground. And then we
Can
have
we
way more
put it-
space to hide it.
That's true. Can we put it like really high in the sky?
Yeah, I say we put it really high in the sky, and then we get rid of the ground underneath it. Come on,
I
I
like
think that's
that.
it. Wait, make the group, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, Foolish did. Roll back. Okay, cool.
So I feel like we have a few options. So even
Me
like
and
even
Bad
like with the
just
moat,
saying.
like I was saying, like so we can do moat and then because it can't be like underground, but you can still clearly like cover it with like a structure.
Yeah.
2, we can do like a decoy. So if we do like the moat and then that structure, we can then put it also elsewhere if we want to go that route.
Yeah.
But that can, you know, can its own risks. I don't know if we're allowed to cover it with lava. I know they said like obsidian's fine, but I don't know if
Apparently
they.
we have only.
Oh, obsidian.
Hello?
Okay, listen. We should
Oh,
not
yeah.
Apparently we
cover.
only have 10 minutes to hide it.
Okay.
Oh God.
Is that
We
right?
should not use
Yeah.
obsidian because it's a double-edged sword. Because then
It
they
is,
can
it
trap
totally
themselves
is.
in there, and we can't get in to defend it.
If we just did like
Well,
one tiny covering of obsidian, does it hurt? So not like a
we
whole
need to
structure,
know,
but just,
like-
a little like blah.
How easy is
I
it going to
mean-
be to kill? Like, that's the thing. Is it going to have a lot of health? Is it going to be one hit?
Do you want to know genuinely
guessing-
what I think, guys?
What?
Mhm.
Swear down. I genuinely think our best bet is to build a base up in the sky. Don't do any of this decoy stuff if we only got 10 minutes. And
Okay.
Then just literally destroy the ground underneath to make a massive void hole, whack people off with knockback swords into that hole.
Well, here's a
This
question for
sounds
you.
familiar, and it didn't pan out.
Yeah, here's a question for
Green
you.
Game
Okay,
just lost purgatory with that strategy.
hold on.
Really?
What
Yeah.
if? Here's an idea. It says we have to put it inside a structure we built, right? Can we
Yeah.
build
Right.
something that looks supernatural and then just set up a decoy somewhere else? So in other words, we just build something that naturally happens to look like the surrounding terrain, so no one knows what it is. You feel me?
Do you think
No, I feel
the
that.
egg will be
And then we just
highlighted?
hide
Do you
it
think it'll
somewhere.
be shown? Like, do you think
Ooh,
you can't really,
probably.
like, hide it?
That's a pretty yeah. We should make the assumption that it's gonna be visible. Yeah.
Because I have a feeling with how
What's
this is, like,
this?
it could be forever some really cheap things to happen. If you have this whole area, like this around, like, your base or something, it feels like I feel like it's gonna get highlighted, especially if they
Yeah.
don't want this to be too long.
Totally, I agree.
Ideally, we want to have it be somewhere where we can keep people from even getting access to it. But also, if it's super easy to see, that's gonna. I don't know. I feel like that's gonna really hurt
Double-edged sword,
us.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll just start gathering some, maybe some
We
cobble to
Gathering
start
wood, so
anyway.
we got blocks and stuff.
Yeah.
So the
I
drill-
have-
Okay.
You know the drill must grow, people.
I have like 4 stacks of wool, but I
What do you
imagine
guys
we want
think
some
about
that
the
can't
void
burn.
strat?
Ooh.
I just really want to make a massive.
Oh, over. You're saying build it like over the void?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do
Okay.
that. Let's go
Let's
to the
do
void. Because that'll be really easy to defend. We can go super far out. I doubt
What
people.
we can do is, when they're building up to get to us, we can slam the drill down on them from above.
I like that. Okay,
The
so
only thing
we're
we'll-
right next to the edge of the island. Do we want to start building out there?
Oh yeah, we could do that.
Here, I'll start building
I'm
somewhere.
also very eager to see what kind of materials are spawning in this new planet. To see if there's better spawns on certain stuff. Also try to get us some more emeralds, more diamonds to make some better gear, you know?
Okay, I'm right now just getting stone.
I'm getting us
Okay.
coal. Ooh, would magma blocks be of any use or not really?
I feel like not too much, right? Like it's just like it's kind of like
Yeah.
and then that's it.
You're right. They might be more of a pain in the ass for us than the enemies.
Yeah, they might end up just getting like an RA.
Yeah. Hey, I'm building out here. If you guys go up and come to the edge, I'm building a bridge right now. Like just out over the void.
I'll take
Wait,
it.
are
real
you
quick.
lagging out, or is that me?
I heard bad lagging out. Yeah.
How about now?
Bad?
Can you hear me?
It's just
I
like a little
think
robot.
Bad
You're a
looks
little
like we're in
robot-y.
trouble.
All right, we'll see what happens. I'm lagging out.
All right. Wait, yeah, Bat. I don't see where you're building.
It's like go to the top of the hill, and just like keep going until you're like at the void. It's
So I go east, north.
head to like negative 917Z.
917C.
Yeah.
So north. Oh wait, no,
Yep.
south. 917. Okay, I'm at that Z, and then what?
Just head to
It's
there,
getting a
like
lot
up the
darker.
hill.
You guys struggling to see stuff or not?
Yeah, it's pretty dark. I'm gonna turn
This is
off
dark.
shaders.
My shaders are off, so it's fine for me.
Oh, wait, you can. Oh.
Oh wow. Oh, it's so much brighter.
Wait.
Oh,
Bat, what
so much
what are
better.
what is your chords right now?
0, negative 914.
0, negative 914. So you went like negative 914.
Yeah. Do we have our child yet? Because I think we gotta speed run this. Bring some like wood and blocks and stuff.
I'm gonna stamp on people with a drill.
I'm getting us a bunch of watermelon because it's all over the place.
Oh, can someone bring the bed up here?
So you went east.
Yeah. Wait. Yes. Just keep going all the way to the edge.
Ooh.
Oh,
You know what?
here.
We
Let me
can-
make
yeah.
a waypoint.
We can cover our bed in obsidian instead of the child, so that way our spawn will always be protected.
But
Okay,
doesn't that mean we could be spawn trapped quite
Now
easily?
I see Bad.
Okay.
Fit, we're
Yeah,
over
good
here
point.
is where we're building. If you saw, like a little left.
Oh yeah, the big bridge.
Okay. Dude, that was such a struggle for me to find.
We live in a
I just
society.
kept going in circles.
Someone bring the bed with you. I assume if we die, we'll like
I can make
respawn out
another
here.
bed.
Where
I can
am
make another
running?
bed. Oh, hi Grace.
Here, I'm gonna try and send
Where
you
am I
the
running?
coordinates.
Long time no see. We're just making our base over here. Don't mind us. I'm
Click
here for
on
the
that,
children.
Tubbo.
Thanks, Bad.
I don't have a child.
No, to give
Oh.
the child.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
yeah.
I'll take it.
I still have like 8 stacks of that wool from the game yesterday if we need those for building blocks.
Ooh, that would be
Cool. That could
Oh,
be
useful.
that's brilliant.
I'll explain it to you. Okay, Aquarius is explaining it to me. Since I heard you are the team leader. Okay, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Ah.
Incorrect.
Aha! Aha!
Or that you get
No way.
or that you get egotistical about it. Okay. Well, either way.
Wait a minute. Is that void down
Rules
there? Because
are-
I still see trees.
As soon as placed,
Uh-oh.
Bad. I don't think that's void.
it cannot
I don't
be
think it
moved.
is
no,
either.
That is void. You're right. That's void. That's void.
Are you
Oh, yeah,
sure?
those are, like,
Because I
Okay.
see
that's a separate
trees.
island.
Oh, it is? So we
Bad, I'm
are
telling you
over
that's
void?
Look at
Yeah.
Minnie. Look at
Place it immediately until 10 minutes. Wait,
Do you
place
need
it.
some building blocks, Bad?
Oh, 10 minutes to place it. Okay.
I'm gonna keep going a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, you guys got there. I'm gonna start farming.
I'm
some
almost
materials
out,
for
yeah,
this
You
actually.
place.
shall not move it after it's put down. Okay.
Ooh, okay, the only issue
No
with
using
wool,
water boats
it's gonna be
or
flammable.
anything.
But I guess so is wood, so.
If done, all team will be punished. Okay, so you just put the, you put the egg on the ground. Yeah, simple enough.
Okay. Do you have more blocks, Fit?
Can I ask a question?
I do.
Will the egg be highlighted or will it be like a hidden thing?
Thank you. Oh, this will be good.
Sometimes it might get highlighted. So it might like flash on and flash off.
See,
And it
this will be
shall
really
not
good
be
for defense.
put
Oh yeah.
somewhere unavailable. Okay, no, it'll just be like on our little sky base over there. Perfect. Okay, cool. We're not breaking any rules. All right, here we go. I have the egg, and I will wait. Wait, that's awesome. I like that little salute thing you do. Giving me like Attack on Titan. You'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Say no more. Oh, he's gone.
Joyous day, foolish.
A joyous day indeed. Maybe I'll just put like a chest here for now. Then I'll bury it later just so I can get some stuff out of my inventory. Okay.
What do you guys think? Is this far enough out?
Yeah, that should be good. That seems like we'll be able to see everything.
Okay. Should we go up? Like,
wanna
should we
make
put it at
somewhat
height
accessible.
limit?
I'm just trying to think, do we not want to get too crazy with it?
Here, I'll see how high I can go.
I think the crazier we are with it, the better.
I think we should either put it all the way at the bottom of the void or all the way at the top of the height limit. Because theoretically, if we put it... Here's a thought. Tell me what you guys think of this. We literally just stick it all the way out here, and we don't even try and defend it, and we break the bridge to it, and it's just hiding, like, in the sky.
Wait, that's kind of sick.
I don't know. It sounds like it might need to be a base, but I'm sure we can get like a. I wish he was here when we asked that.
Nice.
Because I just know it has to. Okay, I mean, if it's
I
within...
wonder if they're gonna know
like,
the
if someone-
coordinates of it.
If someone starts like building high or something, like I just want it to be so we can actually stop them. Because say like someone takes the time, they build high and like build a bridge, like, you know what I mean?
That's true. They
I
might
don't want
find it.
I don't want it to. Yeah, like I don't want to be like, oh, now we can't do anything. And people might have gliders, so if they build up high, they could glide
No,
over.
they shouldn't have elytra.
Well, not elytra, I just meant like gliders.
Oh,
So if
yeah.
it's that high, it may not be matter, but...
Yeah, if we're all the
Wait.
way at the height limit. Here, I have water I can pour down, by the way.
Yeah, because I have the egg, so I'm just going to come up to you.
But imagine it's just on a single block in the sky. Or we should all just camp up here and destroy the base.
We eating good, man.
Drop water, bat.
Oh, fudge, I'm out of blocks.
I have more blocks
I got
coming
more
out.
for you.
Yeah.
I got
Okay,
more.
okay. Oh,
Coming.
Should we
here's
destroy
some
the bridge
water
back to the
coming
main
down.
island?
I think we should at
'cause we're
some
using
point.
Flammable materials.
Oh, we can
Oh,
always
well,
use
it'll-
gliders to get to the main island, right?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
cobblestone.
Okay.
So do we want to put our bed up there?
With gliders to get to the main island, die to come back.
Yeah.
Smart.
It has to be accessible. Well, it's like
Ooh,
accessible. They just meant like... I think it's still accessible.
They meant like
they
not
built
hidden.
it. Yeah, or like not glitched
Oh,
out. They mentioned like
guys,
no
it looks like
boats.
we got emerald spawning in this
Nice.
world as natural
we
part
whip
of
out-
the terrain.
Oh, can we
Oh,
get some
nice.
emerald armor quick or not that much?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm mining emerald armor right now. Don't worry, team. I got
Water is down. Come up and
Okay.
get it.
Right.
Once you
my way.
come up here and place the bed, I'm going to come down and go mining emeralds then.
Oh, I don't have the bed on. Well, I could craft it up there.
Oh yeah, I
If you
can
have
make a
wood,
bed
I've got-
really
You have to
I
quick.
got
worry about
tons of
mining
wool.
emeralds. I've got the most insane drill.
I got
ever
wood and
done
wool.
right
Okay.
Big
now. Like,
drill.
it's literally mining. It's mining like 2 stacks of blocks every 10 seconds. So
Don't
I feel like
necessarily
it'll be
put
okay.
the thing up here yet, because I don't know if
I'm
there's
not
the
gonna
right
place that
height
yet.
for it. Okay.
Okay, up here.
Do you have some wood? I can make a bed.
oh my god, dude,
I
there's so
would.
many emeralds. I've just got the craziest vein. I just got a vein of 10 emeralds.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
Nice.
So if you get lucky, we can maybe like... Here, I have a bed.
Get us all.
We have 6
I'm
minutes.
saying if we get lucky, we can maybe get us all emerald armor before this.
Okay, here. I'm gonna head down.
So yeah, I think at some point, I think we should put our bed like on cobblestone. I have like some cobblestone. Because right now, this could all burn.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I think fire spread is turned off, actually.
Oh, wait. Is it?
Is it?
I can
don't
test
think
it
it
real
is.
quick.
Let's test it. If anyone has a flint and steel.
I don't have it.
Yeah, I've got one. I'm gonna try lighting these trees on fire once I get over to them.
I'm just having a look through the mod pages right now to see if there's anything that I've missed in this pack that could help give us the leg up.
Where'd you see
Knowledge
the
is power and
emeralds,
all that.
Tubbo?
Huh?
Like just in the... Oh, you saw them like down there? Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's going now, dude. It's literally going.
Okay, let's see if a tree lights up.
So
I'm
how I
pretty
can
sure
see
it's
this-
off because it was off yesterday. And I feel like the terrain, like, they want to avoid as much lag as possible. Okay, the tree isn't burning so far.
Okay.
Okay.
So we may be
To be
good on
fair,
the
it would
fire
say-
spread.
Oh, maybe we should consider making grapple hooks. Just a thought.
We can make
Oh,
those.
how do we make those?
Just look it up. It's the grappling hook mod.
5 minutes. Okay. So what are we doing with the thing? Am I building it up higher, or just on this level?
This looks... Oh, we need leads. We don't have slime for that.
I have a lead.
Oh,
Just one though.
Oh, this is the height. Okay.
should I start exploring around looking for other bases and whatnot before people have a chance to be super sneaky?
And an
Loki?
axe.
Wait, Bad, I feel like... Oh, no, the fire's not spreading. You just...
No,
lit
but that-
multiple. Can we
What do you
keep an eye
think?
out for carrots? Because as soon as we can get a carrot, we can make the auto feed upgrade.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna
Keep your eyes
start.
peeled for carrots. I'm
Oh,
seeing
there's a
beetroot
bee.
around, but...
Okay. Lots of mushrooms. Do we
Am I
need
making the
these?
base
No.
any bigger? Or we just leaving it like just literally this little platform and that's it. I don't know.
I guess we need to make it bigger. Tubbo, what do you think? Fire spread is
Loki?
turned off.
I'm drilling
so-
right now, guys.
Okay, I'll just do something then. I'll just do something.
Okay.
Foolish, you're team leader.
Yeah, I'll
Self-appointed.
just
I'm bringing a couple of mushrooms. But
self-appointed.
yeah, be
I just feel like
cautious
it's an
of.
important distinction, you know?
It's gonna be
It's
pretty
just like
easy.
the restaurant all over again.
It's gonna be pretty easy for people to spleef us. So be very cautious.
minutes
5 minutes to place the child.
I could make it
Does,
double.
does
big.
someone else want this grappling hook? Because I don't really feel like learning the controls for it in 5 minutes.
Hey, dude, low key, what we've done here, if we cover our tracks and remove this bridge here, it will be undetectable because
Yeah.
it's right in the middle of the void, out of minimap range from both islands.
Yeah. Honestly, we should just break the bridge. Wait, before we do that,
totally should.
before we do that though, someone test and see if you can easily get to another
Sorry.
you know what I mean? Like get back to the mainland. Oh my gosh,
wait,
there's
did
lily
it say that
pads
we're
in the
gonna be
water.
assigned someone else's baby to kill?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Right. I see.
I think everyone's used the bed except Tubbo right now.
Yeah.
But so Tubbo might want to use the bed before we break the bridge.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm coming.
We need to make sure we can
Okay.
glide back to the
Yeah.
mainland though. Because it may be a little on the far side.
Wait, it will split into team offense and team defense?
Yeah, we'll probably need some offense and defense.
No, it's in like, so like we'll have a go defending, we'll have a go attacking.
Oh, I
didn't
wonder
do
if
what
they're
yet.
gonna be given like our coordinates. So
Okay, I think I just need to put this egg down.
Okay.
Basically just gonna be up here. Oh, I haven't used the bed
I
yet?
don't have any
Okay,
string.
okay.
We can't make a bow and arrow because we have no string. Fudge.
I'm pretty sure there's a way to make string with create mod. Give me a sec. How much wood? Oh my god, Fit, how much wool do you have?
I have, let me see. About 4 stacks
here.
left.
I can grind down with create mod 1 wool into 1 string.
Okay,
Alright, I'm on my way.
that'd
Is
be
that worth
really
doing?
good for.
Wait, no, keep it at the base. I'll
bows.
set up shop up there.
Okay.
Do we
okay,
need
okay.
do we need gravel then?
Then I can put one block on top of it if we
Back
want like
to
a
work.
chicken. Okay, I think I need to put
Oh
this
wait, we
egg in
need
this block.
chickens. Do we have feathers to make arrows?
It's a mob, it's gonna run? Huh? It's a mob?
Wait,
what if
I
it
what?
doubt
moves?
that. I doubt that.
There's no way it moves. It wouldn't matter.
That'd be crazy. What? It just walks into the void and dies?
Guys, I'm seeing way less ore spawns in this world.
Hmm.
Seems to be a lot less ore.
Is there more emerald? We only have 3 minutes.
Well, I saw one vein of emerald, but that was it. And other than that, I'm not
Um,
seeing anything.
Expand the platform.
Expand it? Like this,
Like,
this
uh,
upper one?
Yeah, just like. Do we want to put it a little bit higher or a little bit lower? We need to be able to put like a roof over it, right? What we'll do is
I
we'll
can right now
alternate.
do 1 block layer. I can do 1 block on top of it right now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What we can do is alternate like a double thick layer where we alternate materials. So we do like wood, stone, wood, stone, wood, stone. That way they have to, you know what I mean? They have to, like, alternate their tools so we can defend it easier. And then we put,
Oh,
I
that's
think
a
we put
good
the,
plan.
and then I think we put the bed on top. So put the creature maybe like, I don't know, like 5 blocks below the overall height limit.
Okay, then I need to put it lower.
Yeah, put it a little bit lower.
Wait, how much time do we have? Do I need to place it now?
I don't
Place?
know. I assume the one
Okay.
dude will show up at some point.
I think I just need to place it. To
Wait,
give a
are
warning.
we at
Place the
build limit?
child.
Okay, so we need to build some blocks below this fit. Can we use the water to get blocks below this spot?
Yeah.
We need to get below, because right now, if I place it here, it's like we can't, like, it could get spleefed under if it can drop down.
Right. Okay.
So we need blocks
I'll
below
get
it.
under.
Okay. I'll just place it now then. Okay. Don't break any cobblestone below it. Okay, I placed him. He's just...
Has this hit deep slate yet? Oh my god, this is taking forever. Oh, I think it's just hit deep slate. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, we should destroy our full spawn base, but we can't destroy the fudge, the what's it called, the
It doesn't show up on the
hologram.
map though, don't worry about it.
Yeah, but they might see the hologram like from the I'm gonna head back there. Okay. I'm looking around. I haven't run into anybody, and I've gone
Okay,
pretty darn
so it
far.
does have a name tag. Even if, like, you cover it with blocks, you can still see, like, a name tag, kind of.
It's not glowing.
It doesn't glow.
Nice.
We should
Guys,
cover
you
the
can't
bed,
cover
though.
it. You can cover it.
Yeah, you can build a
Literally,
structure
look at that
around
example
it.
of the cave. Look at that example of the cave.
Listen,
covered.
the bed, we need to protect the bed, or else if it gets destroyed, then we're fucked. Or
We need to
Yeah.
hide the...
Wait,
oh, no, we can't really
Fit.
hide the bed.
You know how when you lay in a bed and you respawn, like it spawns you in the corner, so you can technically like cover the bed with
Yes.
obsidian.
So we could, as long as one of the corners is open. So you know what?
Yeah,
Here's what I'll do.
we need to set that up.
Okay, so I'm going to break one of the cobblestone, and I'm going to put pink wool there. This pink wool is basically going to be our spawn point, where we need this to be open at all times.
Okay.
Okay, I haven't set my spawn yet because I'm drilling, but I'll be back soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, man, I'm sorry, it's my cooling. You got to understand.
So what are we doing at the bridge?
Oh, what are we doing with the bridge? Oh, please don't whatever. Oh, I crashed. Let me load it back up, chat. I wonder who we're gonna be put against. I'm curious. I gotta restart it. Telmex, no! Hold on, chat. It's loading up. Server isn't liking this island, maybe. Server is still offline. We gotta wait. Hmm. 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 Okay, so chat. Apparently, Twitch is limiting their Just a heads up to remind me this later. Twitch is limiting their VOD highlight storage chat to 100 hours, starting April 19th. So that means say goodbye to all of the VODs. Or all the highlights. So at some point I'm gonna have to download all the highlights or all the VODs we've got and like re-upload them at some point. Thank you, Trapped in a Computer. So at some point we're gonna have to do that. I'm just giving you a heads up to remind me so we don't do it last minute. So we're currently over the 100-hour limit, which I'm just gonna be real, like that's crazy. Like 100 hours. Highlights and uploads, published and unpublished. So they'll delete it until you're below the limit. That's pretty wild, chat. I'm not gonna be honest, or I'm gonna be honest. Like 100 hours, is actually crazy. In the Discord they said 5 minutes. Okay, I'll wait. Yeah, I'll put them on YouTube chat. But I know that's only like 15 streams. I know it's such a crazy like load number. My guess is, yeah, they totally want to save storage. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Like I guarantee you, like Twitch is trying to like save money, but honestly, like it kind of makes sense if you think about it. But to be fair, that's like hardly any like, it is a huge cut. Like it's really big. But if you think about that for like, if even just like, let's just say 1%, right? Of the streamers who stream like 5 hours a day, highlight and save all their VODs, right? Even just 1%, that's still crazy. Enigma of Fear uploaded, by the way. Yeah. I'll say them all later. I'm just, yeah, there's a lot less traffic to Twitch. Honestly, I'll tell you what they need to fix, realistically. They need to fix the browsing segment. They need to turn Twitch into like an actual YouTube competitor, like for watching re-uploaded content. Like, I'm surprised they haven't invested more energy in that. What the fudge? Free berries. Hold on. Start the crops.
We have what?
Hello?
Butthole. Hi, I'm joining Butthole.
What?
Maybe this is like the
Anyway,
lobby.
it's food
they
for
mix
thought,
all
chat.
at once.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's my guess. Either that or something broke.
I hope
Yeah, bro.
we are not put back at our spawn. But I have a bad feeling.
I will actually flip. I will flip.
Wait, did we break or get rid of stuff?
No, Pack didn't pay for the server apparently.
What do you mean if we're back at our spawn?
because of how far we went.
Oh.
Hmm.
I'm sure it'll be a low prep time either way.
Probably.
And then like what, we just walk over. So it sounds like destroying our bridge works out either
Yeah,
way,
you
because
reckon?
then either way,
Hmm.
like if someone's up there, we can drop water, or what am I trying to say? Like they'll have to build a bridge in its place, and they'll have
Damn.
they'll have to build something that we can also accessorizable, unless they're doing like one-off jump in, like power up glider in, but they won't be able to glider in because. So I guess that's a worry. So something that they could end up doing is tower up somewhere close by, make their own little base. They put their own bed, and they'll keep spawning from somewhere up high near us.
Yeah.
So what do we do against
What
that?
if-
Because since you
What
have
if
your
these
they
guys
keep
are
inventory,
ones
it's a
who
pretty strong
stole
strat
our
against ours.
enchantment table chat? I need to check it later.
Children reset.
What?
Okay. We were
Wait,
given the
you
children.
Loki just fried my brain.
Ooh, fishing rods is a good idea, but we don't have
basically-
enough string for it.
If I
No,
wanted
no,
to
bad.
be,
I figured out I can make stacks of string with create.
Okay.
if I wanted
Let's
to be our
go.
defense, I would tower
Yeah.
up, and then have another little base nearby and place a bed, my own bed, and I can keep spawning from there.
Yeah.
And then I just do these little
Glide
basically-
down.
But the issue is,
Yeah.
every time they die, they're gonna lose a little bit of armor durability until inevitably they're just so weak.
I
Well, it's gonna
guess,
take
but
him
they still have
forever to
decent
like
armor. It's-
find us.
Maybe.
Stay at the spawn.
What?
I don't know. I'm assuming
Wait,
they
did
mean
the
like
whole
don't move.
planet reset?
Oh, please no.
My
Hmm.
And what do they mean by stay at spawn? Does that mean like,
I assume they mean don't move right now.
oh, like stay in the area that we're at?
Yeah, just like don't move, I'm guessing.
Hey,
Oh, you're glowing.
I know.
Well, then I will just sit here.
Swing-a-ling, swing, swing-a-ling, I'm swinging.
He's
All right, so since we're just waiting, like I said, I have a fully functional grappling hook, but I don't know how to use it. Does anyone want it?
I don't know how to use it either, sorry.
I'll take it.
Do I remember
Okay.
a grappling hook? I used a grappling hook before.
Oh,
And
do we wait here or do we go to our stuff?
I'm still loading. Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
bad. Hello?
We
Oh,
meet
welcome.
again. Hi.
We do
Hello,
meet again.
Aquarius.
Hello. So is it cool if we go back to our thing? The new
Oh, hold on,
instructions
the-
are. Oh. Unfortunately, uh-oh. You won't be
You
able
won't
to.
be-
You tell us that's crazy. We can't abuse this smart brain.
What?
And your children shall be placed here.
What? That's crazy.
So we have to place it right here. Just
What did I even do?
you're too smart.
What did I do?
Okay, so I just have to place it at that cobblestone.
Our
spot.
strat was
Wait,
too OP.
Did they
we got
reset
nerfed.
the whole event because of our base? Oh, okay.
What happened?
Not
Wait,
entirely.
is my machine still there?
Rules
Were unfairly. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
And unfair base.
Ambiguity made teams build unfair bases.
Unfair
We apologize.
bases. I see.
No, wait, is my
Gotcha.
machine still there, little bro? Well,
Oh, no.
I'm actually.
It
I hope
is.
it
It
is.
should be.
I'm
The
actually
terrain
gonna
didn't
kill myself on the
reset.
ARKANIS Minecraft server.
Can you just give us a bed so we don't have to go all the way back?
I have a bed, Bad. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. That's very helpful. What?
Oh,
That's crazy.
Oh, I
Where
guess
am
we just
I?
respawn here.
Oh,
Alright.
right
You're
here.
here.
Okay, so this is where we're gonna respawn. So because we know we're gonna respawn here, let's base our defense off of that.
We should put our
so
egg
does
near
that
where
mean we
we're gonna
get to build
spawn,
a
right?
moat?
We can moat around, right?
Moat strat?
So
just
wait,
like a little moat.
Wait.
Well,
we're allowed to use water, right? Can we
It's
just
down
make
here.
it atop this block?
okay.
So we
I'll
can build a
place it-
moat.
There.
Oh.
I placed him.
All right.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go get the machine and build a moat. I'll be right back.
Again.
Okay.
Good luck.
Though
Thanks,
they are
Al,
gonna be
for
able to-
Aquarius.
listeners.
Thank you.
Guys, low-key, we 500
here.
the event
I'll
too
make it
hard.
out of stone.
Yeah.
We
Well,
did.
hold on. Let's alternate the blocks. So like
Wait,
whatever
Wait, so
we
were
do is the
actually building a
pattern.
moat, or was he chat? Or are you guys chatting?
No, we can do a moat. It sounds like we can
You
moat it
actually
up.
want to? Because I'm so down.
Yeah, let's just moat it. Either
Oh,
way, I think it
oh.
helps because then like, it limits their like they can't go underground. They can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Oh,
need
Well,
to
they
get
could
the
go
Gravels.
machine.
underground, but we can see it.
Gravel's gotta be super annoying to mess up.
Guys, the machine's still there. Stay calm.
All right.
Okay.
Can I make? Oh no, the name tag will make it easy to see. I was like, can I make a fake base? But
Oh,
I
wait,
could try
low-key.
making it. What if I made like a tower just to try to like? I might just make a little tower just to flood to them. What?
Are you stuck?
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Can
Do
we
have
water? Here, I'll place water.
Oh, I've got
Water.
water. Yeah, okay.
Water. Thank you. Do we have scaffolding we can put on him?
Can you use the machine? If we weren't able to use the machine, he would have said no. When I said,
Yeah.
can you use the machine?
He said couldn't mow, and he said, well.
I must admit, the resources in this world leave much to be desired.
Aww.
Tubbo, I think just focus on acquiring at the moment emerald armor for us, so we have at least a
That's what I'm
combat
doing.
advantage.
That's
yeah.
why I'm thinking moat strat will be sick, because I can get the emerald armor easy.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna just try and dig on top of it, all things being equal.
Well, they're gonna know because.
Wait, so what exactly happened? What was the issue?
I think there was a crash, and then they just said like, let's
Alright, let's fix this issue, team.
yeah, let's fix the other
Damn,
problem.
Dude, we were actually casualties. in that.
Yeah, we should probably do like Bed Wars strat where we have just a layer of wool around it.
Okay.
Wait,
or
you
a
guys
hard,
building that?
Yeah.
yeah.
He said we had to. He was like, place it right here.
Wait,
Wait.
but you guys have made it too.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's a fake out. That's just like a.
Okay, in that case.
Oh,
wait, do I have any
that's
food? Low-key, I'm
that's
dying.
funny.
That's just like a whatever. Make him think.
Yeah, I
about
got a
it.
little bit of food.
You could always kill yourself
Oh,
to reset
yeah,
your hunger.
Tubbo, let me
Oh,
give
yeah.
you food. This is what I prepped this. I prepped this.
Oh my
you go.
goodness, my armor's
Here you go.
almost broken.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh. Okay,
Your armor's
let's
almost
make
broke?
it. Yeah, it's almost broke. Here, let's
Okay,
make
guys,
a tiny
I'm gonna
little
go on
cave
top of this
here.
little hut here, start digging the moat.
Okay.
Because it also will get us mad emeralds.
Okay.
Sick.
Let's
I have
stick
over a
like
back,
stack of
people.
chest or
watermelon for
something.
food if anyone needs extra.
Oh my goodness. Fit was almost a casualty.
Yeah.
A casualty of the moat.
Yeah.
Holy fudge.
Oh my goodness.
Send it! Oh, wrong way. Send it! Is it going? It's going.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
going.
Moat's starting.
Is it always this slow? Oh, does it get faster?
Hey, it speeds up. Don't worry.
Oh fudge.
That's gonna take-
Wait.
What?
Ah,
What?
I fell. Never
That
mind,
was-
we're
There
good.
were so many other ways to go about it, and you decided like that.
Alright, I'm gonna go down the river. I'm guessing the other team is this way. So I'm gonna head this way.
I think go mark chords or whatever.
Yeah, I'll go see if I can find anyone.
Wait, are you? No, probably not. I was gonna say, are we allowed to machine destroy their base? Like, you place it, can we just like squash their base?
No, I think that's what they told us not to do yesterday. if you
Oh, like actual during the event, you can't.
remember. Yeah, no,
Wait a
but I think
minute.
for prep and stuff like that, this is like the only thing I bring to the team, so...
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I just realized we just
What?
covered our respawn point in blocks. Is this going to be a
Oh
problem?
yeah. Maybe
We can make it a little bit bigger.
should we put a bed?
Okay, so I could take one for the team. I could kill myself and then see where I end up.
Yeah, just kill yourself.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely be inside.
Just jump
'cause
down Tubbo's hole. Take off your
Hold
armor
on.
and jump down Tubbo's hole.
Get in my hole!
we gotta be careful
it-
because we may fall into the thing.
What do you mean fall into the thing?
Like into the void. We don't want to get caught in a situation where a respawn
But like
is
we
directly over the
respawn
void.
where we need to be, the enemies don't, which is why I think it works.
I think spawning next to the egg thing isn't a bad idea though, right? We just need to make sure we're not getting like clipped into it right
Wait,
now.
the resources are so much richer here. I guess it's just in that biome over there. It's not very. They don't have many.
But yeah, Fit, if you jump in without your armor, you should die.
Okay, well, I don't have feather falling, so it should kill me anyway, right?
Oh, I suppose.
I guess as long as it's 25 blocks, that should do the trick.
Ooh, guys, I found a puzzle. There's a puzzle down here.
Yep.
Oh, wait, that's
We
good.
need
Wait,
to
solve
do
the puzzle
these.
now.
Yeah, they're worth they're worth points, by the way. What?
What?
I am outside the world. You have no home, bed, or charged respawn anchor, or it was obstructed. I am completely outside the world right now. I've got all my items, but like...
Maybe
we
I'll
go.
break this.
Okay.
Maybe... Okay, wait, let me make room in here and see if you can come back.
Okay.
Wait, Fit can't... We need Fit teleported Aquarius. He's a
right
lost
behind
soul
you.
right
Help,
now.
I'm back here now.
Aquarius.
They
Oh,
teleported me
the-
back.
Okay, so we just need to make maybe more room in here.
Oh, by the way,
Fudge,
Fit,
I
if
don't
you're
know what
using this
that
axe,
says.
Don't use a shield, by the way. It's two-handed, so it does half damage if you're using it one-handed.
Gotcha. Oh, I'm mainly
Oh,
using
I'm
this.
frozen.
Oh,
An opposition!
You see
We can't know
someone?
the
Wait.
secrets! Wait,
Okay, so he came from over there. Dude, are we gonna have to deal
Listen,
with red team?
Put a pufferfish in the barrel.
dude, I was too laggy to hit him.
My
Guys,
goodness.
does anyone have a pufferfish?
No.
Fudge, we need one.
all right. I'm gonna try
For
again
the-
to see where the respawn
No
is.
For
way.
the puzzle. Yeah, does
No
anyone have a
way, dude.
pufferfish?
We had
Oh my
some
god,
at the
I've got
old
26!
base. Oh, nice.
I got
One.
26 pufferfish. Where you at?
I'm down the coast.
where do you spawn now,
give
Fed?
one, give
I'm
one to
back at
Foolish and have him
0-0,
head down to
like,
me.
outside the
Foolish.
world, so it
Foolish.
still didn't work.
Yeah.
Take these fish. Take these fish, bro.
Oh, okay. I'm
Get
just gonna
those
place.
fish to BadBoyHalo. Stack.
I'll
Quick.
just place a bed inside with this guy then to spawn. Well, we don't want to be stuck in it though. I'll just place a bed. Where did I?
Foolish,
place it,
just-
place it here. Just
Yeah,
place it
place
right
a bed, then just run
Right
down the
here, because
coast.
the
We gotta
boat's
do the
not
puzzle
gonna get
before
it.
anyone else does.
Okay, there. Which way did you go, Bad? South?
Just head down the coast. Yeah, follow the coast south.
Okay.
Wait,
Don't
they
bother
might
with
be
the
able to
water.
Jump over the moat if he's going that fast.
Well, we have to hope it's not that guy.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
who
he-
was that guy? What, you saw a guy
Red,
bouncing
it was
by?
red team.
He's had those boots for a while.
How did he find you? Their base has to be close.
Dude, he's zooming. Like, he's zooming.
Yeah, I'm actually, guys, I'm stuck in this weird dimension right now. Like, I am nowhere near the planet.
What?
It's,
the
it looks
place
like
that
a
we
just
super
hit.
flat world.
No one
Well, I was
TP'd you?
testing respawn, so if we
Yeah.
die, we lose automatically because we're stuck in a super flat world.
We need to set a bed.
We did now. Wait, Bad, did you boat down across? Or did you just run
Yeah,
down
don't
to the
boat,
coast?
just run. It's faster. Type the help command. There's a help command fit. Because they need to
Yeah, I did
TP you.
/help.
We need to set a bed, it looks like.
We did.
Okay.
But if they happen to break our bed, then it's like, it's gonna get sent to the nether. no coming back. Oh, I think I see the puzzle. Is it just like a little cabin thing on
Yeah,
the
hurry,
water?
hurry.
Okay,
Come on.
I see it. I just need to get
I'm
there.
trying to fish one up.
That's crazy. The quest requires a pufferfish.
Fudge. Okay, no, didn't get anything good. Command is /arc help. Oh, can I help you, Aquarius?
Help my friend, he's stuck.
Aquarius. If you need pufferfish.
Here, I've got a ticket open.
Aquarius, help Fit. He's stuck in the other world.
Oh
Fit
yeah,
MC
please.
need
I'm
your
stuck in a
help.
super flat world right now, and I can't get out.
The bed's next,
Yeah.
like next to the structure. Okay.
I have a
You're bad?
reward. Okay, give me a reward. Thank you. Oh, Foolish. Foolish, you got him. Is your teammate
there.
having struggles? Yeah, Fit is having struggles. He needs help.
Yeah,
But
I'm in a
he's stuck.
super flat world.
Oh.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
behind.
Thank
Come on,
you.
Foolish, hurry.
Okay.
Oh, thank
okay.
you. Wait.
Oh,
Oh,
is this
right
it?
here? Okay.
A crazy
Take
good
everything.
fishing pole?
I'll take the fishing rod.
Ooh.
Get the food,
Ooh,
the
that's-
tackle. Oh, arrows. Oh my goodness. This is really useful.
Wait,
Okay.
Dad, I have to look. This bow was in there.
Nice. Okay, take the arrows. Here, go back to
Guys,
go
both
back to
strats gonna work,
defense.
Trust me.
Okay, yeah. I'll be on
I got Lure of the Sea gold hook with a tackle box. This is really good.
Oh,
okay.
so so the special thing about this bow is that arrows can go through water smoothly. So I don't know if that's
Hi,
really gonna help
Aquarius.
us.
Yeah.
It might.
But could be an option.
What's Sirs, you get 64 obsidian. No shot. We get 64 obsidian.
Wait, that kind of
We
scares
did cover
me. That means
our,
other people are gonna.
We had covered the very inside as a little reward to reaching this planet. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
You can use it as you please. Thank you. I will value this obsidian more than I value Foolish.
So,
Okay, I
wait,
just
we
feel like there's
get
so
a
many
timer
things,
for
but-
when shit's gonna
Good
hit
luck.
the fan or no?
Thank you. Yeah, do we know when the memes will...
Upgrade the bows. Good idea. Not possible.
Dang,
you
I would
already want
rather like no
missions?
one gets obsidian.
Sure. Are we... Is this going to become our new home world?
I'm guessing.
That fast. We need to find more puzzles, guys, by the way.
I'm going down the river.
Looks like there's something to the north of where we were, too. There is no
I'm
home.
gonna go mine some more. wood.
Okay. Thank you. We do not offer homes. Gotcha. But battlefields. Okay, that's fair. Thank you for the obsidian. I'm gonna go put it on our base of operations. Battlefields and camels sometimes for a mission. Okay. I will explain. Yeah, you do not provide camels. Since you guys are excellent warriors. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't feel like an
Hmm.
excellent warrior right now.
Are we excellent
Then-
warriors?
The children.
I don't know, man. That feels like that's going over our head already.
If it dies, all of you four die. Do we know who we have to target yet? Other teams might attack it. Oh, you're saying we might get... I thought... Wait, hold on a second. I thought they are not allowed to attack other people's except for the one they have to target.
I think it's because... I think basically this is a nerf, dude. It sounds like a nerf.
Wait, so are we about to get?
I think we're
Teamed
gonna have...
up.
I think we're gonna have people attacking us, and we're not gonna be doing the attacking.
So they said, I will
So we're gonna
explain.
get jumped.
If your
We're gonna
team
get jumped.
kills the children of another team, you have a certain reward in points. Okay?
If we kill like another team, then are we safe? Is it over for us, or do we have to keep defending ours?
You kill the children of the team assigned to you, you get double the points. Okay?
Okay.
But the strength will
Well, we
be
should just target
balanced
every team then.
for this specific team.
Because if we can take out
Oh,
two weak
okay.
teams, it will probably be twice the speed of the one.
Yeah. For this specific team, you can... Your assigned team. Okay, so let me see if I understand. We can kill... Your assigned team is Marte Mars, red team. Of course, it's red team.
Of course. It's
Wait,
our
our
team.
assigned team's red.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense actually, like putting first and second maybe against each other.
And they
Yeah,
will
assuming red.
try to attack you as well. They already know your base. Yay.
Dude,
That's
it's so
fun.
over. He has that red jumping boots. I don't know how we're gonna keep up with that.
Loki,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna make the moat so big.
Make it bigger. He can't jump.
That's literally.
Okay, so they already know our base. Gotcha. So we gotta find them, is what you're saying.
So after he found our base, he went
Okay.
he went north.
Yeah.
Are we
I can
are
go
we
look
allowed to
for it.
kill any other team's child, Aquarius?
We should. We should kill every team's child.
Also, yes, but that won't earn you too many points. Okay,
Oh.
so try and prioritize red, but we can kill anybody. And question, so if today's task is based around, or this event, this game is based around killing the other team, like, so are we eliminated from the competition completely if our child dies, or is it just whoever has the least amount of points is eliminated at the end of the day?
I think it's the bottom 6, judging by the graphic.
They say, no, if your children dies, points will be worthless. Okay, so this is make or break.
Oh, dude,
Right.
we are gonna get targeted.
Oh, if all children survive and you have little points will be your demise. Got it. So in other words, keep our child alive no matter what.
Yeah, so
Okay.
basically, we're fine. Because we're already in second place. No one's gained or lost any points because they haven't given out any challenges. So we go full defense. Because if we survive, we win, no matter what.
Yeah.
Full
Okay.
defense, dude. I'm
Yeah.
being so for real. Can anyone else build a
If
big
Mars
drill like
targets
But-
you, be prepared. We need to repair our diamond armor, guys, because we're kind of in a bad spot. I'll bring other
I'm
quests
mining
along
as
the
much
way. Thank you,
materials as I can,
Aquarius.
dude.
Okay.
The main thing is enchantments is the issue.
And
Do
I do
you-
not
do
owe
you
you
think it
any
helps,
camel.
though?
Yes, you do.
If we send like one on offense with red, do you think
Okay,
it helps?
see us,
And
yeah.
they have red as less to.
Low key.
But then it using
Best
it as-
defense is a good offense.
Because imagine if we're fighting a 3v4 and our thing dies, it's not worth it versus fighting a 4v4 and having better odds. Minecraft PvP is purely a numbers game you gotta keep in mind as well.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess also too, like odds are they'll keep someone back anyway, since anyone can get anything.
Yeah, but I don't reckon they would, given how they did the quest in the past, that E4 push, remember? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that, but like since there's not like a time, like even if they destroy ours, they still are at the risk of someone else destroying theirs.
Yeah.
I really don't think they are, though.
You think they're not worried about it? They're like, hey, no one will
Nah,
touch
because at
ours.
the end of the day, if they kill ours, they get double the points, and I don't
Yeah.
think...
But
so-
if
I
theirs
don't
gets
think-
targeted, then they're out though, right?
Yeah, but
So-
I don't think they're going to be targeted, dude, is what I'm saying. Because, basically, they know where we are, and they might not know where anyone else is.
Yeah. We
Right,
we
so
need
we'll
to
just
find
stick
red
on
team's
defense.
base.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now, but I'm not having any luck.
Yeah,
I'm
I
thinking
thought
it's
I
gotta be like close to us. Cause like right now we're just kind of, they know where we are, and we have no clue where they are. Fudge.
Very, very not good. Very, very not good.
How many diamonds do you have, Tubbo? Can you hook Foolish up
Right
with
now,
like?
I got 37 diamonds, 11 emeralds.
Okay,
I
Finish,
will get more. It's just it's gonna take me time. You gotta understand.
gotcha. We
Yeah.
gotta finish hooking Foolish up with like full diamond. Also, we have obsidian,
I will
so
make sure
I'm gonna
no
come
matter
back to
what,
the
they have
base.
enough diamonds for Foolish to be fully covered.
Okay.
Yeah, helmet boots, which is 5, 4, 9.
We also, we should start a farm. Just since we're gonna be here a
Absolutely,
while, we're gonna need a lot of
because if
food.
Dying's gonna be what kills us.
Also, make some bowls because there's so many mushrooms around. It's really good for food.
Oh, that's true. That's
Right.
true. So do the mushroom bowls stack?
The bowls stack, but once you make the stew, it does not.
Okay.
But right now,
I'm
it's
heading
better
back
than
to
nothing.
base. No, it is. It is.
You know what? If worst case scenario, we break the mining machine chest and we whack all of the items onto the floor. Lag them out so they can't kill us.
Lag 'em out.
Worst case scenario, we use basically we all turn entities off. I dump thousands of entities on the floor and we make it so they can't kill us.
There we go.
I was doing now. It can be like our self-destruct button.
I feel our self-destruct button's on brand for us, team.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Oh.
Wait.
Oh, plenty of time.
1 hour.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
well, so this game is going on while all the other stuff is happening, basically.
Wait, what do you mean?
So, like, in other words, think about it like this, right?
Wait,
If
I
you
thought
al-
that this game. No, I thought that is the game. So like the
No,
attack phase starts
no,
there.
this is the go on the whole day game.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
oh, then there's
Then
pauses
do we
for
even
the
care about
next
this
one.
mini game or no?
I don't think we necessarily
yes,
have to prep for it. We
because
just-
we'll need the points, but it's like,
I don't think we will. We're already second
Here.
place. We were like thousands ahead of the other teams.
it could also just be like a mini game too, where
uh-oh.
what?
What?
The guy fell down one. Oh no. Can we move him up?
Wait, why'd the guy fall?
He just fell. Like I was trying to replace the block. Now he's one lower.
He used to be
Son
one
of a
lower.
gun. Gravity. Oh no. Oh, fudge. He's down again.
Stop trying to fix it.
I'm not trying to fix it. I'm trying to, like, put obsidian around
then-
him.
The lower it is, then like the more they can go underground.
That's true.
No, they won't be able to go underground because we got the moat, dude.
That's true. Well, I guess like even nearby. I guess
Oh,
we're
I think
not
the
leaving that
server's
much grass.
Oh,
Wait,
the
no, I'm
server
fine.
crash.
Oh, no, it hasn't. Sorry, just me.
I've been like looking around for puzzle things or even like another base, and I have not found it, which is kind of incredible.
Whew. Okay, I can make an enchantment table if we need one, by the way.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, I think enchanted armor could be nice. Even just like protection 1 or something.
Okay. I'm gonna stick it in the water.
But yeah, I guess that's something to keep in mind too. If like someone finds it, they'll probably take it or destroy it or whatever.
I need a fast way of smelting, low key. My big bottleneck right now, team, is the rate that I can smelt the resources we're getting.
Oh, I'm not even.
We could make a bunch of furnaces.
Or how much? Like.
Oh,
Can
maybe
blast
blast
furnace work?
furnaces could be good.
Yeah. I forgot to make those, but I don't think it's overly complicated.
I think there's a backpack upgrade for it, which might be good.
I still cannot find red base at all. Like I'm like in the dark
I
right
feel
now.
like we have the disadvantage because we couldn't move our thing. I feel like other people have definitely moved their thing.
No, what it sounds like everyone had to place it at their spawn base. Is what it sounds like.
You really reckon?
Just the way you said it, because basically the purple guy was like, hey, you're gonna place yours right here. Like
You know
it
what?
wasn't
I
even like
didn't-
at base. He gave
I
like
didn't
a specific
realize-
spot. Oh, I found a base.
Where?
It's kind of far. Well, actually, it's not too far. The coordinates for. Oh, whoops. The coordinates for it are. 710. Z -100 basically. 710 negative 100.
Wait, guys. I have an idea. Bear with me a sec. What if we create
Do you know what
Oh,
color it
blue
a
is?
machine that
Blue.
automatically replaces and rebuilds the walls as they're destroyed?
That would be good.
Oh.
What do we think about something like that, fellas?
I mean, if we can do that, I don't see how
Yeah,
that,
if you
that could
can
be
find
bad.
a way to make it work, I'm down.
All right. I like it. I like it.
Oh, is it Gray's base? Oh, it's Gray's base, I think. It's Gray's base.
Wait, dude, get in
Gray's
there and
base.
just kill
What I
that
found.
dude right now. Low-key.
I don't know. That
let
might
me-
turn us into enemies of them.
Dude, I think we can take it off, man.
I don't know. Foolish will have his armor chopped down and Gray base. Let's assume we killed him, right?
But I can
Remember-
remake Foolish's armor bigger and better with just the stuff on me right now.
But remember,
it's
if we
worth it
kill
for
Gray,
Gambit.
Gray can immediately like come and target us. You feel me?
No, I know, but think about it. If we play really aggressive out the gates, that incentivizes other people to be really aggressive out the gates. And if the day ends with everyone's children dead, it will go to points as well. Because they're not going to eliminate every single team on day 2. Does not make sense.
No, what they might do is, so this is what they'll probably do is, as soon as like a certain number of children are dead, the children game will end, right?
What? Oh,
Yeah.
that is a possibility, isn't it?
Yeah, because I
Didn't
think
they
they're
say
trying to
2?
eliminate.
I think they said 2.
Basically,
The original
here's
thing.
this is my understanding of how the teams get eliminated. No children die. They eliminate whichever teams have the lowest points. If
Yeah.
children die, then the lowest, then whatever teams lose their children are automatically out. And so I'm assuming if half the children die, those half of the teams are out.
Also, the thing has like 1K, so there's just no way I'm about to. And they were all there.
Yeah.
You could go and like have a chat with them.
Not right now. I'm trying to like look elsewhere to find other bases or maybe find red.
Yeah, we need to
Well, I'm
find like
working on the
as many
defense,
bases
fellas,
as
so
we
fear
can.
not,
Yeah.
It's coming together.
Yeah,
I'm
not
going
about to
north.
jump right now. But yeah, guys, I think they literally said I think the first 2 to lose their child are eliminated, and then that's the end of it.
Wait, oh, really?
I think.
Oh,
at
the
beginning,
first
they said like
2?
something about like 2
I thought
eliminated.
it was the first 6.
First 6.
Because the graphic had 6 names in red, 6 not at the end of the day.
Oh, I thought that was like a points thing, like the bottom. But
I
now,
think
now I
that's the
don't.
eliminations, no?
Tubbo, do you need food?
I just know
I'm good
during
right now,
it-
man. I'm good right now.
I just know
Okay.
during it said something about like for like the child thing, like two teams will be eliminated.
Guys, stop. I've just had the most insane idea ever.
What?
We protect the dude with the create mod. We put him inside of a spinning create mod box. No one can get inside of it because it's an entity.
That one might be. So is that considered an unreachable thing?
Oh, they'd have to
Also-
destroy the machine first, but we can gamble on them not knowing how to destroy the machine.
They also mentioned like we can't put it in a boat, for example. They mentioned. But
Okay.
I don't know if that's
How about then
similar.
we had spinning defenses to whack people away?
I mean, we can ask Purple Guy. See, Purple Guy's listening.
Spin, because that might work as well. If we like crank up speed to mega levels, we can bap 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 as people get close, you know?
Yeah. So
Wait, it's Argarius aquariums.
Yep.
Gremlin.
Yeah,
Gremlin.
Where's-
Royalty.
Oh, hold
liege.
on. I'm
Oh,
getting a
your
message
royalty,
from
your
Pack.
liege.
what's he
I'm getting a
saying?
message from Red Team.
Yeah.
Says, Bomb G, my team would like to make an agreement with your team if you guys are interested.
I am a non-binary bundle of galaxy stuff. Good for you.
What team does he wanna- or-
Unfortunately.
What
That's
truce
red.
does he
Tubbo, are
want
you
to
even
make?
listening?
What?
He's distracted.
Go ahead.
Tubbo,
No,
we
dude.
can-
Continue.
The
Tubbo, do
guy,
you
the
want-
rule maker is talking to me, bruh.
Well, tell him to shut up.
You shall not make the contraption. Oh, okay. What?
But
he
I
disappeared.
guess what kind of deal? It doesn't hurt
Yeah.
to like inquire about it.
Yeah. Say. Ask him what deal.
Oh,
or-
sorry, Aquarius. I didn't mean that. That was, Well, it's your fault for distracting my teammates. Yeah. Anyway, Tubbo, so Red wants to make an agreement. Should we
Okay,
hear
what
them
are you
out?
saying?
Should we hear them out?
Yeah, I think hearing them
Yeah,
out
but it
never
might be
hurts.
bait, dude. It might be bait.
You can just get their intentions. I feel like
Honestly,
what if
it
it is? It could be
works.
devious. Pac literally told me He was like, like on the first day, he's talking about being deceitful.
Sounds like something he'd say.
Yes.
All right, I'll tell you what
I'm
they
trying to
say.
think what cool defenses I can make. I think something that spins would look really cool. Maybe we'll get style points.
Style
Style
points.
points.
Nah, it looks so sick though. Trying to think what cool defenses I could like. Don't get me wrong, the pit is sick. The pit is sick.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
gonna
be
help a
curious
lot.
to see
But
what
now
it
we
looks
need
like
to,
when I get
we need to
back.
find a way to trick people into falling into the pit. And I think we need some kind of style points for that. Reminds me of medieval times. You a medieval guy, aqua crust? Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Jump in the
Wait a
pit.
minute. Is there a way to
What?
make fake floor that you fall through?
With snow,
Like
yeah.
invisible
But no,
floor.
but that trick only works once. We want a trick that will work over and over again if like they're not focused.
Got
You know what I mean?
The main issue right now is we're at an intelligence disadvantage. We need to find their base. Oh, Fit, ask him where are your chords so we can discuss this in person. See if he'll. No, wait, don't say that. That'll tip our hand that we
That'll
don't know where their
definitely
base
work.
is.
I do not see this not working.
Honestly, like, just say it. See if we can. Because we need to find their base. He may just give you chords like somewhere else, though.
We'll tell you
Trying to
what.
figure
If they
out
give us
how
a
I can defend
if they
them
give
from
us a
gliding across the
proposition,
moat.
what I'm going to do as part of the agreement, I'm going to say, well, we agree to this, but we need to know the location of your base. Because they know where we're at, but we don't know where they're at. So why should we
Yeah.
agree to their proposition if they have a
I
leg
found
up?
another puzzle.
Maybe
Okay, I
some
get
kind of
that.
invisible
heading towards
wall
it.
might be good.
You can make an invisible wall.
All right, I got a
Like,
message
maybe-
back.
Okay.
He says,
What's
we
Big
are
Cheese
tied
saying?
in first place. Would be better
Yeah.
for us to make an alliance and attack teams that are weaker.
I like that strategy, and it could work
Low-key,
for us.
good logic, but also they will also see us as the biggest threat. And if we put our guard down, they can instantly kill us. You know what I mean? It's literally
we
the Cold
shouldn't
War
put our-
problem, man.
Yeah, we shouldn't put our guard down. Like, we
mean-
should assume they might try and betray us. But
mean-
it actually works for us. I think we agree to it, and we not go out of our way to be antagonistic to other teams, though.
Wait, low-key, this is game theory, guys. Isn't it? It is,
Yeah.
right?
No, it is.
What? Killing other teams not a sign will not earn you many points. Some better than less, mate. Where's your winning spirit? I thought you were a general. Well,
You saying where's our
you
winning
just don't
spirit?
want us to bully the weak teams, the loser teams, isn't it?
No,
You know what I
no,
mean?
like that 100%. Here's the thing, right? Let's assume right now our base just got memed and we lost our little guy. We would
You got
immediately.
memed? Are you being serious?
No, I'm saying we would find that team and like just kill them, right? As revenge. So let me
Or what?
ask
Like, if we go
Aquarius.
down, you're going down too. Like, we'll drill
Yeah.
through your home.
Aquarius, if we get eliminated, like let's say our little guy dies, are we done immediately, or do we still get to continue
Oh,
going?
he says yes. Like, we just log out. We're finished.
Oh, we're done?
Immediately.
Well, then we
You're
should
done.
just go eliminate Great Deep then, if that's the case. But we shouldn't.
absolutely
say?
should.
Yeah.
We should
If
just go
they're.
eliminate Gray.
Wait,
That's
but
what
I
I'm
thought
saying.
people weren't getting eliminated, like, during the day, though. You feel
Well,
me?
that's the whole point, though.
Ooh.
What do you mean?
That's what I mean. Like, I thought people were never eliminated until the end of the day.
Until the end of the day.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
what you're saying.
So, like, are people eliminated? Like, so if our little guy dies, like, that's just it. We're done. First two to lose their kids are out, then yeah, we should make an alliance with some team and just go kill, like, whoever. How strong is
we
Gray
need to
Team?
Take out
We
Gray,
need to
like,
give him an
right now.
answer.
Like, no joke. Just get him gone.
What? Just say yes for now. Say yes, but ask for their base chords to make the alliance, like,
I feel like bullying
Official.
the weaker teams is definitely the
Fudge.
move. Like, we look at who is like the shittest at Minecraft and just bully them.
All right, so what I
genuinely.
can tell him is that we agree on the condition you tell us your coordinates as collateral.
yeah. That way we know we can
Ah,
trust them.
Good game theory, Fit. Good game theory.
Dude, I need to.
I think
I want to know
Rookie
how to
is
get
done.
those boots.
No, not you. Tubbo guy, you're a smart one. Thanks, Aquarius.
Oh, did I just find a puzzle? It just saw something in the ground. Wait a second.
There's one up here.
You are like tails. No, I'm like heads. Always the top of the coin.
Huh.
Oh.
Oh.
What is
Oh.
this?
Foolish
Oh.
is Sonic. Wait, Foolish is Sonic. He thinks you're Sonic.
Wow. Wait, that's so nice of you. What in the world?
That's like Loki sick.
Wait,
Dude, why
I
is
really
he ego
appreciate that.
stroking you so hard? Loki. Fit his knuckles. That's true. Wait. Wait. Does that mean Bad's Amy?
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Bad is Shadow. Wait, Amy? Wait, Bad's Amy. Sure. Wait, this is crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's
I have
so
no idea
funny.
how to do this
That's
puzzle.
So funny. Wait, has anyone seen Sonic Boom?
Sonic Boom?
Pablo,
It's
I'm
like that
35. Do you honestly think I'm watching Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons?
Maybe.
I'll be right back really quick.
I didn't realize when you turn 35,
Chat.
you get
I'll be right
boring as
back.
fuck.
Keep an eye on me.
No, I go on to more sophisticated media like One Punch Man. You feel me?
Okay, just say you prefer anime.
But here's
the
the, I don't like anime though. I dislike most anime, but that's one of the few that I actually do enjoy.
Okay. There's
What
not
am I
that much
seeing?
One Punch Man though. I've already seen it all.
Yeah, it's only 2 seasons.
Yeah. Are they gonna make any more of that? Because it was low-key kind of funny.
I think so. But it's
What
like
is this I
it's
see
you
on the
know,
mini-map?
if you're just getting into it, it's like, I could either watch 2 seasons of One Punch Man or a million bajillion episodes of One Piece. You know, as far as time commitment goes,
Is
one's
One
a little
Piece
bit
the
easier.
pirate one?
Yeah.
I see.
Emeralds.
Loki.
Oh, yeah, One
Guys, the
Piece.
mineral game is not good right now.
I just found 2 emeralds underground. Oh,
Oh.
I found 3. Oh, I
That's it.
found 4.
Oh, Aquarius says One Piece only exists before time skip. I'll take your word for that.
What's
Wait,
time
only
skip?
before? What? You're nuts.
What the hell is time skip?
No, it's like a part of One Piece.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, how? Wait,
I like the way
where's...
fit.
Can you come
Yeah,
to me
I
real
see.
quick? Okay.
Oh, there
So
goes
I see on my mini map there's like a structure, but I don't know how to get to it. And like, I'm not a needy one, but like, but it can't break any blocks here. Is that like something I'm supposed to be able to access? Try to find the entrance? Is it above ground? But it's, I think it was, okay. Oh my goodness, this could take years.
How's this looking,
Oh.
Fit? Is this looking like good
Can't break.
defenses?
It sure does.
Wait, I can break these. So am I right
Yeah,
above
especially
it
if it's
or
on all
what?
sides. This is going to be a pain to deal with.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make spinning like defenses because it's gonna look thick.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how do I get it? Come on. Okay, is this like the entrance up? Is this like a stairway? I just need to find the top of this. Oh. I don't even know how I got down here. I think I found a puzzle.
Hello, hello. Turbo, yeah? You're a smart guy. Thanks. Why do you keep saying that at me? So I have a question. Oh, what's up? Because you are nice, so. What team would you like to receive what to hunt? So that can
Oh.
benefit your strategy. So you said
This
Red is
feels-
hunting us, right? No,
This feels weird.
I'm asking. Wait, but we were already told Red is hunting us. What items would you like to receive? Wait, oh, you want to give me things? Yes? Oh. Yes? Oh, in that case, can I get... Oh. Oh, give me a sec. Can I get... this will be used to make rewards. Oh, okay. Could I get some rotational speed controllers? Is that possible? And some precision mechanisms and some brass. Because
Bro,
they're
ask
impossible
for
to get.
boots. Ask for those fancy boots.
Dude, that's just long full boots. You can craft them, mate.
Wait,
You can
what are they
craft those
called?
Big old jumping boots.
Wait.
Long
Tubbo,
full boots.
what are they
Same
called?
from the grappling hook mod.
Oh.
He's using a grappling hook and long full boots.
Long
Oh, pass
fall
it forward.
boots.
Thank you. Yeah, no, dude, literally.
Oh my.
Ask for creative motors.
How do we
Wait,
make
shut up.
these? How do we make long fall boots?
Yeah, I don't think we can craft them, Tubbo. We should have
Wait,
asked
really?
for them. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Shit, sorry. I thought he was asking for
This means
he
someone's
was
already
asking
been
for
here.
I thought he was asking for create mod.
So I think I know what puzzle I'm at. I think it's one where you have to do parkour as
Are you doing it?
There's another way.
yeah, kind of.
We have 40 minutes.
Oh, fudge.
40 minutes to get our defenses all good. Bit, by the way, wait, do you have a glider, mate?
I do.
Bit, will you
I
glide
should just
down
zoom
into
in.
here and see if you can see any emeralds and mine them?
Sure.
Because Loki, that's how we get the leg up. Diamonds, emeralds, anything. Because you can just die to get back up here quick. That will be how we get most OP.
I'm gonna zoom in on the map.
It's crazy.
Because right now, I've only got, I got 39 diamonds, 11 emeralds. The haul is not fruitful right now.
Are the emeralds like really low?
I found some really high up, but others have been really low. But we need diamonds as well.
Oh, I found diamonds at least.
Yeah, get as much as possible. Oh my god, the new Bruno Mars song. Help. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. It's been days now. It's been actually days.
Fudge.
Red has not responded to our proposition yet, so we should just assume they're going to attack us.
That, dude, it makes sense for them to attack us, dude. It really does.
I don't
This
know,
is
it
their
doesn't.
chance.
Only if they think like we have no way of finding their base.
How does it not, just out of interest, how does it not benefit them to attack us first?
Because
are their
we're the
biggest
strong
threat.
we're the strongest. Attacking us, yeah, it's eliminating a strong
this
opponent,
might be,
but
this
it's
might
also
be-
like antagonizing a strong opponent.
dude, this might be their best opportunity to wipe out their biggest threat. Why would they not take that? Same with us.
Mm,
No, I think someone's already been here.
All right, Pack says he's checking in with them, so we'll get an answer soon.
Ah, bollocks. It's bollocks. It's all bollocks.
I just found a bunch of gold. No, I can't even mine the gold. No,
Fudge.
someone's already been to this puzzle.
same. This one got looted already. Bride.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna.
Hmm.
Dang, dude, it sucks that the puzzles can just get nabbed up.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
Okay, based on the fact that they can travel like so far, their base could like so fast. Their base could be anywhere.
It could. I'm trying to make anti-speed defenses. I'm gonna try because obviously I can't hit them when they're going that fast because of my lag. So
Mhm.
I think the best thing to do is to create some kind of crazy knockback thing, like essentially
Yeah.
like fling them away.
Yeah, I
Wait,
think
where
so.
do I need to go?
Admins are deleting ores from under the drill. Are you serious?
Huh? Who said that?
I don't know. A reputable chatter.
How would they know?
I might be being one guide right now.
I think you're being one guide right now. I see plenty of.
I'm
ores
being
down
one guide.
here.
Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm being one guide. I'm being one
in
guide.
the middle.
That'd be funny.
Oh, whoops.
Dude, I got 4 cheese mac and cheese for dinner. I'm so hyped.
Oh,
Oh, I used to eat
nice.
so
wait,
much.
no,
mac
wait. The
and cheese.
admins are in the hole right now, dude. I see.
How can you tell?
I see. Dragon is in there.
Are you sure it's not me at the bottom?
No, no. Swear down.
Bro, you're looking
The
right
chatter was
at me.
right. No, Loki, they're deleting ores from under the drill.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Nah. Because I was going to say, there's no way there's this many ores in the walls, and then the drill's picking up nothing. You know what I mean? There's no way.
I want to know now, is that the truth?
I feel like it's gotta be, because it doesn't make sense for the thing to be picking up this little shit. You know what I mean? Something fishy's afoot. I think it's Dragon. He's killing our stuff.
I feel like they should at least tell you, just be like, hey, by the way, if you want
Hey, by the
minerals,
way, we're not letting you get this OP stuff. Like, okay. Whatever, dude.
Oh, I found a base. I found purple.
Dude, wipe him out now. Wipe him out now. Just go in.
I
See
don't
if you
think
can
it's
kill him.
possible. It's 1,000.
Dude, just go in and try. Just get an advantage. Purple
Are
is
they a
so
tough
easy to
team?
PvP.
Who's on their team?
No, dude, I literally, on day one, I killed maybe every member of Purple.
Purple has
Wait,
Oh.
isn't that Amesy's team?
Yeah, do you want to kill Amesy?
Is it? What?
Yeah. Amesy was like, oh yeah, Tubbo was harassing my team yesterday, or today. Yesterday, Amesy said that, so...
No way. No way.
Do you want me to wipe him out? I probably could, to be fair.
Dude, try. Because it makes us safer. And we know they're weak.
That's kind of ruthless, Tubbo.
Guys,
Should I at least go in and try and chat with him?
Crazy.
Wait, I see wood here.
I could go in and try having a chat.
Dude, no, I say wipe out Purple, and then we immediately wipe out Gray, and then just secure our safety.
Oh, like if we have two teams that are still
Yeah,
eliminated.
that's what I'm saying. Take out two. Because
Okay.
right now, with all
Wait,
three
there's
of you
no one
away,
here.
If we're pushed by red, we are out, by the way.
Guys,
We're
there's
just
no
out.
one
We
here.
just die. We just
Never mind.
KYS.
There's one person at their base, just one.
Dude, try go in, sneak in, just kill the dude. Kill the dude,
Yeah,
man.
wait. What? I'm curious now. Like, what does one hit look like? If you
Well,
get a
one hit
off?
with the axe does 16 attack damage. So, if you crit, you could probably get 20. So you're looking at around 5 times 50 hits.
1, 2, 3. Put a lava bucket on him. I wonder if that's possible. Can you put lava and he just keeps taking damage?
Can't you only do that when the game starts? Is the game something different to this?
No, I think this is the game, and then like we were kind of saying, and then that next thing is like the event, I think.
Oh, really?
So I thought like they're two separate things, but I'm not entirely certain.
Oh, I don't know then.
Because yeah, I thought this was an all-day thing, because basically, kind of how it said it was like protected till the end of the day, in the original instructions.
Oh, I literally don't know what to tell you then. I don't know. Hopefully this thing collected some serious ores, because we're... Dude, these pools from these drills have been abysmal.
Yeah, I got 11 diamonds that the drill missed, at least. So it's better than
Oh,
nothing.
well, that's good. Yeah, low-key fit, that's the best thing you can do right now. Just go down there and get goods.
Yeah, because we need to get
Okay,
cool with
this
some
one
good
actually
stuff.
did get a bit
I'm trying
more.
to sneak under their, whatever you call it.
Wait,
Their child.
Fit, could I have a
Yeah.
hand real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Could you empty the chests out on the drill? Because they're full up now, so we're going to start losing stuff. Like,
You
yeah,
really
if they're
want me
just
to
all
try
full-
and kill, like, their guy? You really want me to do that?
I mean,
Yeah,
someone's gonna
dude.
have to die, I suppose.
If
Okay.
there's never any give, then we'll be locked in a permanent stalemate, which is bad for us.
Alright. You have to take all the heat then.
Bad? When have I not taken the heat from you for you, except for the time?
That's crazy.
Look, I will
I'm trying to
run
be
to
sneaky.
AMC TV's house and I'll turn off their internet. Doable.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Change your skin to Tubbo's and then attack it.
That's a good idea.
Wait, Loki, that's really funny.
Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, we're good. Dude, these bases are tough to find. I don't know where they're at.
All right,
Hey, hat.
cool.
Ooh.
That worked. Thank you for.
All right, I got a message from Pack. I'm sorry,
What'd
Fit,
they say?
but I think we won't be able to make the deal. I couldn't make everyone agree here.
Say okay, just say this. Say
That's what I'm
we're-
saying, dude.
Okay, listen, just say that's fine. We just don't
Say this
have
is an
to.
act of war.
Say we don't. No, say we don't
Say
have to
count
attack
your
each other
days,
right
you
now.
Red
Your
assholes.
days.
Say literally
No,
that's an
I'm
act
gonna-
of war.
I'm-
That's
I'm
literally
gonna-
what it is.
No, I'm gonna leave him on red.
Oh wait, that's power. That's power.
I'm busy right now. I'm mining diamonds. You can wait. Make them wait.
Like, wait.
Make
Oh,
him
that's
desperate,
good.
dude.
Oh,
Make
that's
him.
good. Dude, this terrain is so garbage to maneuver around.
Oh,
it's
I know.
ass.
It's just hill after hill. You go up one and then back down.
Ah,
Like,
então era você. Você
an
era a
ant.
secretária e tinha um boyzinho Chan. E você
I'm about to
é
kill their
solteira
guy.
e é casada
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's all.
Era casada não, tinha um relacionamento com uma investigatriz.
Okay, well, I've got a few more diamonds. I'm up to 48. The iron's been the best part about all of this, I'd say, honestly.
All right,
Oh,
I'm
shit,
about
did
to
I
kill
leave
it. No complaints, Tubbo. Yeah.
you're about to kill it?
Oh my
I'm
god,
about
you're a
to.
legend.
Gostasse?
You're a legend if you do this.
E é isso, basicamente.
You're a legend if you do this.
No way.
No. No.
Gente, quem
After you kill this, everyone back to
Oh,
base
it's got a lot of
immediately,
health.
By the way.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. You had 1,000. What do you mean you were about to kill it?
I'm working on it.
But yeah, like, so, wait, so did you not even see the HP for it? You just
No, I'm at 690, 683, 677, 666, 650.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
So
man,
you
don't
don't,
do
you're not
this,
even
don't
halfway.
Don't
You're
do
not even
this.
halfway.
Come on, why? Why, BadBoyHalo, why?
There's no way you sniped it.
Oh,
By the way, foolish. You gotta get back to
I
base now,
tried.
by the
I
way.
cut
We're
their
in
health.
Public Enemy #1.
I cut their health
died.
down, and I'm in the void. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind.
Wait,
Oh, here we go.
I
the
cut it
void.
down by
What
like
happened?
400 just for memes. Okay, it took a long time to kill. Like, I was doing damage, but I only got it down to like 400,
Wait,
but
did they kill
lava
you?
does damage to it. Yeah, they got me. Let me put it this way, it was impossible to actually like finish it because they mined down like on top of me, but I cut it down by like 50%. They were so
think it
bad
was
though.
hell?
Oh
Wait, can we
man.
broadcast to every team that theirs is on half health?
We could theoretically give their cords out if we want.
We should. We should. Wait.
I don't know if we
Give a
can-
waypoint there. Whisper that waypoint to everyone on the server.
Oh no, that's crazy.
Why?
Purple
It's the game.
base.
Game's the game.
50% health. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, Pac was the one
Pac
that did something
literally
like that.
did that to me in Purgatory, by the way.
Really?
Just so everyone knows.
Yeah.
Alright, well here you go, Tubbo. You can, if you want to send in voter people, go for it.
Oh, it has to be team effort, doesn't it?
I hear every
Or
add this
we could all
to your...
push it right now and wipe them out.
I don't think we should all do it. Remember, you respawn like really quick. I had to sneak up to it to do enough damage to it. So like, if we assume...
How'd they know? Did they see your name or hear it?
Yeah, you can hear it dying. So like,
Oh, it
I
makes a
snuck
noise.
under it, and then I just started beating it to death. But because they were able to like mine down from the bottom, like, or from the top or whatever, they were able to
Right.
like, get to it. Yeah, that's the one thing. You don't want to box it in too much. I probably should have built like an obsidian cocoon first. But they still would have made it. I still don't think, no matter what I did, I could have killed it. But I poured lava on it, which did damage it.
So lava does do damage.
Yeah, lava does damage it, which is fascinating.
Okay.
Oh no.
Where? What is this garbage planet?
Should we try and sneak at Gray and do the same thing to them?
Oh, I don't see why not. I could start going to Gray.
Here, add purple
Guys, odds on I
waypoint.
give purple our cords just for the action.
No, wait, no, because then we, like Ray said, we already know red has to.
Yeah.
Wait! Oh my god, I'm gonna share that waypoint to Pack.
Oh, yeah,
Good
yeah. Be
idea.
like, hey, it's a 50. There's no harm in that. Like maybe they do something with it, or maybe they don't.
I have a feeling we're right
Wait,
nestled
is it bad?
in
Wait,
between a bunch
Did you
of
already
bases.
send it? Did you already send it, Tubbo?
Yeah.
Did you already send it? Oh, 'cause I was gonna say I forgot about the points. Like they might get the points from it.
Wait, do we get points only for kills or for damaging too? I'm assuming it's just kills.
No, you get points for killing it.
Should we continue just for the memes?
That's what I'm saying, bro. It puts us in first place, which is pretty sick.
Let me see what the fastest way to get
Do you
there
want me
is.
to accompany you, Bad? Since I'm not really doing much around here other than just getting diamonds.
The issue is they have a good defense. I don't think we're gonna like. They have emerald armor as well. We need. I think we need.
At A and it said selector not allowed.
We need diamonds and emeralds. Like we need diamonds and emeralds. Cause my armor is
I'm
about to
working
break.
on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got some.
Honestly, making some new diamond armor might be low-key the best strat. Because emerald armor is going to be really expensive, but it might break easy. And, okay, we got 23 minutes till the game.
Dude, this... It's been such a struggle to find any bases. I've only seen Gray so far.
The island is in a weird shape. Like, the place we were towering, there's more of the island, like, over there. Originally, like, where we were towering. So I'm gonna try and head that way and see if I can find anything.
Maybe something's in this direction?
Hmm.
I'm like curious too if like these trees or something like blocking my vision of the face.
Should we just tell everybody, like, purple, like, we could message one person on each team and just say purple pet, 50% health. With the
Like I said,
cords.
unless we're trying to secure the points for ourselves.
Well,
we did already get the 50.
we don't really need the points as much as we need, like, to not
imagine
die.
tomorrow it's entirely points based on the winner, and you think back to this moment, and when you say we don't really need the points.
But I'm taking it day by day. I'm taking it day by day. It's gonna be. I'm just saying, like, I don't think we should do an all-out attack. I think it's too risky for how difficult it is to kill them.
You, because the moat is done now. By the way, the moat is done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying
that's
you
true.
foolish. Go in there, kill that thing.
No, yeah,
Double
I
the
don't think it
people,
hurts
half
to
the
send
speed.
two.
Oh, it's Aquarius.
What did Aquarius
Hey,
say?
Aquarius.
And bad too. If we only send two, like we can always die. And
Sir, wait.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Aquarius says, "Sir, wait."
We should be careful though. I'm
Okay.
gonna need more armor.
What's up? Hello, hello. Do you think we should kill Purple? Your request was heard. Oh, what was my? Oh, okay. Okay, what's up? Hit me.
Request was heard.
We spread chests along the map. Oh my god.
Huh?
Purple chest with cyan points. Okay. Like that. Okay, so purple diamond chests, got it. They contain enchantment books, speed controller, blaze rods.
What do
Bad,
they look
foolish,
like?
You gotta get adventuring right now.
Wait,
yeah,
what do they look like?
They're purple diamond chests with the diamond chipped corners.
Okay.
And they contain the enchantment books we need. They're open
know-
in the wild, so anyone can take these.
All right, I'll start looking.
Use your mini-map and look for random specks of purple.
Purple.
Like, if you're on your mini-map and you can see random specks of purple, that's what they'll come up as.
Test.
Got it.
blue
Oh,
corner.
they're below mushrooms. They're hidden below mushrooms.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm on it.
Okay.
There are only 6 in the world, and they're hidden below big mushrooms. Wait, the big ones or the little ones? Red ones, big red mushrooms.
Big
Okay.
red one.
Big
Okay,
red
I see
mushrooms.
some
Go, go, go.
green one. Okay, I see some red
Guys.
ahead of me.
Hmm.
I'm
This
looking
is
for the red.
huge. Good luck. Thanks, Aquarius. Others might be given in different locations. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I know, guys. There's plenty of mushrooms on the map, so it's not like we have to go back and look at every mushroom we've seen. There
Yeah.
should be
do,
some
I
big red
think.
ones here.
Oh, you
Well,
earn
no, no, like-
points too if you find them.
Oh,
So
really?
they're like under the mushroom, like I have to dig, or they're just like.
They're under the
Next.
mushroom. 6 blocks.
think they're like-
Oh, no digging? Oh.
Okay, so I should just see it then under the mushroom.
Only below. Okay.
Okay.
Dude,
well,
go.
Not here.
Go, 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 go.
I'm checking them off. Oh,
You know that one
not
song that
here.
goes. "Burp, burp, burp, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da." Do that. Do that song right now.
Oh wait, there's so many red mushrooms. Okay, I need to.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm going northwest along the mountains. I'm searching these ones.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, would they
Boys,
play some?
Loki, if
Oh,
we
wow.
can get this loot, it's game changing because it's unobtainable.
Yes, yes. Dang, I'm like curious, like if they'd only be around like closer to our base, or could they be anywhere on the map? Isn't it good that I'm kind of far right now?
Yeah.
Anywhere
So
on the map, I believe you said.
and they said under the red ones.
Yeah, under the big red ones that glow. They have like the glow berries
Okay.
thing, whatever.
Alright, I'm gonna hunt this area.
Come on, come on.
Oh no, not copper. Anything but copper.
Hmm. Dang,
Okay.
there's a lot of mushrooms.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to kind of like go like left to right. I'm doing like a snake pattern.
Make
I'm
sure you guys
assuming
don't
they're,
check
like-
ones that each other have already checked, otherwise that could be
Right.
annoying.
Like I
Okay.
said, I'm
Yeah.
going to the northwest.
I'm at
Okay, I went
1400,
east,
negative 200.
so I'm like really far
Also,
to
mind
the
the
east.
chest, by the way, because it's a diamond chest. Like, seriously.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
great.
why not?
Yeah.
14.
Hmm. $17 minutes.
I'm working on defenses, people.
Okay.
Are you within earshot of it? Like, would you know if it's under duress?
You know it, I haven't left the base yet. Still just working.
Just. Hello.
Red's here, red's here.
Whoa, really? How
okay,
many
they're
of
They're
them?
killing it, they're killing it.
We need to
All
die.
right.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm backing up.
I got him out. Okay.
It only took
He didn't
one
get,
heart of
he
damage.
got 1 damage on it.
Is there anyone else?
See, that's what I'm
Anyone
saying.
else?
The alliance
Is anyone
BS,
else
man.
there?
He's still... He fell into the void.
He died in the
Okay.
moat. He died in the moat.
Yeah, good
Nicely
work, Mo.
done.
Okay.
Fudge.
Okay, we
need
need
to
a
find their
way
base.
to make it so they can't do exactly what just happened there, by the way. The flying across.
What did he do? The boots?
Yeah.
Was it that?
Mhm,
Wait,
with
which
the
direction did
grappling
he
hook.
come from?
I
Was it
just
this-
he was just suddenly there, like Loki.
Oh, okay. You didn't see.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Dang, that sucks too. Now we can't really look for the walls. I guess like a wall sort of, but he might just jump over.
No, no, no.
Like, I don't know if
I think
that's
I'm gonna make a spinning wall.
spinning wall.
A spinning wall of like justice and whatnot.
Okay, I don't think there's anything wrong
Justice
against
and also
that.
like red team suck my dick energy. You know what I mean?
Language.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Wait.
Oh,
So if
hi,
I go,
Aquarius.
if I go back south. Oh wait, Who had the diamond
Creature.
Tubbo?
Yes.
I'll make diamond boots helmets right now for myself.
You shall get a
Yeah,
tip.
dude, I've got
I've got-
56.
Okay.
Come here right now. Come here right now.
Okay, I'm on the mode.
Yeah.
Where are you? Okay,
like near the bed.
Take all of. Oh wait, I can craft these for you. Give me a sec.
What
That's
tip?
boots.
Tell
Okay.
us where
That's how
Red
it-
Base is, Aquarius. They know where ours is. We don't know where theirs is.
Yeah. So, dude, So we've looked around north. Have we looked west? Have either of you gone west?
I can tell you where 2 chests are. Sure, that's fair.
Please,
thank-
Aquarius, please. Like, if we can get those 2 chests, it literally changes everything. I feel like the chests were bait. Is that crazy to say?
Dude, we
Uh,
were kind of out and about anyway.
Aquarius
Might be
says
safe.
okay. There's a chest under red mushrooms. Yeah, we know about that one. Well, are you
Oh,
looking
wait,
in
Finn,
that
have you
direction?
gone west?
That direction?
I was going
Near a
northwest,
little
but
house.
not west directly across the pond.
Okay.
Under
Dude, we
red
should've put the
mushrooms
damn thing
in
over the
that
void.
direction, near a little house. Okay.
We've lost 1 health. That's so annoying.
But it's only 1.
Yeah, but now if it comes down to like
Hmm.
they're eliminated based on the lower health, we're no longer the safest we could be.
All right. Thank you, Aquarius. I'm gonna go look for it.
Loki, if you got knockback on your sword, I was able to hit him out of the thing with the thing.
Oh, okay. How'd you get knocked back?
I just got it from an enchantment table.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't used one yet.
I still have leather.
Okay, can someone go get one of these chests now so that I can make this legendary defense?
Oh, did they say where it was?
Oh, bad, did they?
Yeah, they told me it was in this direction,
Okay.
under a little
Tubbo,
house.
would you
Oh,
prefer
foolish,
me
can
to
you go
look?
fill up my water bucket?
Oh, I'm
I've got
already
water.
traveled out.
Oh, you got
Near a
water? Can you
little
pass it me?
house.
Tubbo, yeah.
I'm looking
thank you.
west for base
Tubbo,
and
do you
red
want me to
mushroom.
stay on defense with you, or should I search for chests?
Yeah, stay on defense, stay on defense.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go under the center. Is this thing right in the center of this hut?
I don't remember if it's still right in the center or like one over.
We got to talk about the bed, though, because it's really exposed right now. And if it breaks, then we end up in super flat world and we're screwed. I'll cover it in, like, cobble except for one of the corners. And then I'll test to see if it works.
Okay.
A little house. Do not see a house over here, but I'm gonna check every mushroom in this general area.
I'm red. Dude, I feel
It
like red
works.
is gonna be to the west. Okay. So our bed's somewhat secured and we can
Yep,
just
it's
spawn.
covered in cobblestone right now, so it won't
Okay.
draw any attention.
What was that?
Was that you? Oh,
No.
We have company.
Just
How many?
one.
Coming.
They're trying to blow up the machine.
Wait, what?
Bunch of bees, dude. All right, we need everyone back.
Are they
Okay,
red?
I'll come
Okay,
back.
I'm coming back. Fudge.
I got the machine.
Good.
Okay.
What the hell? What was damaged?
Do I still need to
Hey.
come back?
Guys, do we come back?
Nah, yeah. Mike is right.
Oh.
Don't hit the bees, man. They're
Oh,
not gonna
sorry.
attack you otherwise.
They're attacking me, dude.
Oh.
It's too late.
Oh my gosh. You've got to be kidding. I'm not able to die quickly enough.
Foolish, why aren't you wearing your full armor?
Where am I? Where? I'm like, oh,
You're at the base.
there. Do we just kill the bees? Oh. Well, how'd they eat this many bees?
I think
What
it's
is this?
they've got custom TNT. Yeah, they do. They do.
Oh. What
Oh, I
the-
picked up some of it. Yeah.
Where are they?
BNT, it's called.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're just looking at us from the other side. One's
Where are
bridging
they?
over.
Let's
a little
kill them.
Okay. How much damage did we take?
Dude, that's so
Um,
annoying. I don't
Do
know
they have
what's damaged on the
enchanted-
thing.
Do they have enchanted netherite?
Nah, it's obsidian. It's anti-knockback.
Holy.
They're releasing more of it. Watch out.
Good shots,
Alright,
good
he's
shots,
hit
good
it.
shots. He's lit that. It'll be bees, but it's okay. They're not going to attack us.
He's let more bees.
Oh, they're absolutely attacking.
Oh, they're absolutely after you, though, bro.
Yeah. What in the hell?
He's just bouncing around doing bees. Fudge.
There's so many of these bees.
Oh my gosh, he's so bouncy. I can't get to him.
No,
Don't
trying
worry.
to hit him is tough. Where's my shield?
Okay, I'm going to see what damage they've done to the machine.
What are these boots? What
These
the
things
actual
are-
fudge? This is a joke. We have no clue where their base is either.
Okay.
Oh
A
my
little bit of
gosh.
damage.
Well, it's not like they have that many. Oh, it lags me. Oh my
We're
goodness.
in a,
Mike's
we're
set.
in a
He's on island,
spicy
he's on island.
meatball.
On the island?
Ah, dude.
How did he get out? Does he have the boots too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just nothing we can do.
Is
If
he
we
on the
just close
island
the
or did
door-
he die?
He's
I
coming
see
up.
him.
Yep, he's on the
Oh, he
island.
fell into the void.
Wait, guys, is our thing in lava?
Oh,
Our
wait, did
thing's
he
in
fall in the
lava.
void?
Wait, guys, I think there's someone under our base. It's on lava, right? Our egg?
Check.
It's on fire. I think someone's underneath
is.
it, right? Yeah, someone is underneath it.
Yeah,
Oh
someone's
my
in there.
goodness.
Oh, it's about to die. Yeah, yeah.
I'm blocking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my
we're almost
gosh.
out. We're almost dead here.
Fudge,
Cooks in the
where is he?
kitchen.
Oh, I'm
He's
lagging.
just
Hasn't
underneath.
respawned.
Uh-oh. How tanky is he?
Oh, sorry.
I can't see him. I'm lagged. I literally
kill
can't
him?
see him.
No, he's still there. He's breaking. He's somewhere under.
I literally can't see him.
Here, we
oh,
should
that's bad.
open up the outside a little
Hit,
bit.
going in for the kill.
Oh, yeah. Where'd my pickaxe go? Huh? Where'd it go?
See, there's like nothing. I can't hit him because of my ping. I literally can't hit him.
I'll stay here. I'll hide. Because he's gonna come back down and try it again.
Yeah,
like,
we're at
is
a
he, like, using
disadvantage.
hacks? How's he
We
flying
don't.
like that?
No, he just got
boots.
the boots.
I
The
told
boots
you
are
about.
crazy. We can't do it. We can't.
I can't kill this.
We don't know where their
fuck?
base is. Fudge.
What am I hearing?
I don't know.
Beautiful place.
What the
Yep.
fudge?
We're being killed. We're being killed. It's a
Beautiful
distraction. It's a
place.
distraction.
Oh my god.
Where's my...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's a cat
God.
here. Just
Oh my
keep
God.
going.
Did
Keep
you
trying to
get
kill
him
him.
or just owning me?
Fight. Fight.
Oh, our bed's gone. I'm stuck in the void.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? They broke our bed?
They broke our bed, so now I'm just in the plains. I feel like
Wait,
that's
but
not
that's
supposed
so cheating. Because we can't respawn.
to...
I can't hit him.
He is not dying. They just have crazy armor.
Is he just 1v4ing?
Yeah,
like, we
I'm just
can't hit
stuck in
him?
the void now.
I think
as well.
we're
It's
doing
over, boys.
damage to each
GG.
other.
I can't hit him. Oh, he's dead.
Okay, he's
We're about to
finally dead.
Respawn like 2 seconds away though, right?
I don't know. They might have a bed like right next to us. If they do, we're cooked.
Trying
Oh,
to see
fudge.
where the bed would be. How much health is our thing at?
110.
Ooh.
Not much.
What do? We try and go kill purple, but the problem is we don't.
Here, I'm gonna.
Okay, we can't waste time looking for mushrooms
The
anymore.
issue is,
We have.
guys, I literally can't help in fights at all because I'm so laggy. Like, it takes me like 20 minutes to spawn in, takes me like 20 minutes to hit anyone. Like, there is literally, in that moment,
Yeah.
nothing I can do.
Yeah, I don't know what we can do at this point.
It's
and we-
entirely ping diff.
And we still
The
have no clue
it's
where that red base is.
mobility. Those boots let them explore the map, so they were able to find us really quick. Fudge.
Yeah, I didn't think those boots would.
No, low-key, they'll be back any second, and it's over.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I don't
Wait, up
know.
anyone?
We have to be careful. Like, I think Mike is still down at the bottom. By the way.
Oh, like way below? You think?
Yeah, because he glided down.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and build a system really quickly to make it so it spins fast and bats them away.
Did I turn on shader? Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Whatever.
Yeah, I think Mike is below us. Is that one of you guys mining?
I'll glide down. Oh, okay. Then that probably is it.
I'm not mining. Yep, someone's.
Okay, I'm just gonna drop down to the void.
I'm digging right now. I'm listening.
Oh, sorry. That's you bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We gotta be careful. We need to be able to, like, recover him with obsidian at any moment. There he is. There's Mike right there.
Underneath?
Yeah, I can't.
No,
I
he's right
actually
there.
can't hit him.
He's
There's
on the
nothing I
left.
can do.
I think we gotta hold out 5 minutes. Fit, bat those baby blues or browns at greens at pack. Maybe we can negotiate something.
Nah, I think negotiations are over.
Dang it.
All right, I'm gonna at everyone in the Discord say 500 sub bounty on red.
Do it. Do it.
We're
Do
allowed
it.
to
Do
do
it.
that. Oh, we have perms to at everyone. We
I
could.
don't think that's gonna do anything.
You gotta. Okay. He's over there. Honestly, at this point, Tubbo, do you have diamonds so I can craft new diamond armor?
Yeah. I just dropped you 22. Go crazy.
Thank you. Okay.
Give me back any spare ones.
I just don't see where they come from. I don't. Okay, Mike is just
Okay, I
over
think they're
there.
distracting, dude, Loki.
I hear something.
Dying
Is
right
that
now
you
doesn't
guys?
hurt. He probably will distract. I'm not gonna chase anymore.
Yeah, same.
But where did they come from?
Let me message.
We have no way
Tell
of knowing.
Mike. Do you want purple?
Oh, Mike's here on me.
boys?
Is he fighting you?
I'm with you.
Whoa!
I'm with you.
What is that dagger?
They do a lot
Yeah,
of
he's here.
damage.
Yeah, it probably killed me in 4 hits, but it's like really quick. It feels like he's distracting the way he's running. Is someone?
Yeah.
I don't like.
He's
how
probably
running
just
like that.
waiting. He's waiting for his team to get here.
Yeah, his teammate's stuck in the void. He was killing me in the void, so...
Oh, spare me!
that.
I just fell down one hole in the void.
Did you respawn
Nice
here
stuff.
or you got TP'd here?
Yeah. I respawned, I think.
Okay.
I had to
That's
be TP'd.
ironically good.
Okay, Mike's still just there.
If
Yeah, we
this
just-
child survived for like 3 minutes, then we'll be all right.
What weapon is that? The short sword?
I'm fighting him right now, but
Do you need help?
wait, is he going through my shield with that dagger? Wait, what is that? Or is he just hit below?
He might be shield bashing you.
Oh my goodness.
2 minutes, guys. You know what, honestly, we might want to do after this is go and kill, Oh, we're at such an information deficit here. We just don't know where their base is. Like, so we can't even attack them. Uh-oh. I'm blind. Are you guys blind? Uh-oh. Hi, Harumi.
Bem-vindos ao primeiro jogo do
Welcome to the first game of the day. Here we go, chat.
essa noite.
Did you all sleep well last night? I hope so. This game is called Cosmic Run.
Vocês terão que passar,
You must complete 5 different courses,
mas não será fácil.
but it won't be easy. There will be numerous obstacles and challenges along the way. The first 3 to reach the finish line will earn extra points, while the rest just get better, please. You'll have a specific time limit to complete each of the 5 races were cooked, chat. I don't think we can defend our thing. You will find checkpoints to assist you. Support at catharse.me/arkanis. Oh, we're so cooked, chat. It's so disgruntled, chat. We're in a bit of a pickle. We're in a really bit of a pickle. I have a feeling this might be it. You can tell the team morale is really discouraged right now. Here's the problem, chat. Like, I have no idea how to get those boots. So we have no way to do mobility, and the fact that they were able to find us essentially is what put us at an information disadvantage. We know there's a base here. We're here. They're here. I bet you the bases are all the same distance, so there's probably a base right here. One maybe right here. I bet you it's a red base right here. Plus, we're in the middle of a bunch of bases too. So we're here. Gray's right there. We could theoretically try and kill gray and purple. But red, here's the thing, chat. I think when we negotiated with red, they found out we had no clue where their base was. And they basically said, let's go full meme. Base somewhere Mike came from, though. Seemed like he came from, like, this direction. So... maybe their base, like, he came from over here. So we draw a straight line. Would that mean their base is like zoop? Maybe somewhere over here? At least we made it to the first game. We're just at a very bad position right now, chat. Full defense. The problem is, chat, we're gonna eventually lose armor. Oh, here we go. It's not go right away, is it? Oh. I don't know if it's go immediately or not. Oh, fudge. Oh, I've got gear. Nope, no gear. Okay. It's pretty easy to defend, though, if you don't die. The issue is, like, depending, items are not allowed. Oh, because of this stuff. Oh, I see. They can't technically get rid of our backpacks. Gotcha. Are you ready? Let's do it!
O que ele pode falar ou não?
Pode
Let's go!
Grêmio!
Aí, quem me empurrar, eu vou empurrar de volta, hein?
Vamos, Grêmio!
I can't hear anything.
Meu Deus, meu Deus, meu Deus.
Aí.
Acabou pra vocês, entendeu? Botando biscoito, você vai morrer.
Começou.
Bora.
Ai, caralho. Oh, wait, I'm lagging. I can lag ahead.
Oh, it's...
Bora. Que isso? Não.
Oh,
Oh,
fudge.
God.
Vem,
Wait, how do we
vem.
get up? Oh, the
Oh.
trapdoors.
Oh, wait,
Don't get
Amy's
knocked
also
off the
struggling
thing.
with the lag. I see Amy lagging behind as well. Oh yeah, we're just cooked. Loki.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, is there no
Yeah.
moving for you guys?
Mentira que a gente cai daqui.
Yeah, I guess just try your best. There's really no, like, we
Yeah.
can't really help with the team.
Gente, eu tô falando aqui e a galera tá quieta como se
Okay.
não estivesse me escutando. É só eu falo, eu sou louco.
So do you take damage or is like a certain amount of time to complete it?
Fudge.
Vou ficar quieto também,
How
mano.
do I go up?
Oh.
Okay.
Wait, it sends me all the way back here? Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
Fudge.
Oh, bad, I see you.
There we
Okay,
go.
I need
Okay,
to
it
be
knocked me
slower.
up.
Wait, is this not a checkpoint right here? Did I not get it last time? What? Okay, I guess somehow I didn't
Finally
walk on
made
the
it
checkpoint.
past these.
I had to be step on it longer. I avoided it. Oh, maybe I thought it was a trap.
Do lado aqui agora.
This
Ah,
is
mano.
fun though. Like I don't mind
No,
some little
this is
parkour
fun.
action.
Bum, bum, bum. Checkpoint.
Oh, so close.
Okay, another checkpoint.
De gente!
Wait, I just get punched?
Gente!
Okay, I'm fine.
Bate não, cara!
Nossa, quanta gente caindo.
Nice. No!
Okay,
Dang it.
I'm doing
I thought I
things.
was past it.
Quem bater em mim é, hein?
Okay, I got
Dang
the checkpoint.
it.
Oh, fine, whatever. I didn't mind that. Okay, I'll just wait a second longer. Okay.
Okay. No! Assume everything is a little bit ahead of where it is.
Okay, I'm doing good things. I'm doing good things.
Desejo que...
Okay, checkpoint. Okay, I'm doing good things. Dude, I might be like second right now.
Nice.
Dude,
Not
that's
that that probably
ping.
matters. No way! Okay, fine, whatever. 7 minutes.
Fudge. Go
Oh,
Tubbo.
distance
Oh,
course.
I'm stuck. Help. Glitched.
Oh, I think I'm about to be at the finish line. Okay. Yeah, I'll be the third to finish.
Nice. A lot of people are still stuck way in the back.
Okay.
You've got to be kidding. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. There's really
Nice,
nothing I
Foolish.
can like
Nice.
tell you.
There we go. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
What's about the halfway point? Like right here. You get into this checkpoint, you should be good. Let's see, where are
What?
you guys at? Can I spectate? Oh yeah, here we go. Wait, where's?
Oh no.
Oh,
Loki, I got
5.
so mad during that. I don't even want to talk about it.
Oh, you finished 6th.
I got so mad during that, dude.
I could tell you had like a silent rage. It sounded like.
I was just like, I was being hit by shit that I was very clearly past because of the lag, and I was just getting so mad.
No, I
had
can
a
feel
couple
ya.
of
And like the
those. I had a-
checkpoints weren't registering for me, and I was getting hit back to the start a few times. Like, oh my god.
Ah! I keep
Okay.
getting stuck at the ground.
I don't think you're at a bad spot right now.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I got punched.
The
Oh,
issue
Amy's
is
right
the
behind you,
entirety
Finn.
of red team is finished.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't even think it matters right now. Like our results don't matter at really. Obviously, we want points, but
Loki,
As
this
long
game is
as
so
we-
useless for us. We gotta go defend our thing. Can we just skip
Yeah.
the game and go defend our base?
is
Is that possible? Can we do a vote skip?
I don't think they're gonna allow that.
Well, because like there is no point us playing this game right now is the issue.
13th.
If our
Oh, I
base
should've
isn't
waited
defended,
one more.
like you know what I mean? Like points mean jack shit for us right now.
I'm assuming either
I mean,
way,
we
they
press
play the
skip.
game then.
Wait, no, doesn't. let
Come
me.
on, Fit. You got this. It really does feel like we're kind of muffin, though.
You know what? Then screw it. I'll enjoy this little parkour course before it ends.
Maybe we should. The problem
That's
is,
so
like,
real.
There we
we
go.
can't.
Got 16.
We
Nice
basically
work.
have to spend all our time defending now. We can't attack
Yeah.
anybody, so like we can't do anything.
Guys, I've basically because I've got my stuff in my backpack. I'm just crafting what we're going to need when we get back to the base.
Would it be
Nice.
smart if we just mine out the bottom, just leave him in that obsidian box? Can we do
Yeah.
that?
What I'm doing is I'm making a machine which is going to spin at 250 RPM and basically back them away as soon as they get close.
I'll be curious to see if that works. I think Mike also, I think they got teleported back to their base because when I was chasing Mike, like as the lights went out for us, he like TP'd it. Like he was just gone. He's just like, you know. So he may have gotten sent back to his base.
Maybe.
Oh, well,
But yeah, I feel like if we have
I
like,
don't know
the
if we
bad
can hold
machine
out
and-
for 4 hours.
I think just clearing out the thing and then, well, I
If
don't know
we
though.
can hold out for 4 hours, think of the stories they'll tell about us, though.
That would be
I'm not,
pretty
yeah, we don't
darn
have to
awesome.
throw in the towel until it's over.
No,
it's
that's
not
fair.
gonna-
I don't think we should. We should try and make a negotiation with Red, though. Like,
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, there's
got
no
us
reason
We
on
are
for
their
them.
target.
Yeah, they're gonna want
Fit.
us gone.
you're
Tell
literally...
him it's over. Tell him it's
Yeah,
over.
you gotta be like Pac, you really want to be the one that separates us? Like, you gotta say
It's not
that.
gonna work because Pac tried to convince his team to not go after us and it didn't work.
Tell him
I
I
it's
think
over
it's
forever.
because
one
right
vote.
now they feel like eliminating us is the best strat. But here's the thing. If we can hold out long enough until maybe somebody attacks them, maybe we can make a deal with Aquarius or someone else to like motivate people to kill Red for us. If we knew
don't
where
know.
their
I
base was.
I think
We're just-
Aquarius would love for us to be gone.
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
In fact,
Okay.
Aquarius probably assigned them to come kill us.
Here's a question. No, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to dig our little guy lower and put him in
We can't
obsidian
move him.
further down.
That's what I'm saying. If we just obsidian, get rid of all the dirt around, that could be good, unless they're able to easily jump on straight onto the
Yeah.
obsidian. Or we just like, I think we make it a lot less room though, so there's no more digging under. We just, it maybe is the move, because right now we have too many like little spots we can't check right
We
away.
can always fill in, like, as long as we don't die and we can continue respawning, we can always fill 500 sub bounty on Red Team.
Okay, good. Try it out. See where it gets you.
All right.
Maybe it'll work.
How much is 10,000 real in pounds?
I don't know.
Here, I'll convert it.
Also, the timing of us
Dude,
all looking.
it's 1,000 pounds. It's cheaper. It's cheaper subs. It's cheaper to do it in. Wait. It could be 10,000 real. Wait. We gotta play to our audience here, people.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think.
Oh,
How can we prevent it?
Hi.
So if they're in the obsidian, I'm just trying to
Hello.
think, what's the best way to prevent it from taking away damage? Because they have to break the obsidian, which will take a second no matter what, unless they have some crazy haste potion. It's gonna take a time for them to break the obsidian, and
Yeah.
we're just hitting them.
it
We're
takes
just
like
hitting them,
30
they can't break the
seconds.
obsidian. So we just have
Exactly.
to, like I said, we need to clear out a spot so we definitely can see them.
I'm
Yeah,
trying.
we clear out a spot
Okay.
underneath it so that they absolutely
I'm
cannot
trying.
just like dig another thing. Arena 1?
Yeah.
Wait, there's multiple arenas
Yeah,
we're doing?
There's 5,
Oh.
dude.
Look to the right.
Oh.
You think it's gonna be
Okay.
that simple?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, good
jeez.
luck.
Vai tomar no cu, Nick.
Pra bater mesmo, aqui, ó.
Let's do it.
Caramba, aqui, ó.
Medrake, tira a armadura, Medrake, tira a armadura. Não pode ficar de armadura, cara.
Sua boca, otário.
Não pode ficar de armadura, seu bosta, seu lixo. Fui.
I'm terribly upset right now.
Oh.
De novo?
De novo? Eu já sou pro
Wait,
nesse.
what if we ask Aquarius somehow? What if we can like transfer half of our points or something into
Gente, me
help our
passar.
creature? Like,
Oh, that's a
that we
good
get from
idea.
this award.
Passar.
We can try that bargain.
Let's try making a bargain.
Yeah, like
Eu quero
using
too.
some points to get it back.
Meu Deus.
What
Do
even
not
hit
fail
me?
that first jump because you go all the
Tá
way
bom.
back to the
Eu
start.
tô indo bem. Mais ou menos. Eu poderia estar indo um pouco melhor.
Okay.
Tu fica pra trás aí, vocês.
Friendly.
Segue o líder. Com licença.
Friendly.
Ai.
I haven't even
Vai
seen
aqui.
a checkpoint.
Tá
Oh, there's a
tchau.
checkpoint.
Fudge.
Checkpoint? Okay. Nice.
Gente, vai, vamos.
Oh,
Fudge.
whoever hit me, I hope they have the worst day possible. I hope something tragic happens.
Go foolish. Holy.
Does that hit me? I guess it does. Okay.
Go. We're cooking. Keep going. The big guy just flew through here.
Feels targeted! Dude, this one I'm definitely struggling a bit more with.
The little guy just punched the red team. That was awesome. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh fudge. No. Oh my gosh. No!
Okay, at least got a
Oh my gosh.
checkpoint.
Yes! Holy crap.
Oh,
Woo, that was close.
Yeah, that was flipping nuts.
No.
oh my goodness.
Stop.
Wait.
Dang it!
Oh, nice. Dude, there's like falling boulders.
Tá suave. Só preciso terminar. Pelo menos o básico. Ai.
Oh, it's giving me the checkpoint. Oh, thank you. Okay. And we continue. Dude, the punching. It's the punching
know.
that's gonna get.
It's insane.
Oh, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh, that was great. Oh, punching people off is the most fun thing ever.
It is.
So
I'm
about
gonna
the
start
guy
it. I'm
behind you
literally-
that's
if I
trying to
get
punch
punched
you.
one more time, I'm done. I'm just gonna keep spam clicking.
Meu Deus, alguém me salvou.
Yes.
Good.
No!
Okay, another checkpoint.
Oh, son of a gun.
I'm
This
right
is
behind
so
you.
annoying.
Oh yeah, let's keep it going. Keep it going. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Oh, yeah.
God. What
I took the risk and I got the checkpoint. I'll just take it.
No!
Oh, little checkpoint? Oh, nice.
Oh man, I'm just getting ragdolled here.
Oh, that's gonna be an ugly spot. Holy. Okay, wait, I think I see what to do though. Okay.
Fudge.
Oh, what? I got hit there?
Dude, even with hitboxes on, the ping like doesn't give you an accurate idea of where
You
the
just-
objects
you don't
actually
know,
are.
you don't know.
You're just going in blind.
Go,
Bible.
foolish, go!
Alright, someone finished, so we're doing good. It seems like we're
We're
getting
doing
closer
pretty
to the
good.
end.
Keep going, keep going.
Are you behind me?
Yeah.
Where am I supposed to go? Down? Oh, into the water? Okay. Oh, is this like... Are you still behind me?
Yeah. Keep going.
Freak.
Wait. Is this the beginning again?
Wait, was that a trap? No, but it had the arrows down,
there
right?
we go. That was awful.
Are we
Was that
back
a
in the
trap?
beginning?
Maybe it was a trap?
What?
Oh. Dude, it literally may have just been a trap.
No shot. Are we back at the
Yeah,
beginning?
see. That's what it looks like. Guys, be careful of a trap. It sends you back to the beginning.
Really?
No,
When you
wait.
get to-
Keep going, keep
What?
going. Never mind.
this is
Never
it?
mind, you're good.
This is-
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just
We're
a
good.
replication of the beginning.
Oh, okay. So was it just to scare you?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Number 30.
Or they just got lazy and copied it.
Oh, okay. Dude, that was gonna be like, that's so evil.
No. It was super confusing, I will say.
Alright, let me see. Where's, Oh, wait, no, I don't want that. Boom. Yes, 9, 2, 2.
Nice. Okay, 7.
Nice. I like that.
Wow, that was really confusing. It
Oh,
looks...
yeah, Fit, you're fine to go down. Just get in the water.
Yeah, just jump down.
Okay.
Thank you.
And from here, it's gonna be so easy.
Okay.
It'll be pretty simple. I think it's like
Nice little
actually,
gauntlet.
there's nothing that's gonna stop you.
Yeah, when you don't have like 100 Brazilians punching you, it is a lot more calm.
Let's see, Peppa, where are you at? Maybe you're in this group.
They're just dancing at the end. Dancing.
Ô, Pix, tá me ouvindo, Pix? Pix, tá me ouvindo? Tá me ouvindo?
All right, what do you think? So.
Oh, that's. Alright, Tubbo's almost got a beat too.
No.
Is that the final part?
There we go. I got 16.
Don't know what to do. We're gonna get cooked if we can't defend it.
Like I
Não
said,
foi
I
culpa
think,
minha, minha mão que se mexeu sozinha, viu,
I mean, I
mano?
guess that really matters as long as we all finish.
So we,
So
if we
whether I
could
first
get
or-
their coordinates, we could theoretically send some people in. Those bee bombs were flipping nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was it, Trini.
I'm molding. It's happening. It's happening.
You got it done though? You got it done with 3 minutes to
Yeah,
spare.
did it.
No, I always started to mold with the punching.
I think we try and
It's not even the
make a
punching, it's
deal.
just I keep like getting past an obstacle, lagging back, and being hit into the void.
Yeah, no, that's frustrating when it's like feels really out of your control.
I'm just so
Oi,
sad.
Maria.
I'm just so sad. I'm just so sad.
The courses are like fun looking now.
Quick,
Fun, I like the M
let's
word.
wish pain on
Yeah.
on our enemy pack. He's still on the course.
Oh, but
Look
Tubbo,
at him
I was
go.
saying we should try to bargain with Aquarius.
Seu cu cósmico, seu cu cósmico!
At some of our points to try to get health back for our creature pet.
Seu cu
I
cósmico!
really don't think that's gonna happen. Otherwise,
I
every
don't-
team would do it.
Bom,
I don't
ó o
think
prefeito da
either,
cidade vai ali,
but
qualquer do cosmo,
we
ele que é o dono de
can
tudo.
start- I don't know. Because right now at 100 health, it's just so tough.
Yeah. I think if we just keep placing obsidian, I'll divide the obsidian we got amongst us when we get back. And then I think we just camp there,
If we just
keep
we
placing
just, like,
obsidian.
Like, we just make one obsidian platform, okay, below it, and then, or above it, probably below it's better, so they can't sneak. So if we place one platform below it, and then, like, one flat platform, and then that's it, and then keep it covered, is that gonna be the best way? Because then it'll be really tough for them to break the obsidian if we're just there hitting them, and then we can respawn. So I think it's literally as simple as that. Just, I think literally we'll just do one obsidian thing below, like right below, and then it'll be, unless I guess the only thing that could hurt us if they bring their own obsidian and like box themselves in, but they haven't done that yet.
True.
But then that feels like that's the way, like it's its own defensive. We can just hit them before they can break the obsidian.
Yeah, they don't have any way to instantly break the obsidian, so that we know
Well,
of.
no,
So
guys, I'm saying don't do a layer above it as well, because like we're trying to make it all like they can only come from one spot. If we have a layer above and below, that's when things like we can't keep track.
yeah,
So if we
no,
have below,
exactly.
we can clearly see if they're on top of the pet trying to break it.
Yeah, the only things we need to be on the lookout for is them breaking the top and jumping in, right? And them breaking the bottom and having it drop out. Because I'm imagining if it drops out and
Oh,
goes
that's
to the
true, too.
void, we're cooked.
I guess that's fair. I mean, we could. We could
But
have like.
so we can put two
we could have that
obsidian below
platform.
it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could have that, and then just like a couple obsidian below it.
Yeah, we'll just make a
But if
little
it's like one single
obsidian.
flat obsidian, it'll be tougher
Yeah.
than to...
Nesse tinha 950.
It's going to be better for us to keep the obsidian like visible, right? Rather than
Yeah.
completely cover it.
Yeah.
So we can
'Cause
watch. So
covering, I
that
think is when they got the most damage in, because someone was underneath with lava and hitting it. It took us a while to see it.
yeah.
True.
Ooh, 10 seconds. How many people are not going to finish? This low group right here. Oh, 3 people at the very end get it done. Oh, did you get hit last second? Oh, did it count? Did it count it? I can't tell if it is counted that or not. Oh, geez, here we go again.
Let's just get finishes each time. We have 900 total points. So,
I'm not even going to bother talking right now.
I'm stuck. Wait. I'm stuck. Help.
Jamais eu terror!
Não, esquerda livre, porra, esquerda livre.
Toma, porra!
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Just,
Alright,
I
checkpoint.
kinda. I think I might be cooked. Come on.
No, you'll be fine. Just give it a second.
Aí, na moral, mano, larga de ser amargurado, para de bater nos outros, ganha na habilidade, filha da mãe.
Okay.
Nice.
Exatamente assim!
Piroca de merdildo do caralho!
No shot.
Here we go.
Oh, if I get hit by this stuff, I get stuck in it. Oh, fudge.
Que ser humano sumiu.
Come on.
Ooh.
Oh.
Se eu tivesse no Big Brother!
My name. I don't know what he's saying.
Mano, vai, pô!
Please, please, please. Yes.
Uh-oh.
What?
Another one.
Oh, you can speed run up the stairs, guys. Himara just did that. I watched him. Like on the edges.
I
Just
skipped
be
the
careful.
checkpoint, so this is really risky, but it seems like an easy part of the course, so fingers crossed.
Vai, Diltz! Vai, mais rápido! Vai, Wanchi! Corre!
Oh, I think some of this gets recycled. I see some familiar...
When you're going down the really big thing, like the really long ramp, going F5 mode makes it easier.
Bateu 2 bolas na minha testa.
Oh, I'm cruising along right now. Oh, am I in a? I might be in a first position.
Go, foolish.
Yeah.
Fudge. I don't know if placement matters as much as like finishing. I'm not sure.
No, no, placement doesn't matter at all. I think you just need to finish.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I got screwed over at like the last second. I'm guessing you did too.
Okay. What?
I'm with you, foolish. I'm with you.
Hitting me!
Oh, fudge. Come on. Come on.
Lembrei a play.
Alright, there we go. Back on track. Good work, Fit.
Nossa, Dr. Biscoito, estão batendo no você, filho. Estão batendo.
Paying off.
Oh, is it now? Oh, wait, Fit. We're about to be 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Baby.
1 and 2, baby.
Nice.
Nice.
I'll take it.
Done.
No.
2 wombo combo.
1, 2, 1, come on.
I'm stuck in
This
the
one?
checkpoint. There we go.
This course felt actually easier. There's only one part I kept getting stuck on. And it was like pretty simple.
Aí, ó. Ó o karma, o que faz?
Good, good. Oh, we're moving.
Yes, finally.
Placement gets you extra points, does it? Anyone know, or is that like a... Oh.
Oh, fudge.
1, 2. Wait, 1, 2, and 3 get you extra points. Oh.
Nice.
So I've gotten third, second.
Nice.
Ah. Okay. I didn't know it mattered. All these extra points just to just to fucking lose our child. Unless.
Não, mano, eu voltei daqui.
Fudge.
Okay, Bad. Let's see what you're doing.
I keep getting stuck on this one thing.
Let's see where you're being silly.
The latency is pretty nuts.
Oh. Okay, yeah. I'll just let you finish.
Checkpoint. Será?
Checkpoint. No shot!
Did you get it?
No! I haven't gotten... Oh, come on.
I know. It's like, it's really tough when you're stuck in the middle of a pack like that.
Oh.
Please, please, please.
Golly.
Finally.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Wait, Aquarius.
I've got it.
Can you
Okay.
hear me? Can you hear us? I see you. I'm looking at you. Is there any way, are we allowed to, after this game, get rid of some of our points to get health back on our pet? Because right now, our pet's at 100, and we still haven't found Red's base. So it's just, it'll be game over.
Has Tubbo made it?
What if all of my bonus points I've gotten from getting third, and second so far, I can trade away and just let it be, I might think of something to congratulate if your team ends it first. Dude, are we in first right now? Because like I said, like, I've got, are we in first? So if I just keep getting like third or second or something in this? Oh. Try your best, Warrior? Okay, fine. I'll worry about trying my best and then figure out where we go from there. Honestly, I appreciate that, Aquarius.
best.
You're cheering for us.
Thank you,
That's very nice
Aquarius.
of you. Okay. So yeah, I didn't realize we get extra. I haven't been paying attention to the other winners. Has there been some of the same winners before? Let me see the top 3 again. Golarte. Oh, I think Golarte's coming first every time. No, Golarte then came in not first there. Came in first that last one.
Are you talking about the parkour races?
Okay, Wuant did Wuant. Okay. I can't scroll up anymore. I'm just trying to see who's coming first or second. How do you guys know how many points we got? So, yeah. So overall as a team, it doesn't matter except for first, second, third.
All right. Well, we must have picked up a lot of points in this last heat then, right?
Yeah, because we got first and second. I feel like that's huge. I doubt any other team has done first, second. Wait, did Tubbo rage quit? Oh no.
He's still going.
What?
He's got
No, he can do
He's
it.
got time. He's got time. He's got like shy of 3 minutes basically.
He needs to get punched. He's about to lose it. This part was annoying. This is the part that got me stuck.
You know
You
what?
gotta be really patient.
We should make a deal with Red. Say, will you guys not attack us so we can at least take out another team? Because then maybe we can speedrun eliminating a team.
Yeah, but deals are not gonna work because like they know they've got us on the ropes. Like why?
Yeah, but if we had their coordinates, fudge, it would. We're just. I don't know. Come on, Tubbo.
Dude, that guy is punching him.
Yeah,
Oh,
Tubbo's getting
lose it.
targeted.
Oh, I would. Oh, did he get the checkpoint at least?
He got the
No.
checkpoint at least.
Oh, he got it.
He got that one.
Yes.
I think he can finish from here. I think this is the easier part.
Yeah, this is easy.
Tubbo, do not lose it here, dude. What are you doing? He's just letting himself get hit.
He might just be lagging.
Yeah.
That might have been like
He's
Lag
lagging.
City right there.
The ping
Tubbo,
is
you're so close.
really, really high.
Come on, Tubbo, keep going. You're so close, and I think he literally has gone past like the easier parts. Oh. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Nice.
There we go.
No!
Finish, dude. Finish. Get across the
Nice.
line.
Let's go.
Nice.
Hey, guys.
Good work.
Yo, you
But
finished. Nice work.
way to keep it going. Way to keep going. You didn't give up.
I'm not gonna lie, I watched Daily Dose of the Internet halfway through that.
No. Listen, we could get a bonus. I was talking to Aquarius, okay? We might get some kind of reward if we're first overall in this race.
Yeah, because I just got first and Foolish got second on that last heat. So
So you get bonus points if you finish first, second, or third. And I finished third, and then second, and then this last one Fit got first.
So yeah, we might get some really juicy points out of this.
But yeah, and hopefully some bonus thing that'll help us out. Like more help. Because he didn't say no to it when I asked him.
É o nome de uma galáxia. É o nome de uma galáxia. Tá? E recebeu esse nome porque quem descobriu ela foi português.
Let's just keep doing our thing, I guess. Finishing's right now the biggest thing. I think as long as we all finish from here on out, I think we'll literally get top overall in this.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Look at all those non-completers.
I should press tab at the end to see who
Você tá
teamed
querendo
in.
molhar a mão dele? Cenzão no Pix?
Subornando.
Good luck. Good luck.
Joga um round com os três.
Good luck.
100, depois outros três, né? Dá
Vamos.
Vamos cair, hein?
Me bate, por favor, me bate, me bate. Que isso, cara? Ixi, que é isso, cara? Sadomasoquista.
This is like marble racing.
Okay.
Momentos que trava dá uma raiva, mano.
Ai, eu...
Nice.
Ai, obrigado que me bateu, mano.
There's just no way.
Pay attention to the sides. There may be stairs you can run up.
Stairs.
Like stairs.
Peraí, criança tem que ser feliz. Peraí.
Okay,
Also,
fine,
don't
fine, I'll go to the side.
don't worry too much when you're in the circles, because remember, like they can't really like knock you out of the circle. You feel me?
Yeah.
So just try and speed run through them.
Oh. Okay.
Go
I need to
go.
pick up the pace. Oh, I see. Like these stairs. Maybe as an example.
Yeah, like on the sides
Yeah,
and some
yeah,
of the
yeah, I see
ramp
now.
up parts. What?
Eu vou falar absurdo.
I was so far ahead,
Eu
but
vou
I
fuder
don't.
ele, mano.
Oh.
I feel like my ping is so bad, I can literally just run into stuff sometimes and not get
Someone I think
affected.
just helped me by punching me, even though they didn't mean to.
Punch.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
punching other people slows you down a little bit, by the way.
Okay, I think I'm in first right now.
Nice.
Never mind, that rock just owned me. Wait, I don't know how to dodge that. That rock just like showed up. Do I just have to try to dodge it
You've
beforehand?
gotta be kidding me.
Eu vou coringar!
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, stay out
No
front,
way!
Foolish, because the middle is hell. The middle is hell. It is. Everyone's punching each other.
Oh, please. don't,
Seriously?
please, don't, please.
I remember who did that.
don't. Is that Tubbo up in front?
Is green.
I need to stop saying I'm in first. Every time I say I'm in first, that's when it gets ugly. Oh, come on, dude.
Será que o apocalipse vai ser assim?
Maybe I just stay in the middle.
Bate no sapo. Derruba o sapo.
Nice, Tubbo, stay on.
Calma aí, galera, calma aí.
What?
Oh,
Rede de sapo, limpa o sapo mais.
okay. Dude, Tubbo might be in first right now.
Really? That's good for
Go
us.
Tubbo.
Sai, sai, sai.
Wait, I shouldn't say
sai,
that.
sai.
Tô
Nem
fazendo nada,
começa.
irmão. Tô fazendo
Vai
nada,
tomar-
irmão.
I'll probably curse him.
Tô fazendo nada, cara.
Okay, here we go. Let's just.
Ah, I should have went for it.
What the fudge? That was wild.
Nossa.
Oh, this is
Nossa.
this is
Tem Michael
painful.
Jackson nessa pista agora.
This part is really tough.
I'm trying to think where you guys are at, because there was definitely a part where I got stuck.
Yeah. I need to be patient.
Bora pro parkour do ano. Sacanagem, mano, papo reto. Não, não, não.
Good.
Just because you
Alright, we got second, third. Nice. Dude, we got second, third. That's
Nice.
huge.
Go
Go
for
team,
what?
go
Oh,
team.
you
You know what? I'm molding so hard it doesn't even feel good.
Wait, how did you even do that? How'd you just cruise through this one?
Ô, louco, ô, louco.
Basically, I realized if you shift and you're lagging, you don't take any knockback.
Really?
So if you're ever in danger, just shift.
Yeah, if ever there's psycho naughty, just shift and take any knockback.
You
Really?
have
I've never
used-
remember that.
Oh, dude, this is like your power up. You're like, I figured it out. And
I
this is
figured
your-
it out. I've trained the skill.
Yeah. I see what I must do now. Oh, he's ready. Dude. All right. Once again, bad fit. You just need to finish.
Okay.
Okay.
What? That's crazy. Hmm.
That guy's good. Golarte finished first twice now,
That's right.
but
Okay.
he didn't place top 3 the last one.
Gosh darn it. This one is brutal.
Oh, also there's parts you can cheese. If you can just like parkour onto the side and walk past.
The stairs.
Not the stairs, and also like back there, you can just parkour onto the side and walk past.
Well, no, guys, it does matter that he's red because we just need to be first overall. I think not in like the event, just in this cosmic race. I think we need to be first, like in terms of team points. I think is what Aquarius was talking about.
Oh my gosh, I can't get
low-key,
past
Lizard
this.
Squad hacked me during that video again.
Lizard Squad.
Do you know what Lizard Squad is now?
I don't. I mean, is it lag? Is that?
No. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Hey, Fit, you made it.
Nice. 8.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Strong. Bad. You're gonna finish, right?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, you're not gonna, you know.
You're not gonna be the only one to not complete all of another game again, are you?
Oh, good shift. Good shift.
No! You got to be
Oh,
flipping kidding me. That was actually ridiculous.
That was brittle.
Where are you?
Once you get past that part, you should have a bit of leniency. But yeah, you do need to not mess this up. Okay.
No, 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 no! Yes.
Oh, that was big. Okay,
That
nice.
part is brutal. I hate that part. Oh my gosh.
Keep it going. Yeah, from here you should be able to make some decent. You kind of just keep cruising along. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Oh.
Oh, nice. You got the better end of that deal.
Oh, muffins.
Come on.
Whee!
You're better than that.
I know.
It's all right. You're almost at the end. You got 2 minutes, so just stay calm.
Keep calm.
Boy.
carry on, man.
Be clear.
What? The
You need
muffin?
Guys,
You need to
I'm
not be too
worried
calm.
that I got too toxic during this game, and I told Mike I use his grandma's ashes as milk, powdered milk for my coffee.
That's the most horrible thing I think I've ever heard.
Bro, you gotta send
I worried I
flowers
got
for that
too
shit.
toxic during the game.
You gotta send flowers for that.
It's a
That's
little
insane.
bit more than toxic, though.
He
What the
said my
fudge?
grandma could do better than you, and I kind of was like, no, she can't, because I drunk her. You know what I mean?
That's
Dang
a
it.
disproportional response, I feel like. I don't know.
I channeled my inner Department of Defense. What can I say?
That's like literally like coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb as far as like responses go.
Mike started it.
I did
I mean,
start
that's
it.
fair. Where is it? Oh, we made it.
Nice work.
Finally.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Okay.
Hey, big.
So once again, I think if I had to guess, we always have to finish. We don't even, neither of us
Okay.
even need top 3.
Tell them all we want for our prize is bedrock. We just want bedrock. A stack
Just
of
like
bedrock.
5 bedrock, 10
Stack, no,
bedrock.
a stack of bedrock. A stack of bedrock.
Yeah,
Let's go.
stack of bedrock.
Do this, jackasses!
And then we're just gonna build a coffin around our little guy and hang out in him
Galera, nossa, o que eu tô fazendo aqui?
for 4 hours.
Nossa senhora.
In the
Yeah.
round, they said if you move your guy, it might. It might. Because you might be eliminated. Hear me out. It's either we leave him where he is and we definitely get eliminated, or we move him and we might be.
Wait, no. I don't
I
think
don't
it's
think
the
we can move him,
First of
though.
all, I don't think that's what they meant by that, too.
Oh, then you just hurt me.
I think just literally the platform I'm talking about, on the like below it, and then like a couple below, I think we gives us a really good chance because they can't break obsidian too quick. They don't have like crazy enchanted pickaxes, I'm assuming. But worry about that after this next round.
Here we go.
Aí, bora aqui.
Só os melhores, hein? Só os melhores soltaram, bora.
Só os melhores?
Só os melhores, isso.
Podia ter te empurrado 1000 vezes.
Vai, mano, vou primeiro.
A boca quem não me empurrou? Quem não me empurrou?
Eu não te
Oi,
empurrei,
Draco!
tá bom?
E eu não te empurrei também, Nogão. Tamo junto,
we
pô.
go.
Aqui é amor.
Tá bom, só que fique avisado.
Tá bom, combinado. Eu sou ruim, hein?
Galera, faz, galera, sem guerra, sem guerra, sem guerra, todo mundo na paz.
Well, I threw the first part.
Oh, you've gotta be kidding me! The delay of the fall damage is what means me on that. That is so ridiculous.
Oh no, wait, without a
It
checkpoint,
sends
you
you
go all the way back
all
to
the
the
way to
beginning.
the back. Yeah, this one's
Oh, that's
brutal.
brutal. Okay.
I will remember your name, person who keeps punching me.
Não, pelo amor de Deus.
What?
Quer que o meu checkpoint tá longe.
Oh, I feel like everything got laggier. Dude, it got laggier. I'm like trying to move. Maybe I see it. Maybe I see it. Get away. What hit me there? A can from behind?
Have you found a checkpoint like at all?
No, but I haven't gotten too far. I keep getting sent
I'm on the
back
second
to the
checkpoint.
Oh, I see one. There's one up ahead.
I'm hoping. Oh, okay, punch me.
Oh yeah, it is. I'm noticing some rubber banding for sure.
Risada aí eu conheço, mano. A psicologia por trás dessa risada.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I finally got to a checkpoint. Golly.
Mano, não acredito que você tá fazendo isso, véi.
This did not work how I thought it would.
I don't know, sometimes I just hope if something hits me, it just sends me to where I need.
Sometimes it works out. You get hit and you end up landing like an amazing jump.
Tubbo's
Yeah,
in
I'll
front
be
of me.
like-
Tubbo's doing well.
Go, Tubbo,
Okay.
go. What? That was the wrong-
I'm hoping to start cruising from here on out and gain some ground. Okay, I think I can catch up. I got greedy there.
No! The distance on these things
Eu
is
caí ali, mano.
nuts.
Não, vai, vai.
Come on, come on.
Okay. Oh, dude, running into his body ruined me. You got it. Oh,
I'm just
dude,
gonna
this
run down the
sucks.
middle.
They're just punching. Oh my goodness. Dude, oh, okay, I have to wait. Dude, this part sucks with all the bodies.
Bad, help me, please.
Never, Himaru.
Yeah, the checkpoints are fewer and farther between. This is tough. For sure.
Okay, I just have to slow down. Wait. Whoa, someone else ruined me. Who was that?
I just can't get past this one.
Okay, I'm starting to get a little further along again.
Ah, mano, não tem como passar isso aqui não, na moral.
I see Tubbo's doing good for himself.
Finally. Oh my gosh. I finally made it past that annoying one. That was a horror story.
Oh, that's a checkpoint? Okay. Dang, top 3 are finished now.
Did you make it?
Oh no, I haven't finished, but I just saw the 3 spots. Dude! Oh, dang.
I'm almost at
Red
the
getting
end.
1 and 2 may not matter though, as long as we all finish.
Yeah.
I know they
And we
haven't gotten
don't.
too many first, second, or third places. Okay, here we go. Good work, Fit.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, teamwork. We got this.
I should
Oh,
be
looks like
good.
Tubbo's about to finish. Tubbo's about to finish.
What just happened? I think I just collided with someone.
Nice. Tubbo
Oh,
finished.
no. That was weird.
Alright,
yo.
Looks like... Hello.
Nice.
Okay, is collision's on.
Guys, do F3 and B. You can see the hitboxes where you get bounced.
Yeah, I've been doing that
Oh,
the whole
neat.
time, dude.
Wait, what? I didn't think about that.
Let it in! Let it in!
Yeah, it definitely, the hitboxes help for the spinning ones because, yeah, like, their models don't reflect what the actual, hitbox
The
is.
hitbox on the model is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bad, you see the finish, and I think we should have first complete.
How close am I to the end?
I need to look.
Parece que tem alguém jogando bola em mim, mano. Porque veio uma.
You'll be able to see it because it's like a straight shot. Once you're in the glass tubes, you're almost done.
Yeah, honestly, get past this part. This is gonna be the last, like, tougher part. Just kind of like...
Oh, the stairs? Oh, yeah.
You can't do those side
Be
stairs.
very
there.
careful
By the way,
because
Bad,
there's...
if a ball's coming towards you, just hold shift. It won't knock back you.
Okay.
All right. There's no checkpoint until after the tube, so be careful.
But yeah, you should make it to the tube. Yeah, I
You
think
got
we're
this,
good.
man. There's your checkpoint.
Yep.
And
now
this will give
it's
us...
basically home sailing. You've got it easy from here.
Yeah.
Okay.
With 3 minutes to go, you got this.
It's easy for you, man. Oh, overworking.
Oh, this is good.
Oh.
Oh, I like this.
Overworking.
Did you finish yet?
Almost.
Did you finish yet? Did you finish yet?
Almost.
Did you finish yet?
Oh, I made it.
That's bad.
You're back.
Yay.
Nice.
Good work, team.
We did it.
Whoo,
With
man.
the goats.
We did it.
So, does that give us first overall, guys?
We'll find out.
Maybe.
First
I
overall will
see.
not bring the health back of our dude.
I'm trying
Well, I
to
don't
see
know,
from
but maybe
green
it could
who
be
else
something.
got first. I think
Also-
Mike got first on this one.
Vai perder pra mim.
Guys,
Red.
look how many points
Or yeah, red. Sorry.
there were for this. Like
Yeah.
2,500
again.
points. Like that's almost more points than like we got yesterday, like entirely.
Yeah, basically.
Like 1,000 less. That's
Faxo,
that's kind of wild.
Não faço, eu prometo que eu nunca pego na sua, nunca mais vou pegar na sua.
Okay, we
I'm gonna
need
go to the bathroom before the child dies. I'll be back.
Okay, we need Himaru to not make it in order for us to have a better chance.
Oh, I think either way we're fine.
Yeah, just I think Red has been the team that's been doing the best. So if Himaru doesn't make it, like, or if okay, I thought I saw the last Red guy.
You can look him up.
Yeah, I'm looking for him. Found him. Oh, he's struggling. Okay, yeah, he's not gonna make it. Unless he, like, if he had a perfect run, I think he'd make it. But that's it.
Dude, there's no way. I think even actually perfect run right now, I don't think he makes it.
Oh,
Like, this
he's gone. Alright, that might push us into the lead.
Give us immunity. Give us child immunity. Dude, it's just like, we'll literally be first for the event overall just for our child to get destroyed and then it's over. And also, of course, it was fudging Red team that's targeting us, and they have the movement boots that could just find our base immediately.
Well, that's the issue is that those boots are so OP. Like, well, strong. Like, you can literally go across the entire map. So we could, if we had the, how do we get them? There's gotta be a way to make them.
I think you need to. There's a special way to do it that's not crafting. You need feather falling 4 diamond boots, and you need to like use them with a grappling hook, and it creates them.
It's not a boot. Well, whatever it is, whatever that
I'm
movement
gonna
thing
look
is.
them up.
Yeah, but no, like
might not be
when you
long
can
full
like
boots if it's
choose
that
your
hard,
engagements like that, it's just so OP. There's no way to defend against it.
I've got a plan. I'm gonna make a spinning thing that messes them up.
Okay.
Oh, Red didn't complete. Red did not complete that round.
Okay, wait, no.
Plus 600.
Plus
I
650.
contributed. Oh yeah, I also
Can't be
750.
the recipe.
So the first place you got was big then. That's like a lot of points.
I found like an old recipe. Apparently it's diamond boots on top of like iron.
Chances are, if it doesn't show up in MEI, it's disabled.
Guys, it's diamond boots above wall block. So we can test that easy when we get back if that works. But it may not work.
Ixi, fui expedido.
Ixi, eu tô me
Acabou o
tornando uma pessoa
bate-papo.
horrível depois do
Só algumas pessoas sobreviveram, que isso?
Os eliminados aí, ó. Os eliminados.
I enjoyed this.
Yeah, no, it was fun.
Had a good time.
Okay.
Por que só isso são pessoas e eu sou espírito?
No, Tubbo, you like locked the hell in after you maybe more loud.
Let's go.
Yeah. You like start cruising.
Yeah, that was fun.
I was trying to get worried at first. This first part did not have a close
Add time
checkpoint.
chat.
I just was not getting to it. But it's fine. It's fine. The sky is so beautiful.
Vamos voltar pro bate-papo aqui. ó.
Oh, I'm already sleepy.
BadBoyHalo.
Hello?
Hello.
What's happening?
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
Are you
Yeah.
okay?
I hear you.
Oh, here, 1 second. Let me leave the call.
Why?
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Could you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you could?
Whoa. I am speaking English.
Hi.
Oh man, you are from that country where people say creeper. Oh man.
Yep. Creeper.
Right?
Oh, man.
Oh man.
Oh, man.
Captain Sparkles and.
Oh. That was a nice conversation. I'm gonna miss him. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Why is that our team name?
What?
Okay. Does anyone have a wall block so I can test this?
I do.
Can I have one?
Yeah, it's pink though. Is that okay?
I don't know. We'll find out. It may not matter. Thank you.
I also have one of the BNTs that
Fudge.
Mike
Okay, it
dropped.
didn't work.
Oh.
Oh,
it's
really?
kind of tough to use
If
it
I get
here.
a-
I think it only used against us.
Right. If I can get a flint and steel though, I can use it in a pinch if we have invaders. Oh, someone's shooting at us.
Arrows?
Yep.
Who's shooting arrows?
Does anyone have
Where?
a flint on them? Does anyone have a flint?
No.
I do have flint and steel. Do you want it?
Can I please have it, Bad?
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you, thank you.
I need water badly.
Foolish, can you give me the bow and arrows? Unless you feel like shooting.
It's Pack. Pack's hitting us with a bow and arrow. Damn, they're already here. Golly.
Oh, do you still have the bow, Foolish? Do you want it?
I was using it, but if you want
Okay,
it,
okay.
give it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pop some shots.
Do something.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, go negotiate.
Here's the arrows.
Fit. Message Pack, say temporary truce, just so we can talk.
I'm gonna start. Oh man.
Just try and like have a chat.
All right.
I'm just trying to get rid of stuff below.
Oh, come on, Fit. We rely on you. He's running. He's running from Fit.
The child. Trust.
Here, Foolish, take
Yeah.
some of this obsidian just in case you get in a... Oh, wait. Tubbo, here, you take this.
No, don't give me obsidian. I got plans.
Okay.
I took the obsidian.
Yeah, we just need some just in case we get...
He definitely should have that instead of me.
Okay.
We get in a spicy spot. I'm gonna mine
we don't
this
need a
stuff
bed
above
because we
it.
spawn right on top now.
Okay.
Foolish, can you dig this round? Mike's in the base.
Where?
Yeah, I see him.
I see him.
He's in the gears now.
See, I can't PvP him really.
He's here.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Use your shield.
It will take me a long time to respawn, by the way. Wait, I have no stuff right now.
No, you will. You get it back. Oh wait, you can't even tell Fit.
I'm back.
I'm lagging.
Fudge, I fell.
Yeah,
Come on, guys, you got it.
Oh, he's glided away.
He's under.
He's in
Did
that
you get
cave
underneath?
down there.
Okay,
Dude,
that's
dig
fine.
Out this,
We can just
dig out this.
Yeah.
It's part of the plan, okay? It's
Down
part
here.
of the plan.
No, I agree. I think I wanted to get rid of this.
I'm gonna dig the top part out a little bit.
He's trying to bridge across.
Where is he?
That's so lame. He's building up. I have to respawn. He bridged up though.
Bad, are you up high? He might go up high.
Yeah. Okay, where's our little guardian dude? We need to make a negotiation tactic.
Dude, Loki, we'll fight like hell, but
we are first place overall. That's fun.
Yeah. Oh, fudge.
Bad. Are you watching up? Oh, he's above. I'm coming.
Coming. He's running because he's low. Shoot him if you can.
Nice.
I don't have the bow anymore.
All dead.
I just lagging so hard. I'm sorry, guys. I
No,
just
that's
killed
fine. You
myself
can't do
by
that.
accident.
That might be fine.
Fudge, what are those boots?
Wait, so did he have like, is he jumping
Yo,
around?
smart chatters, can I get
Yeah.
a check?
We need
so
to figure
have
out like
obsidian
what
around
those
right
boots
now, right?
are. He's wearing netherite. Could it be an upgrade or something instead, like some bounce upgrade?
No, are you sure it's not enchanted obsidian?
Are he's flying
Oh,
over?
it's a wand! Damn it! Yeah.
It's a wand?
Oh, he's here.
He's in.
He's like in underneath.
I'll set off the BTNT.
Wait, no, I don't. I think that only hurts us. He's
out.
fighting.
Did he fall?
No, he just like. Are we trying to get rid of this top part too above us, right?
Wait, give me a sec, dude. Give me a sec. I'm cooking.
Where is he?
He glid to a cave.
I see him. He's on the left side.
Yeah, I know
Any
where he's
beast,
at.
okay,
Towards
any
the
beast in
ocean?
this area too will lag us out more.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thankfully, we've got the home field advantage.
That is the only thing we have going for us.
Yeah, is that we respawn right on top of it. That's it.
We aren't
So
first overall,
theoretically,
though, so
we could break their
get
armor.
Yo, Pax it.
Where? He's below it.
He's dead. He's dead. Is anyone else here?
Mike's on top. Mike's on top. Guys, Mike's on top.
Yep.
He jumped down.
I hit him out. He's gone. He's gone.
All right, good.
I'll
follow.
He's gliding. Oh my goodness! Okay, I'll just reset.
Nice. This top platform's working well for us.
Okay. So now we need to make sure they're not above us either, though.
Yeah, ideally towering up and dropping on us would be their best strat.
Right, there's no penalty to dying, so if you're getting clean, just fall into the void. But Mike's still down there.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of bees.
Oh, I released them, so they should not be hostile to us.
Nice.
Do you have a diamond pickaxe?
Yeah. What is that?
Mike is underneath us.
Okay.
Got him?
There's another dude over there.
Trying to.
I need a diamond pickaxe to break this. Okay,
What are you trying to break, Foolish?
There's an obsidian right here. On this part.
I get it.
Okay, I'll just... do we have eyes on everyone then? Okay, Nick is also here now. On the other side.
Broken.
South side of ours. He's here. Oh, he's bouncing away. I don't know where he's going.
I'm
He's
out of
gathering
stamina.
mushrooms. He's gathering mushrooms.
Why?
Over there.
For
Maybe just for
food?
food.
Maybe they're hungry.
What?
Here, fit.
It takes so long to activate. Hello?
Tubbo.
lag,
Oh, wait, I
dude.
guess we don't need to worry about hunger. We can just jump in the void.
Yeah.
Careful, they might be trying to bait. Don't go too far away.
Yeah, I can't. There's no way I can fight because he just jets away instantly with those boots. It's
Yeah,
impossible.
just come up here and let's just hang out.
Yo, guys, I need your help for something real quick.
Yeah?
I need 8 blocks lower on all of the... I need the cobblestone to go down 8 blocks underneath this thing.
8. Okay, we need 8 cobblestone below this part.
Below that endpoint.
Okay, let me try to get down a little bit. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can I do extra or no more than that?
No, only 8, only 8.
Okay, that's 8. I'll just jump down now.
And let me know once
smart.
that's done on all of them. It shouldn't
Oh,
overstress. It's going to use a base
Oh,
speed.
every side needs stone. I see. Okay, I only did 1. Whoops. I didn't realize all of them. Oh. Okay, so we have 2 of the sides done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me get down here.
He's by the ocean.
Yeah, I see. I'll keep eyes on him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there's 8 on that side.
Are you on him, Fit?
1,
Yeah, I'm on
2,
him.
3, 4.
You doing all right?
5,
I'm not gonna
6.
die, but yeah, I got double
7.
teamed. They came out of nowhere.
Okay,
got
I
it,
think
Foolish?
there's 8 on all sides now.
Mike and them are there. Be
Right.
careful.
There we go. They can't get in now.
Good.
Wait, so what's that? What?
They can't get in.
Can we get out?
No, they can't get in. We can't get out.
That's all
Stand
that
your ground,
matters.
boys.
That's all that matters.
Okay, so we need to defend from up above, right?
Stand your
Yeah.
ground.
They're trying to get above. They're trying to get above.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys defend from above. I'll defend the mechanism from below.
So, Bad,
Okay.
should we break some of these blocks so they just can't be, like, inside, you know what I mean? Like, I think we just get rid of some
Yeah,
of this.
just kind of clear the stuff way around it so that we can easily,
I
like,
don't,
get into
yeah,
it.
like, I
Let's
don't
leave
mind,
a
like,
top
single
layer.
platform.
Top
Yeah.
layer to stand on.
Loki, I gotta cook with this.
This
is
is
awesome.
Can they, so what's gonna be their strategy? Go below it or above it?
Yeah, it'll be go from below or go from above. So Fit, if
Below
you're
to-
on the perimeter, making sure they can't get above. I'm down below, making sure they can't get up because it's blocked
They might
off.
try to break the machine, right?
No, what I can do is I can set the machine to only function, to only stop when the anchor's destroyed. So now it will go forever. And also, it makes their B bombs useless, by the way.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Screw those.
Oh, fudge. It's slowing.
What's up? Oh, it's breaking? Wait, what's
Mike's
happening?
in the mechanism. He's in the mechanism. He's destroying it.
I can't
Oh,
get it
fudge.
down.
He came in from below it.
Okay,
Yeah, he did. It's okay. I can rebuild.
Okay, so Mike's trying to jump around. I don't know.
Yeah, I might need some more people below helping defend, to be honest.
Yeah, they know create. Mike.
Oh, he's actually such a pleb for that. I'm not even kidding. That's
Mike's above.
Pleb move.
Mike's up. Help. Guys up here.
Why is there lightning?
Foolish. Get him.
Can you guys handle Mike? Have you got this?
I don't know. I'm respawning. We should be able to.
He got hit. Okay, he got hit down.
Where is he?
He
Nice.
got hit all the way down. I can't tell if he was able to glide or not, though. But he definitely went low.
Okay, it's back up. It's back up. I need people helping me defend the mechanism.
Okay, there's one guy up here. I'm watching.
I'm with you. Should I come down by the gears?
Loki, yeah. Because as soon as he breaks one of these water wheels, we're in like the deepest shit ever.
Okay.
I want to make sure I don't get spleed.
Yeah, he came in from the side up here. He went in underneath. Wait, how much obsidian do we have?
I have more.
Foolish has some.
Loki, fit. Probably our best bet is just to destroy all of these blocks here to make it so there's nowhere they can hide.
Do you need obsidian?
I hear bots. Are you placing? Oh no, it's you mining. Don't worry.
Alright, I'm trying to make their less
One guy's in a tower right next to us.
Yeah, he'll probably come in from above. Get ready just to kill him. The issue is when this is running, me and Fit are divided to the bottom and you guys are divided to the top.
He's down. He's down.
Oh, he's here. He's here.
Hit him.
He's trying to mine. He's trying to mine. He got
get him?
Oh, fudge. He's going for the machinery. Stay up there.
You got one of the water
staying
wheels.
up here.
Oh, that's you, Turbo. Fudge.
You hit him?
Infinite water wheels. It's okay.
He fell in the void.
Dude, I feel like I want a sword. I hate this axe right now.
Yeah, he fell in the void.
Nice.
Nick's on top. He's on top. He's in the middle.
I see.
They must have set a bed nearby.
He's here. He's here.
Oh,
He's
fudge.
on top. He's trying to break.
Cover him. Cover him.
I'm hitting him. He's trying to break it.
Nice.
He
You got him.
Down. He dropped down. He's below trying to break. He's just breaking the gears.
Careful. He might be distracting.
Well, luckily, it's really easy to set back up. So.
Okay, Mike's on top. Okay, I'm breaking.
It's a distraction. He's distracting. Go. Oh,
yeah,
why
I'm trying to stop him.
You're actually such a cunt. Oh my god. Luckily, it's easy to repair, so we don't have to worry about it too much.
I need to respawn. He's breaking on top for sure.
Found him.
Wait, why can I see?
Got it.
Oh, I'm so laggy. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need this water bucket gone. It's fucking everything up.
I got him.
Okay.
I killed him.
Okay, it's gone.
Mike's coming up. Mike's still here.
Where is he?
Yes. He's trying to break up top. Have we hit him?
There's two guys.
Yeah, the other guys. See, this is the thing. We can't do anything because they're just so fast. And I can't hit them. I can't PvP. It's just, we're in trouble.
Just keep punching.
Mike's up top.
I got no food.
Okay. He's gliding.
No,
you
they're
need
destroying
food.
this thing.
If you're running out of food, try. You can relog, or not
They don't
relog.
realize
Just jump
that
to the
they can
void.
mine it instantly with a wrench. Bad, I can't relog. It takes me like 5 minutes to log in.
Okay, or not relog. I mean, jump in the void for food.
Bad. You stay up there.
Yeah, smart.
There is a green guy like watching us with another dude.
Well,
yeah,
hopefully he
their
doesn't
bed has
interfere.
to be nearby.
Okay, that's you. Mike's
Okay.
above us.
We're
Careful.
getting spawn camped right now. Mike's here.
Yeah, we are getting spawn camped a little bit. It's
It
just
takes
like,
him a
here's some
long
food.
time to break the obsidian, though.
Food right there.
Oh, thank you.
It does. Just hit obsidian. This is like where it benefits us.
Yeah.
Is there someone up top or who is that?
I just
Oh,
threw my paraglider on the ground. Oh, there we go. I got it.
Oh yeah, guys, Nick's on top. At this point, I think we just need to break this top layer too.
Loki, yeah. If the divide is
No. I kind of like it. It makes it a little bit hard for them to do it a lot.
Yeah, but he
Knock him
almost
in.
snuck up there if I didn't see him. He tried to break the
Yeah,
obsidian
he's
from
coming
the
in.
top.
Mike's above. Mike's above. Above.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking we just need to break at least this top ceiling part, and that's it.
Here, I'm gonna put one piece of obsidian up there to make it harder.
Well, do you see what I'm saying? Like, if we need...
Yeah.
Oh, you good down there? Bad, stay up there.
Yeah, I'm staying up here.
It's just because there's no penalty to dying. They'll just do this forever. Like it's just so stupid.
Yeah, we just have to
Mike's
work with
going
what we're
down.
dealing.
They're gonna try and mine the bottom obsidian in a bit. Can you put one more obsidian below it, Foolish, if you get down there?
Like, straight below it?
Yeah, just one, just
Right there.
directly below
One-
it, right there. That
one
way we
directly
can
below.
launch. Okay, he's
someone there?
running.
Did I see someone?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you did,
Mike's
you did.
above us. And
Okay,
there's
let's get...
one.
Oh my goodness. Let's get rid of more of some of this stuff.
Oh, I see. I think their bed is up in that tower.
I want to get
It's
rid
just
of...
like it's just basically respawn of you.
Wait, really? They have a bed in the tower?
I think
Yeah.
so, 'cause
They're basically just respawn of
I'll see if I can get up there and break it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That'll slow them down.
Dude,
Yeah, I
Will,
think
they
we
keep
should.
going to the water. They may not actually have a bed because they keep going to the water. I think what they're doing is if they fall, they just glide down to the water. 1 hour of this, please just kill me. Here he comes.
Oh, they've definitely got a bed there. Okay, I'm gonna try to break it.
He has fire this time.
Yeah, he's lighting us up.
Bad, I'll drop below.
Okay. I'm just gonna hang out here. Yeah, they're going into the
I
water.
knew we should have put it in the void. We shouldn't have listened to the admins.
Well, I don't think it would have worked though. Like they just would
I
have
broke
said
their
like,
bed.
oh.
I broke their bed.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
Okay, I'm getting rid of this water so that they can't use it.
Good
Okay,
hit.
they're gone.
Is that your water?
Yeah, I'm taking
No,
the water.
it's theirs.
Okay, let's get rid of it. There.
Right, I need to rebuild this thing, dude, because it
I'm
worked
just gonna
so
reset.
well when we had it.
Tubbo, I have a couple pieces I can give you. I think I have like...
Tubbo, are you able to
cases.
put... Are you able to extend it like in an L shape beneath the mechanism so it defends the bottom?
Wait, that's disgusting. Yes, I can.
Yeah, make an L.
That'd be awesome if
And
we
then
could
they
do
can't get
that.
below.
Theoretically, couldn't we do that on the top as well?
Well, then that might be like, oh, now they can't get it and they won't allow
No,
that.
they could still theoretically get it. Like, they just need to ender pearl in or something. Do you need obsidian to cover the thing?
Right now I think it's
Okay.
covered.
Gabe is nearby. He's run away. What the fudge?
Fit, do you want to be on bed breaking duty? Because low-key, there's literally no more important role than that.
Yeah. As soon as I notice they're trying to respawn, I'll break it.
There's been okay, that's you, Fit. Okay. You just be a scout right now. Who's that up there? Oh, that's bad.
Me.
Okay. So we just need to make sure they aren't somehow like tunnel below, I guess.
Is it, wait, is it the grapple that makes you jump? Like, just the grapple?
I don't know.
Is that-
Wait, Fit, will you help me expand the thing to defend it from below?
I think Fit can stay there for eyes. I'll come below.
Oh,
I have
wait,
some
yeah,
cobblestone.
Foolish, if you can help.
Yeah.
Okay. So we need to break this, like, whole area. Or are you just getting that for cobblestone?
No, yeah, it needs to be broken. Sorry, my brain is going in overdrive right now, low-key.
I saw someone up to the north. I think it was one of red.
Could be green.
Yeah, there was a
You have
green
to
guy
leave, like,
just
a block
here.
Because otherwise the water will escape.
So keep breaking the blocks I'm breaking.
Yeah, like, it's not a foolproof system as well, which is the annoying thing, but it will do pretty
Who
damn
dropped that
well.
water? I just saw water disappear. Was that you, Bad?
No, that
Yeah.
was me poking holes.
Oh, okay.
How the hell is this thing still alive?
Let's go.
Dude, we were able to just like
I can't
obsidian.
believe no one took up my 10,000 Brazilian real to kill Red.
They might have thought it was a meme too, you know?
Yeah, they might have thought it was a meme.
Where'd my crafting table go?
Maybe they don't know where his base is.
Dude, Red has always had the most unfindable base. I still have never seen Red's base.
Ironically, it's really close. I hope we survive this because if we do, we need to go.
Mike's back.
Where is he? Where is he? He's coming in. He's coming in. He's on top.
Oh, no, what's happening there?
Oh my god.
He's here. He's down here. Use knockback.
Yep.
Okay, he's gone. Okay,
I
now
bet
he's
you
out.
stay.
I'm gonna repair.
Yeah, I'm staying
bringing
up
the machine
here.
back online. I'm bringing the machine back online. Wait,
Could we-
why isn't it working?
kill-
Oh my god, someone. Foolish, right click that thing in the middle!
This part?
Yeah, right click it!
I did. Oh, do I need click and hold to exit? Do I need? You might need to do it.
Oh my god.
Maybe because I
what
don't have
the hell?
goggles.
Wait, have the admins just disabled it? What the hell?
I don't know.
Hmm? No.
Unable to assemble. Oh my god, obsidian's unmovable. Who put obsidian in it?
Is there obsidian somewhere?
It's that one obsidian pad you told me to place.
Oh, you're right.
I think.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
I'm working on it.
I got a
Really
pick.
bad, I've got it. Don't you do it. Don't
You got a diamond pick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
It's so freaky.
Okay,
Wait, can
now
I
while
get a
that's on.
Oh
Foolish,
wait.
dig down back
How do
up.
we get above it?
bad? Kill
Again.
yourself.
Yeah,
Engage.
Is
kill
that-
yourself to get
okay.
above it. Kill yourself to get above
That's
it.
over.
We're good. And then I'll also keep helping Tubbo clear.
Okay,
So
the thing they're using to
pass through it from
teleport,
the inside.
guys, the thing they're using to teleport or jump around is called the Ender Staff.
Oh
Ender
mate, that's
staff.
such a piss take to get.
It's Ender
No,
Pearl
not there,
and
Foolish,
Piston.
Not there.
Do we have
need to
any?
have-
We have
we
no
need to have, like, a
Endermen.
walk around
Oh
with it.
fudge.
Okay.
No,
So, like-
you're doing great.
Okay.
You're doing great, bro. You're doing great.
Should I clear up above or where?
Yeah, just round and down. We need to go down 4 blocks on the outside here.
Okay. Do we still have eyes on our tower?
Is there obsidian
Yo,
we
Fit,
can
how's-
put down there
how's
to make it?
Overlook looking?
Good. Mike keeps trying to do hit and run attacks. Dude, those boots are just so unfun to fight against.
It's just absolutely insufferable. It's not even insufferable. It's downright unbalanced. It's broken.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous.
Well,
Like,
that's the thing. I
it's
think
unfun.
we need to get like. We need to make one, but we don't have Ender Pearls. There's no
Don't
way to
know
get
AMD,
them.
What did AMD say? We are out. Oh wait, Amy's dead.
Oh.
Amesy died?
Mike's overlooking us. Hold on.
Did
Their
Blue
team just
kill
got
them?
Obliterated.
All right, so maybe that worked out in our favor. Wait a minute.
Well, we
Hold on. They're still in game.
Well,
Are we
Wait,
sure?
Wait, they said, but I have a good gift. No, it's bait.
Who has
Oh,
a good gift?
man.
AMD's the kind of motherfucker to pull this crafty shit.
There's like nothing. Like they would have to come to here anyway or something. Like we can't go
Yeah.
anywhere.
All right, Mike's on his way back. He's
Should I
about.
go
to
back
Are they
up?
coming from
He's
the
getting out of
north pit?
structure. Yep. He's okay. He's
Oh,
right beneath.
the defenses work!
Oh, it knocked him.
He's right down at the bottom. I think he's gone.
Okay.
He just got
so
flung
No,
right
yeah,
into the
he's
void.
gone.
Where'd
so
they
we
come
need to keep
from?
lowering
Pit?
this.
Was it east?
They're coming from the north, like northeast a little bit.
I bet you there's a base. Oh, I bet it's over there in those chunks I didn't load. Should we engage
Well,
them at all? Best defense, good offense?
I think the best defense was just the defense right now because
They
they
have
can't
too
touch
much
us.
speed. They have too much speed.
Wait, Foolish,
Yeah.
you still digging with me?
Yeah, I'm on the side. Are you digging underneath it or just the sides?
Wait, do you see me?
I'm gonna do some
see ya.
psychological warfare. A message pack.
Oh,
That's
just-
a nice base you guys have.
Okay.
Let's just
That could be
we'll
good.
play some memes. See if we can get them to.
Okay, cool. Oh, one block low. One block
Rattle
low.
them.
We hold for 52 more minutes.
It's doable. It's doable.
Wait,
It's
and
a
then we
long
have to
shot.
keep going after that too, though, right? After the next game, it's keep going too, even if we
Yeah.
get that far.
For
Oh,
another
dude,
2
I'm gonna-
hours.
Guys, before the server shuts, I'm gonna have to leave and kiss my dog, dude. Like,
Oh.
so what I'll do is I'll try to make this machine as indestructible as possible, and then I'm just gonna pawn it off to you.
Alright. Wait, so how soon? Like, you can't even play the next event?
No. I'm saying because the server stays open for ages after the last event.
Oh,
finishes.
okay, so it's after is when it... Dude, honestly, we need to hope another base gets destroyed by then, too. Who knows, like, the
Low-key,
state of other
okay. Right,
we
I'm
do
gonna
anything
stop
else?
the machine to upgrade it, so wait.
Should I just hop down into the void for now and just reset up
No,
top?
stay there, I'll need you, dude.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna halt it real quick. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Okay, now quickly, Foolish, extend these pillars all the way down to the level of which we've cleared out.
The level of which we've cleared out.
Yep, good.
Okay,
Brilliant
like
stuff,
there.
Brilliant stuff.
Okay. And then this side.
Keep going.
Are you sure we couldn't extend a defensive thing above it too? Like, why
No,
not?
because that breaks the rules. We're gonna be in trouble.
No, it doesn't break the rules because you can still get like into the base. They would just have to throw an ender pearl in.
Ha! I like your crafty thought, but I think we'll
Dude, that's bad to a T right there. He's like, well, technically.
No, I'm saying technically you can still get
I
in.
wanna win this because we're awesome.
I also want to win, but I'm also thinking technically they have to throw an ender pearl to get in.
It's always like, well, but by the definition, though.
Oh, they're back. Okay, I see.
I'm gonna drop
I
into
see
the
where their
void
bed
and go
is.
up.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
I'm
right,
gonna drop
I
into
would
the
start
void.
the machine.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, Fate, you gotta go for the bed because they have like about a 5-minute walk. So if you can get their bed, and we keep sending them back. Oh, they see you. They're coming for
Bottom
you.
of the machine is going. They can't get up now.
Okay, keep an
Okay.
eye on though. With
I will just defend this bottom bit with my life.
Holy dude, this is such a mess.
Dude,
Oh, you went out the
I
bed.
always knew I'd get to build one of these. I tried to
Wow.
do a trap like this on QSMP, but
I
it
know where the
bugged.
bed is, though. I know where the bed is, though, so I'm gonna see if I
Okay,
can...
yeah, you can keep doing that, and I'll just stay here.
Dude,
Bad.
Loki.
Yeah.
This little platform right here, should we get rid of the one I'm standing on?
I don't think so, not yet,
feel
because
like
we
it
need
could be a
places
worry.
to fight around.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just place some cobblestone then just to... Oh, he's here! He's here! He's on top!
It's all on you guys. It's all on you guys. He's falling down into the mechanism. He's destroying it. They destroyed it.
Oh, fudge, they got it.
Oh
How
my
did he get
God,
in?
you add-
Where'd it come from?
And I'm going... Oh, we need to go back up. Okay, I'm going to the
Dude,
void
how
and
does
reset
it
up
feel
top.
to be literally
I
the
broke the bed.
saddest sack of shit alive?
Okay,
like,
nice.
I
Nice.
actually don't even know how you... Like, it must be terrible to not have any friends. Like, I'm so sorry.
Are we all good then? They're not here?
Nice job, Fit. That'll make him give him a good walk back. Okay, so we know they've. Oh, there's a guy right there. Guy right there. He's over there.
Does that fit? Oh, that guy.
No, he's just sitting
I
there.
hate him. I hate you, Nick.
Guys, I think the main issue I'm having with this thing right now is that they're falling into it and then they're being forced down because there's nowhere else for them to go.
I wonder if we could put an L
I think you
over
guys
the
need to place
top.
blocks on the top there.
Yeah,
Well, we
maybe
do
we.
have like a little platform on the top, but the thing is though, with
Is
where
it-
it's built there.
Is there a way we can like?
Yeah, I can't catch him.
Here's the thing: are we able to cover the mechanism
He's coming in.
Nick's to the side.
Yeah, he's trying to
after
come
it's?
in. Be careful.
Are we able to cover the mechanism after it's spinning? Like, can we?
Yeah, he's in. He's just destroying it. He's just destroying it. Oh, like actually, what's the point? Like,
It's a good thing because it's kind of forcing them to refocus their energy there.
Is that
yeah,
someone else or is
yeah,
that
yeah,
Fit?
man. Hey, man, I'll run out of andesite at some point today.
Oh my goodness.
I actually feel like I'm.
Did he fall in the void?
I think so.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's gone. He's gone. But wait, dude, it's fucked now. I actually don't know what I can do.
It might not be so bad. Like I said, just even this baseline defense of us, like above and below it, kind of works. So even if like, so either way, we're still stalling them with that thing. So even if like eventually, like, okay, I can't make any more, then like,
Can you not? Okay, wait. Okay, here's the thing's broken right now, so it might be really hard to fix this. To be honest.
yeah.
Do we have any logs? Does anyone have any logs?
I have
I did not.
planks. I don't have logs.
Okay, it might be.
Where's our purple guy?
Yeah, just wear this for now if I'm staying around here. I have
I'm going
15
indoors.
logs. Oh, I do have 15 logs. I have 15 logs. I don't know if that's enough. But, Tubbo?
Yeah, what's up?
I have 15 logs.
Give me a sec, I'm loading in. I've got nothing right
Okay.
now. Loki, I might just do a bat. Oh, I can't place block. Have I crashed? Hello?
Oh, it's moving, or the machine's moving?
No,
it
it's
moved for
not.
a second. On mine, it like sputtered out for a second. Something funky's happening.
Why can't I place blocks, sir?
Like I said, on my screen, every once in a while, I'll do like one quick jitter and then it stops.
Oh, they're
Alright,
invis. They're invis.
They're invis? In it?
Yeah, they're invis.
Okay, Bad. I need to make sure they don't break this obsidian below.
Yeah, we need to defend. Honestly, the two pieces we really need to cover are the top and the bottom.
No, they're
here
up,
he is.
they're
He's
up, they're
here. Sending him down. He's
I'll
going
stay
up.
below to make sure there's no pickaxes breaking it below.
Yeah, he's going up for some reason.
Tell me if you need help up top. I'm staying here to watch the below angle.
Oh, he's putting to bed. Fit, get him. Knock him down. Come on.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that
could
was
not
well
knock
played.
him back at all.
Careful, it might be a bait, like a distraction. I'm gonna go up slightly.
I'm trying to watch below.
Oh, they're pouring water over it to break the wall.
No, that's me. That's me.
Oh, well, mate.
Does it break it? Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Wait, why are you placing water? Also, how did they get invis?
I don't
They
know.
might
I
have
don't know.
potions. There could be like, we do not know this mod pack. There could be some item that gives you invis, like for all we know. The
That's true.
invis
They know.
fish. The
They're trying to
invis
grapple.
fish.
They know everything.
Oh, they know the meta.
All right, they're staying on the outskirts, but they're like eyeing up the base. You see that, Bed?
Yeah.
Over stress.
Wait, where'd my
Ow.
capital go?
Oh, the swamp water was so terrible.
Oh, I see how.
Honestly, the rate they're attacking, it's just they're constantly at a disadvantage in terms of, especially Fit. If you keep towering up, you can glide in
Okay,
to keep them from
Nick's
being able to
looking
get the
in.
top.
Nick's looking in from the side. North side, north side. He's holding, I can't tell what he was holding. He's getting rid of blocks right now. I'm
I'm
just
just checking to
below.
make sure there's no beds up here. I don't think.
Oh,
there is.
somebody's above us. Mike's coming. Get ready.
Oh, I see.
Nick is still just there. Oh, are they drinking poisonous soup to try to get invis? Is that how they're doing
Oh,
it?
he's got a ray gun of some kind, so this is gonna be interesting.
A gun.
A gun, yeah. So brought a gun to a sword fight. It might be over for us.
Okay. I can't tell what Nick's doing. I'm trying to keep
Well.
eyes on him.
They could probably just drop TNT from above and kill it with explosion damage, to be honest, guys.
Through the obsidian?
Yeah.
Wait, who,
Good,
why
it's
is there a tower right
flashing
above?
I literally, I don't know how I can make this.
What
any
is
more
that
protected.
pickaxe?
Actually, I know what would make this more protective. I think
Huh?
we gotta make it solid.
Solid. Oh, like they can't even whirl through.
Yeah.
That's gonna be tough though. Won't they be able to break it? Like, I don't even know if I have enough blocks to make it. Actually, I have a decent amount of cobblestone.
Foolish? How much
Yeah.
blocks do you have?
I
this and
have
make
like
this bit
3
here
stacks.
square. Oh, they just, oh, I turned it off for a second and they've instantly gone in.
I'm here. Oh, I'm felt. Alright,
I
one's
actually
below
feel like-
us. Still below.
Mike
Oh,
is
They're up,
careful,
they're
it might
up,
be
they're up,
below.
They're up, they're attacking.
I'm dropping into the void.
All they're doing is just mining the machine. They're not even going up.
Are we good?
I got
No,
eyes
wait,
on
break
Mike.
it.
The
Mike,
thing's
break it.
suffocating.
Wait, why is
Die!
suffocating?
We can't
Coming,
mine it.
coming.
Oh, it's fucking bugged. Brilliant. No, it's dead. It's dead. We can't mine it because it's suffocating. The hitbox.
Why
is
is it
blocking
suffocating?
It's for some reason it's in a block, and we can't mine it.
Oh. We need to cover it. Should I cover it with obsidian? Oh, I fell.
Wait.
Oh, it fell down
There's
here.
nothing we can do now. That's such BS. That's actually such BS.
Oh, dang.
They're releasing the bees again.
That's such BS.
Trying to body block. Oh, it's dead. Oh, damn. Well, dang, that's
Well,
so tough.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
nah.
they just.
That's
They're
BS.
just-
We couldn't mine it because we can't hit it, so it just suffocated to death.
So wait, so what happened? A block.
Basically, the guy was there, and then it was glitched inside of a block. Couldn't mine the block because I couldn't hit the guy because he's our team's guy, and then he just suffocated to death.
Wait, so I'm just confused. So did he break one obsidian below? Like, I guess, how did it fall through? So did one obsidian break
I
and
don't
then?
know. It was just glitched in a block.
I'm just like, because, that's where I'm confused. Like, why it just glitched out and died.
Yeah.
So did we break the
obsidian? Yeah, but that doesn't glitch it inside a block, does it?
Then did one of us place cobblestone to plug it up? Is that
we
what
can't
happened?
place blocks on top of the entity. Just was inside of one.
Well, we gave it our all, you know? I mean, especially with an unfamiliar mod pack like this, like, we did what we could.
Dang.
Yeah.
It just sucks. This is the way to go. What was the point of even getting points?
So are we
Wait,
actually
oh,
done
we've
then?
got
Is
time.
it
We
over?
can go fuck up theirs.
That's true. We can just try to go all out on reds. Do we even know where their base is though?
Yeah, that's the problem. We don't.
We could all just try looking for it.
It's just, it sucks that we died in the, like that. Like,
yeah.
I mean, your
because it was
defenses
just nothing
worked
we could do at
great.
that point.
You know, like, the machine worked brilliantly.
I think their base is north. I'm gonna head north.
Let's.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for it. But also on the flip side, I hope we stay in long enough. So yep, their base is north. I just ran into one of them.
But do you see their base though?
No, but he was over here, so their
can
base
make a
has to be
bet.
here. That bee thing is so crazy. Oh my gosh.
TNT? Yeah.
No, he's got like
guys,
a
why don't we
beehive
just use
hammer.
the drill and drill through their base and kill it with the drill heads.
Well,
I'm
that's
okay with that.
probably where it's gonna say like, they're not gonna count it because we're using that to like destroy
Yeah,
something
but
like
they
that.
killed us by suffocating it when we can't mine the block.
I don't know.
Screw it.
I think.
say do it.
I mean, we haven't got anything to lose. What happens? They disqualify
Yeah.
us? Oh.
Yeah. Let's go get him.
That is true. We could just try. We could. I don't see why not. But yeah, I am curious. So, I'm just like curious. After the obsidian got broke, did a cobblestone get placed or did it fall into a cobblestone? Like that's what I'm curious about.
No, it was just in it.
Oh,
dude.
wait, yeah, because Bad, you were never able to break it, right? There was always a cobblestone beneath him. Isn't that right?
Yeah,
Or
like
did you
it
eventually-
just, I don't know, it just fell and then kept falling. There wasn't anything we could do.
But that's what I'm saying, right? That was like the original cobblestone block, right? So it shouldn't even have fallen into it like that.
Yeah, it probably shouldn't have. I wonder if he was able to place like cobblestone on it.
Do you think you would have thought to do that though?
I couldn't mine
may have
I
just
had my pickaxe
happened.
properly on there. I couldn't without hitting the guy. I was just like, oh.
I know. Like, let me put it this way. We were kind of cut. They found our base. We couldn't find theirs. Like, it was a matter of time. Like, they were just gonna grind us. It was a good run. I don't know.
I see my chat saying wait, but I don't know why.
Wait. I might keep going north.
Wait, you might not be in the second team to be eliminated, but like.
That would be awesome if another team got out.
Well, are they gonna tell us?
They
Because
might.
That dictates my next move very, very literally.
I mean, it could literally
Let's
have been
keep
one
going.
guy though. I don't know. It could have been one guy started this whole.
This whole weight train, that they triggered the hive
Yeah.
mind, dude.
Oh my gosh. I see a tower
Huh.
here. No, but I see
Huh?
someone towered up here. I bet you they're nearby.
Hey, Aquarius, are we out?
Wait, what?
Or what's the deal? I don't know where. I can see he's listening. I just don't know where he's at.
I'm not
Bad,
seeing
you
any
know where
like
that
torches
base
or anything
is?
like that.
No, man. It would have been so awesome if we had just stayed over the void. Fudge. I'm looking for
like I
it.
said,
But the
they
thing
literally
I'm having an issue with is how come ours was placed on the spawn point and we can't find the spawn point of anyone else where it's there?
I found
Wait.
purple.
Purple's was on
But
their spawn point, right?
I'm seeing if these guys have a spawn point, and I'm trying to find like where it is. This was kind of where they came from, so I think. Here's what I'm thinking, Fet. I think it's either farther north, or if you see on the map, I think it's either like on the right side somewhere over there, and they're like
So I
towering
did
over
like
or
a
something.
whole loop around that big lagoon, and I couldn't find their spawn point like anywhere touching like the coast or like the water.
So they're not along that like coast going down the hill?
I don't think so.
I'm looking.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
Yeah, where is that base of theirs? Also, I wonder too, because they said, like I said, I wonder if they weren't able to just like, instead of spawn, put it near a cave. Like, what if they broke, what if they like literally broke their, I'm like just curious where it's at.
Yeah.
Because they could have, like I said, maybe gotten away with breaking their spawn looking area and then putting it in a nearby cave.
Huh.
Yeah, I think even if we found those chests beforehand, once it got to 100 health, it was kind of really tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like the effort we put. We made it tough.
I see you, foolish.
Oh, I see a line path. There's lines of
bother going
blocks
down this way?
placed. How are there... How am I not seeing like anything on the map? Oh, I found you, Fit. Did you see anything over there?
No, we're all in the same area right now.
Hmm.
I'm not seeing anything unusual.
I just
Yeah,
don't know
there's-
what we possibly could have done differently.
I
Like,
don't
I
know.
kind of want VAR on whatever the hell happened to the little guy at the end. Because I thought he wasn't able to move.
Well, we knew at the very beginning he was able to be dug down.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the map. So maybe they came from... They must have come from the other side somewhere then. Like from the east. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, like we haven't explored much west, have we?
I know Purple's base is all the way on the northwest.
Okay, yeah. So what about like just kind of west?
No, they kept coming from the right though. Like from the east.
Well, no, they could have been far though, just because with those damn boots, they travel around so
Yeah.
quickly. So like
Yeah.
they may not even necessarily be close. And yeah, whatever that ender staff is, like what the hell? We got item diff.
I'm gonna head to the right this time.
Oh my god, the ender staff is a piston and an ender pearl to create it.
Oh. So how does it work? You just point it where you want, you teleport?
I'm guessing it just
Oh my.
launches, yeah.
Wait, that's crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's nice.
I'm gonna go north or east.
What a great item.
Yeah.
Can we can't get Enderman anymore though.
Oh,
No,
we're in
we
second.
cannot.
Oh, we're probably in second now because red got our thing. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Can I just know if our lives matter at all right now?
Yeah.
I don't
Tell
think they
us. Okay.
Because like I said, I'm pretty sure it was first 2, so if somehow 2 teams were eliminated before us is, I think, the only thing we have going for us.
Yeah, they're probably not telling us intentionally.
Well, that's sick and cruel and unusual.
Well, I might. Wait, is it bad if I go?
Honestly,
we have
I
another
don't know if
event
it.
in 30 minutes, but yeah, we don't know if it's gonna count or matter.
Honestly, let's
like,
just play in the
you guys have
event.
my phone number, sure. Can you just call me if I need to come back?
You can come back in 30 minutes if you want.
Oh, well, that one.
Hello?
Hello?
Is there any base?
I'm looking for it.
I guess we could maybe find a red mushroom too. I just want to know if my life still matters or not.
Whee!
Hello?
Hello?
Any diamond armor here? Any diamond chest? No.
There's literally nothing. There's literally no teams, no nothing.
Yeah, how far are all the teams?
I really hope their base wasn't like under a cave or something. Or like underneath an overhang. Because then we'll
like I
never
said,
find it on the map.
It should, unless they like keep around at sea. It seems like
map Y level.
I would imagine all the teams had to place it literally at their spawn. If they didn't, then that's just so cheap.
Yeah, the spawn has to be somewhere accessible. I'm thinking. Bum, bum, bum.
Oh,
Ah! Oh. Oh.
We're both going
Oh,
the
yeah.
same direction.
Yeah, I'm trying to go west. Is this? I wonder. Is this what? Wait, Bad. When you were traveling, do you see like 3 little blimps in the air?
Yeah,
In a purple sphere?
that's a puzzle. It's done though.
Okay.
But if you guys want to go mess with purple, they're north of that. Just go straight north.
Yeah, I was gonna go over to them to see if they really were dead or not.
Yeah, see if they're actually dead. Because maybe then we survive somehow because someone else got out.
Purple doesn't intrigue me.
Okay.
Only one color. I only see one color right now.
On that logic, we should have targeted, Wait a minute. Here's a question. What if it's... I wonder if it's the first 2 to get out, because they haven't, like, ended the event or anything. So either maybe we're the only team that's gotten out. What if it's...
Every team gets out.
Well, what if when you kill a guy, like, they become the lowest... You know what I mean? So in other words, it's the teams that lose theirs with the lowest point. But we haven't been kicked, and the purple... Oh, our purple guy's here. Purple guy. We have questions. Are we out? Out? Some of our members are
I think
curious.
is definitely dead, yeah.
But he's right here. Or he's in the call. Good gosh, this map is insanely massive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
just
so
with vanilla walking speed, it takes a while.
the grapple boots aren't craftable with what we have?
Wait, was purple in a sky base? Oh, no, wait, hold on. There's a puzzle. Oh, no, never mind. There is a puzzle here, but someone got it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going north of there, and you'll find a purple base. We should, you know what? I wonder if we go, I bet you if we go attack purple and try and kill their little guy, we'll probably find out real quick whether we're eliminated or not. That would be so silly.
Wait, Bad, so you've been to the far west? Like the west coast?
Not super far west, just northwest.
Okay, I'll keep going west then.
I wish I had wither skulls. There's so much soul sand. That would have been the ultimate defense. Spawn like 5 withers.
A wither?
Yeah,
I think
just
that
around
owned
us.
No?
No, you're probably right. Maybe you're right.
It just would have been like blasting us and probably then could have given them time to like mine the obsidian quicker.
There is like nothing over here. No bases at least.
Oh, I'm lagging. Oh.
We have such a good plan. Maybe we win most creative defense.
There you go.
Secret
Look on the
bonus
bright
points,
side.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm here at Purple's base. I think it's their base, and yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was just there. It's
dead.
dead.
Alright.
Oh, did it get...
There's a puzzle
It looked like
over
a crazy
here.
fight happened
Looks like
there.
it's done.
Everything's destroyed.
Oh, so maybe we did somehow survive. Hey, do you think that's maybe why our little guy didn't bother showing up? Because you remember how we like wanted to talk to him? What if there were already 2 teams out? Maybe we lucked into
I
it.
just want to know so I don't have to stand here. Please, free me.
There's no way there's a base on this side. Oh my. I'm like,
Should I keep
somehow,
going
like,
north?
Maybe I need to go southwest a bit. Maybe that's where their base is. I haven't really gone south. Like, I went far west. I haven't seen anything. So maybe they're just southwest. I have so many deaths on my mini map when I go back to our base.
What?
There's a lot. Okay. I'm gonna go southwest. Southwest.
Southwest.
I'm just running the perimeter. This place is absolutely
I found a bird head, so we got that going on.
Okay. Okay. And the bird. Oh, like literally just a bird head.
Yeah, like it was sitting in a tree.
Oh.
I got it on my head right now. So yeah, we got that. We got that going for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, good work, Fit. Good
Oh,
work. A little,
fudge. You scared me.
something-
Hello,
something to be hopeful
Aquarius.
about.
I'm going this way. Walk and chat at the same time. Searching
I am
for.
finding-
I think I see a base on the map, so I want to go see if it is one. Is there a base in that direction? Good luck.
Aquarius said whether we're still in or not.
Aquarius, if you find one, what? Wait, if I find one, what? Well, yeah. Any question? Aquarius, or do we get out? Does the killing the tiny child thing continue until, like, a bunch of people are out, or is it just the first 2? Like, are we cooked? Oh, don't worry, it will be revealed at the end. Thank you, Aquarius.
No, that's such BS, man.
kept
It's 10 p.m.
Okay, Aquarius, can you tell me how many teams got eliminated? Can you tell me that, at least? 10 p.m. of fun is what Aquarius says. Okay, just, can you answer me this? You said of who got eliminated first. Tell me how many are eliminated so far. Because we were trying to make a deal, and yeah, how many are eliminated right now? You can't tell me that. Okay, so I'm assuming because you can't tell me that, the answer is 1 or 2. I feel like if it was 3, you would tell us, because we'd be kept in suspense.
Well, that seems like what they're doing.
I know, I'm just curious. I can say that, this is what he's saying, I can say that many teams went to war, okay? We know Purple got out. Someone should go visit Gray Base and engage in battle, and we know who will go out first. So you're saying we possibly were not eliminated. That's what you're saying.
No, man, he's just trying to get us to wait here for longer, man.
Any team, ha ha ha. I think I missed a message.
Who is that? Who's blonde?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Tell Sir Tubbo to wait for the next minigame. Sir Tubbo, wait for the next minigame. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I think what's happening... Oh, there's a guy here. Hello. I gotta leave the call 1 second. Hi!
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
No fight. Friendly.
Okay.
See, look. Friendly.
I don't speak English, so sorry.
Oh.
But not fight.
No fight. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I'm just going around chatting with people. I'm not PvPing.
Ok.
Friendly.
Tem um tradutor, eu posso ajudar. Ajuda. Fala com ele que eu não quero briga. Que a gente já perdeu o que a gente tinha.
They do not want war. Awesome. They already lost. You guys already lost. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long ago?
E a gente tá indo só. Já perdemos.
How long ago did you guys die?
Outro grupo.
10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, our little guy died too.
Really?
Yeah. Is that your base to the north?
Yeah.
Do you know where Red Base is?
No, we don't know.
Fudge. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Obrigado.
De nada.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Guys, another team got out. So I just met another team that had gotten out. So theoretically, I think there's a chance. Okay, I'm gonna game theory this. Do you remember how we were talking to the guy and he was like, hey, I was gonna come and say, wait, who were you talking to that you were like, let's make a deal, Tubbo? Who was that?
No, Amy was just like, we're dead.
No, I'm saying, was that Aquarius? So Aquarius, I have a question for you. Like, we were talking with somebody about exchanging some of our points or whatever, or like getting more health for our little guy.
I talked to Aquarius about
that. That was you. Okay, so but you never showed up after the fact to say hello, which makes me wonder it was not possible. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Why does this guy have cyan concrete? That would be.
Can you tell me where Red Base is so I can just make their lives miserable? Not now? What do you mean not now? Not now as in you could have earlier? How about this? Can you give me 16 ender pearls? Do you interpret things? Yeah, I do interpret things. In a very fun way.
Bad loves interpreting.
I can negotiate. I will give you 1 bread for 16 ender pearls. What do you think? No? 2 bread for 16 ender pearls. Okay. What do you want for 16 ender pearls? Since you are still participating on the next minigame, but... Okay. I can give you the location for a chest, possibly. Is that even gonna benefit us? Are we gonna take our items into the next minigame? I would like 16 ender pearls. Would make me really happy. That's it. That's all I want.
That's it. Just 16.
I just want 16. I want to look at them. Ever heard of these? Of what? What?
Why do you have so much cyan?
The thing you're holding? Yeah, I need 4 of those. Give me 4 of them. Yeah, 4 ender pearls. So I can make those. Catch them? What? He said catch them? Catch what? How about you catch these hands?
Whoa,
oh my goodness, he spawned Enderman. Oh my flipping
They
gosh.
don't drop pearls. I killed one earlier. It didn't drop.
And this one stepped on something and like teleported away. That's ridiculous.
Where did this person go?
Let's see if it spawns.
Like,
Ooh,
you found a
it
bunch
spawned
of, like,
one. I got one.
Some cyan concrete.
Yeah, was it over magma blocks?
Yeah, so I'm like in that area.
I see you actually.
I'm right now. Oh, dude, that is crazy. We're seeing each other.
I know,
Two? I got 2 ender pearls, guys.
Okay, what happened? And then what?
I don't know, Endermen are just appearing around me. Well, we're gonna, look, there's a chance, a tiny, minute, minuscule chance that we're not eliminated. Because the team I ran into said that they had died 10 minutes ago.
Wait, I
So-
felt like that was
Dude,
definitely
we've been
after
dead
us.
more than 10 minutes, man.
That's what I'm saying. Well, but what if their time, like, what if they're bad at, like, telling time? And it was really, like, 15 or 20?
Right.
Because they said 10, and what if they were, like, depressy spaghetti, you know? And just, like, yeah, they're like, they didn't realize it was, like, 40 minutes ago or something. Okay, I just killed... I need more Endermen.
Would any of the teams be like on like the coastline, like the mountain coastline? I feel like could be such an ugly
No, I
spot
don't
to
think
be
so.
though.
I think the spawning locations are set manually, and I think they're around that middle lake.
I just
They
ran
have a
into
bit of a
somebody.
pattern to 'em, don't they?
Where is their base? I'm looking on the mini-map, and I do not see these guys' base. Like, I see a bunch of water.
Did I find
Got
ink?
enough? No, I
think
need 2 more. 2 more Aquarius.
Well, I'm like
3
There's a
more,
pink
sure,
guy
I'll take
looking at
3
me.
more. Three more.
oh, that person wants to
thingamadoodles.
kill me. Oh no. I think there's
What
somebody who
color
wants
is
to kill
their
me.
name?
The second, I need to leave.
Hmm. So look at those coordinates. They're right there. I do not see a base anywhere. They're just water. Oh, I see obsidian there, maybe? Where'd our guy go? How am I gonna get more ender pearls? I don't think he wants to give me any more. Oh, well, I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm just like, it's no man's
Wow.
land out here. There's nothing.
Okay, I found this team's
Did we
base.
just, like, miss a memo
Oh,
or something?
no shot. This was their spawn? This is crazy. There's no way this was their spawn. It's right.
What do you mean?
It's right next to the void. Okay, maybe it is. Holy crap. These guys had a great spawn. They were in the middle of nowhere. Looks, oh, that's so smart. They tried to cover it like with natural stuff to hide it on the minimap. Yeah, by the time we got to that point, we were cooked though.
I thought it had to be visible.
Yeah, it seems like
Or
there's
was
a
that like
lot
you
of
can't hide it
ambiguity in these
underground?
rules.
Huh?
I don't know. Fascinating. Well, based on where their base is... I have no... Where the muffin is red base?
I literally,
It's-
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
It's got to be somewhere over here. I think all the bases are around, like, the edge of the island. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Fit, you might be right. What if their base is really to the south? And they were running over across the river and then coming up north. I could theoretically be what they were doing.
With those, yeah, I mean, with those boots, anything's possible, right?
Yeah.
The most unfun item I've ever faced in Minecraft. I know.
Dude,
I'm
I'd rather they were hacking, low-key. I would
Yeah.
rather that. Honestly, full earnest, I would rather they were using, like, Impact Client than those boots. I genuinely would have enjoyed playing against hackers more. Because it's the exact same effects as having hackers.
Exactly. Like as soon as you're losing, you just run away, and there's no penalty. Like it's just you can't win.
And also, when you die, you don't lose anything. Like what?
Okay, I made an ender staff. Oh my gosh. Does this have no durability?
Does it have
Oh my gosh, it's broken. It's so broken. This is... We may not be out, though. It's so fast. It just... You can literally just bounce like a maniac. We could explore the whole map like this. Fudge. I'm so curious if we're out, though. Thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, everybody.
I mean, we were in basically first place before our thing got destroyed, so I think we might have a chance to still be in it.
I don't think the points matter.
Well, the points will matter if we end up, Okay, here's a little bit of a metagaming thought, right? I think the reason they didn't bother coming and, like, visiting us, right, to say, like, hello, I see a guy, is because we had already made it, like, past the bottom two eliminations. That's my thinking. But I could be wrong. Maybe we were just getting attacked too much. They didn't want to distract us. Oh, Fudge. Fudge, I muted. Okay, a little bit of a metagaming thought, right? Here's a thought. Which is not like metagaming, it's just like, that's the phrase, not actually metagame. But I have a thought. What if the reason they didn't like come to us and try and like strike a deal is because 2 other teams had already been eliminated? And so theoretically, we were already safe, and so they just didn't feel
I doubt
like,
that.
yeah, that's a very optimistic approach. I don't know. But these ender staffs are so flipping broken, by the way. They're so...
Yeah, I got that impression.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
hold on to it. It might become useful.
Yeah,
By the
no.
way, we have no idea that only 2 teams go, by the way. Like,
Oh, we don't? It could be like a bunch
no,
of teams?
I don't know where this came from.
I thought someone said to us like 2 teams had to get eliminated.
No, 6.
6? Oh.
That's what was on the thing yesterday.
Oh, we're cooked then. Oh, the purple guy in the cutscene apparently said 2.
Really?
Apparently.
I got us a wither rose, which we could use.
Hello?
Hello? Did you die, Foolish?
No. It was just Pink. Pink just talked. So Purple definitely got out way before us. I was just talking to AMC. So it's a matter of the other team of when they got out.
And there may be
Also,
other teams that also got out, too.
If we do survive, Tubbo, AMC gave me a rotation speed controller for you.
What could we possibly use that for now?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. You know more than me. Gloom and despair. Dude, so I'm wondering, like, I was just thinking about it too. I feel like our base being along the river is so ugly. I feel like that's like a natural kind of like walk around that spot.
Yeah.
I'm curious if there's another base like way south if you keep going down the river. I feel like there almost has to be, or else that's so unlucky.
Well, based on what... Two bases were literally on the other side of the mountain. So, like, the other bases I've seen so far have been in really hard to reach spots. So we might have just been memed. I hope we survive long enough to go back to the other island just so we can drill through red team base. Like, just drill through it.
Know where their base is?
Yeah, we do.
I found lime.
What kind of are they like coastal in the map?
They're literally on the other island. Or are you asking here?
Yeah, here I'm asking where lime is. I'm just like curious about because it might help find red base if we see where they are.
I can't believe it. I literally, in my mind, I'm like, what possibly could we have done differently?
No, and after talking about it with AMC2, because Pink also found Purple's base right away. So that, like, from there almost, like, sets your grade already. If you find their base, because then it's, like, impossible to, like, risk putting on pressure, because then it feels like you'll just be wasting a player running around aimlessly. Yeah. So yeah, them finding it that quickly just was devastation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because if you don't know where anyone's base is, then it's tough to risk someone going out to look for it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like the team targeting you. Like you can't.
It's just a weird spawn mushroom, low-key.
Because I'm sure, like, say if we could send 2 over, like we could like keep applying pressure and like keep them there, and then like it's like a free defense if you have 2 attacking always.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Best defense is a good offense. We just had no idea where they were.
The hell is this? Red base. Yeah, Andy also said too, like a couple other teams were looking for red base and no one can find it. It's got to be somewhere, but just wait.
Low-key, guys, I've now run almost 2,000 blocks away from our base and there's nothing.
Yeah, I went like southwest in like the mountain area. I've not been able to find a red.
Same, I'm looking for it. What the actual fudge? I've explored this almost the entire map.
Have you done like that if you go
so there's
south?
No way that everyone was forced to have their thing in the same place, by the way. There is no physical way.
We may have just
explored the entire map.
No, not yet. Not all of it, just most of it.
Why is there... Is this a coastal base? Wait, what the hell is this?
Is that it? No. Maybe they just got a lucky spawn and they camouflaged it like really, really well.
Oh, screw me. No way that was high. Oh, okay, whatever. I'll just go south.
You're back at the base. Will you put the speed controller in the chest or something?
Oh, yeah. I'll just put it next to the obsidian. In a chest. Yoink! Yoink, yoink,
See, the issue is, I don't know what the player built, and I don't know what the admins have built as well.
Alright, well, we have 3 minutes to the event, so then after that, well, at least we'll have our answer. So, the best thing we can do right now is have fun with the thing and try to do well still, if we are still in.
Oh, I found some
We're already in second place. We've got such a lead that I'm not sure it really matters. I don't reckon it will put us in bottom 6 no matter what happens.
Probably not, but it's fun to do well. I like doing
That is true, my friend. That is true.
I think I found a vase, but I'm not sure. Such a weird location. There's like random cobblestone towers.
I'm just gonna go down the water, down the river.
Guys, the map is so big. I don't know bad how you could say you possibly went around the whole thing.
No, I didn't go around the whole thing. I've been around like most of it.
I'd be curious to see what your map looks like.
Yeah, because this is crazy. I'm definitely over 2,500 blocks away from
I'm missing like a good chunk of like the west south and then like southeast I'm missing. And I've been exploring literally this like whole time.
This is just crazy. I keep finding like stuff. People have explored like everywhere. Where is their base?
Oh, it's you, Tubbo.
Where are you?
I'm on the coastline that you just landed on, but I'm just a little farther south.
Mate, what?
I've seen one other person that was not on our team, and that's it. Well, hold on.
Whee!
Hold on. I see towers.
Yeah, I know. I see it, I see it.
You see something?
Okay, so someone built a sea base. Oh, there's a few people. There's a big farm over here. I'm with you, Tubbo.
So you're telling me... Right. You're telling me...
That might not necessarily be where the egg is, though. What we don't know.
Oh, there's lava. Oh, something went down here for sure.
Where are you?
That also could have been their spawn base if you see, like, the...
There's also people there, dude.
Oh. It's about to be time.
Yippee! Please tell me this is one that doesn't require stuff. Because we are cooked.
Oh, yeah, dude, my armor is... Oh, it probably will be, now I think about it. It probably will be like a stuff thing.
I guarantee you it'll follow the same.
Inventory will be kept next game.
Oh, brilliant, man. Oh, no,
Oh,
really
nice.
great.
Anyone have like 5,000
oh, man,
food?
I'm so glad I stayed for the second event.
There's a bunch of people.
Yeah, probably defending.
Is it a fight, or are they just running around, Fit?
They're just running around, it looks like.
Oh, fudge.
Oh, shit, that Fit, there's a light.
Oh, I
All right,
hated
well,
that.
I'm gonna kill this.
Why did everything go so silent?
Do you see them?
Oh, no.
They told me to bring dripstones and cauldrons. I hope that actually meant something. Okay. Oh, chat. It's gotta be further down. It's the only thing I'm thinking of is that it's not up and they just were able to, like, run across here. Like, come, like, from this direction. That would explain, like, because think about it like this. Why would they come from here? It has to be, like, so if you think of this point, right? And you draw a line. Anywhere lower than this, and they would be in a bad spot. You feel me? Anywhere lower than this, and they would like wouldn't do that. Maybe a little bit lower, like, but they would be able to come from the side. Well, we're gonna figure out what happens. Maybe we'll cook in this game. Huh. Gladiador. One of my favorite games, Gladiator. I love this game. Here. Oh. Will be put to the test. The challenge is very simple. You must protect your team's ghost. And the team that defends it the best will be... You can also attack the other team's ghost. Please. And those who succeed in doing so. Much more points at the end. Well, we might as well go home again. You will have 15 minutes to prepare. Also remember to support on catarse.me/ARKANIS. We're stuck in a cycle, chat. Oh my gosh. I should make another Ender staff, chat. Oh. Get food. What food though? I suppose I might as well cook something. Oh, please tell me there's cobblestone. Here we go. Okay. We'll do that. No, they're muted. We're muted, so we can't communicate. Can you bone meal berry bushes? No. But you've given me an idea. Wait, yes, you can. But you can also do this. Hi, Aquarius. Do you feel like giving me like 2 more ender pearls and like 100 other stuff? I guess you've been what? I was exploring. There we go. Oh, fudge. Dang it. Not your fault. Okay. What? 15 minutes to prepare? Wait, what? Okay. Maybe this means 15 minutes here. 1,000. Oh, look at that. We got 1,000,000 wool. Okay.
Wolf. Oh,
Wall's
hello.
falling.
There we go.
Dang, dude, now it sucks to
I
be
have
used
I
up.
have an anvil if we need to repair stuff.
Wait, so okay, so half the teams are here.
Here's my thought. Forget all defense, do only offense.
Why's that?
Because I think we just go for it. Because we earn a bunch of points the other way. And we're not gonna be able to defend. Like, you feel me?
Well, depending on the respawn, if we respawn
By
here,
the way,
having like
guys,
one on defense could solve
I
it.
set the drill up above Green's base, and I'm just drilling it, and their guy's alive, so it's just going.
Right now?
No way.
Loki. Oh wait, no, it's not going yet. It's just poised. It's poised. It's poised.
But like, what if we still live?
Well, then
Also,
Green's out.
At this point, though, I don't think it matters. Like, it's only the first 2 eliminated. So killing their guy doesn't do anything.
Hey, hello, sir. Hello. What's up? Just passed to say. Please don't use beds. If you do, well, I haven't used beds. Haunt you or something? I can't do much. What do you mean don't use beds?
Do we have a shop? We don't have a shop, do we?
I don't have a bed.
Oh, they spend like don't craft beds and then like, you know what I mean, make it here.
Glitch your own spawn. Oh, what for what I've set up? Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I go back. Okay.
Alright, I'm figuring out what the perimeter is for building blocks.
So this is League of Legends. We gotta kill the wave and push the wave.
Well, it's just, well, it looks like, so there's like the 6 bases. Should we just all agree, just like go after like one side, or like,
Yeah.
'cause I feel like,
I say
so
we
we're not gonna
rush the
bother-
bases next to us first.
yeah, I think that makes sense. So
And then we just
agree to
move
go
as a
left or right?
unit. Yeah, just move as a unit, like, around them.
Okay, and what happens, like, say if ours gets just killed? Like, it'll just be free. Like, ours will die so quickly if there's no defense there. So even if we try this crazy offense.
Let it die, guys. I'm playing Teemo.
Teemo.
Well, we don't know, like, if we die, like, whether we're out or not. You know what I mean?
Oh wait,
so...
low key. While we're here, I can break the blocks to farm the materials I need to grind their base down.
Yeah.
Wait, let me grab some wood. Wait, they have iron and diamonds in here. Guys, they have so many diamonds in here. Get mining, get mining.
Really?
There's diamonds here?
Where?
In this cave.
Wait, where are you?
In this cave. In the cave outside the base.
Cave outside.
Like, I'm talking stacks and stacks of diamonds, people.
Where you at?
Underground, underground. Look for the entrance to a man-made cave.
Oh, this cave. Oh my goodness, you're right. They're diamonds. Okay.
Mine the diamonds.
Yeah, I'm gonna go further down.
Loki, wait, if all of us push underground, if other people don't discover this, we could just mess them up.
It's true.
Strike force.
Okay, I'll just get some of these.
Oh yeah, I have an ender staff for someone if someone wants it.
Can I have it, please?
Yeah, here.
Oh.
Boop.
Yay. Oh my god, this staff, dude.
I know.
What a terrible item.
It's crazy.
Wait, why are there so many diamonds?
Damn, good to know the mining machine I made was for something. Wait, can you?
Foolish, you have full diamond, right?
Yeah, I just need to... Wait, can I repair mine with the crafting table? Or does it have to be an anvil?
So, no.
You can use a, whatever it's called, anvil.
Honestly, I could just make new ones too, because these are like almost busted, so either way, just make
Yeah,
new
just
ones.
use the durability of them. Dang, 33 diamonds off of that.
Dig under the barrier? Wait a minute. Oh.
Can we?
Oh,
I assume they don't want us to do that.
I would assume...
I
would assume that would be a no-no.
Yeah.
Well,
I was probably discouraged.
All right, so I'm looking at our
like an
teams.
oversight, dare I say.
We have pink to the left and orange to the right.
Oh, dude, orange is really good at PvP, and pink was...
Target pink.
Pink was pretty good, too. Yeah, I think avoid orange. Orange is that really good PvP guy.
You know what I think we should do? Let's add a waypoint for every single mob, like whatever you call it, like base.
I can't believe we can dig under the barriers. Low key, what?
Is there any lava down there?
Oh, I don't think so.
Can you dig under the barriers out here? Oh, there's a orange guy on our side. Wait, let me go over and say hi to him.
He's like in our barrier side?
No.
Oh.
Hey. Oh, he doesn't want to say hi by the looks of it. No
Oh.
diamonds though.
The walls are falling in less than 4 minutes.
4 minutes!
So what's the game plan? Are we doing any defense at all?
Nah,
no?
screw it. Let's just go all aggressive.
All right. We just die instantly though if a team.
We gotta remember to last hit the wave.
Do we
guys.
die? Like if we, like I'm saying, if we die, are we out? We can't attack anymore, or can we keep attacking?
That's why I assume if like we lose 0, we're out, but then we go into spectator mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe.
If that's the case, we should definitely attack pink more. You know what I'm thinking? Here's what I'm thinking. We speedrun Russia team with 3 people right off the bat, have everybody else stay behind.
Everyone.
Huh?
I guess we can maybe start with 4 because one of us will probably
Go
die
through
and
the
then go back
underground
on
tunnels. Go
defense.
through the underground tunnels. Come down here and we'll wait.
Is it faster?
Yeah. And also we'll be more undetected.
Okay. I'm going into Tebo's cave.
Loki, I just got so many diamonds from this. I'm like, no way I just got the same amount of diamonds as my 4 hours of drilling.
Oh.
No way.
Okay, so we need to get to the other team, go to the right.
Alright, poise, and we just sprint it.
Okay, come on over. Let's wait here.
Does anyone need to repair their gear before we begin? I've got an anvil.
Yeah. Please.
I can make it.
Actually, I don't have any emeralds. Never mind. Let me get some diamonds and repair my helmet.
Oh, you have... Right, you have emerald.
Does anyone have emeralds?
3. There you go.
Me.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
Diamond shield? I don't think diamond shields matter that much, right? They just have more
They do.
They're
durability.
pretty good.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we use double-handed weapons, so there's no point.
I've just been using a sword.
Oh, then
Well,
you
I
can,
was
yeah.
using a sword during that. Just so I could block.
I can't believe that's how our guy died.
So Tubbo, do you think I should go sword and board, or should I go two-handed battle axe with sharpness 1?
Two-handed battle axe, dude. It does like triple the damage.
Okay.
Okay, then let's do
And
that.
it's only like half as slow, so pretty good.
Really?
Oh yeah, I was gonna make a diamond shield then in case. Guessing like this. I guess look it up.
5 stamina, slow movement. Did it make you slower?
Sick. Thanks.
All right, just rush it. All right, boys.
I don't think so.
All right, I'll grab the anvil.
Oh yeah, shears. Guys, make shears.
Yeah, I have shears.
Oh yeah, I've got
Good, cool, man.
Get ready.
Yeah.
And then Tubbo, you and I will vanguard this and use our staff to just blump, blump, blump.
All right, hit it.
Yep.
Oh, there's water coming
Say
down.
vanguard.
Oh, that's so smart. Look at that. Yeah.
What?
They're pouring water down their tunnel. That's clever, but it won't matter because
okay,
we
we
got
can
ender
pass it.
staffs. Get ready.
Should I go above ground then if they got the water down here and I'm just on foot?
Nah. Go as a team. Go as a team.
Go with the team, and they can't stop us.
Get ready. And then once you die, like defend our guy for a little bit, depending on how things go. Good luck.
Yep.
Good luck.
Good luck. Have fun.
Oh. Walls have fallen. Alright, we're going.
Are they? It's over here.
Yeah, in that cobblestone. There's one person up above that was watching.
I'm going for it.
Me too.
There's one guy here.
Yeah.
They got fire or whatever.
I'm helping you, Bad.
Target it.
Oh.
Plus 50, we're getting points. Kill it.
Just stand inside the hitbox of it. They can't hit you.
Come on.
Oh, it hurts.
Jump in the water, then go back in.
Okay.
We almost got it. Should we go to yellow team after this?
Yeah.
Let's see if they despawn first. Keep going.
Okay, I died. No one
They're
hit
dead.
ours.
Oh, they
Nice,
did
got it.
despawn. Fudge, go back to our
All
base.
right, go quick, push.
Alright,
No,
one's
go to
on
our base, go to our
one's on
base.
No one's
Oh, no one's on
right
it?
now.
No one's out.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, where do we go? Orange or yellow?
I think go to our
Green,
neighbor,
green,
right?
green.
Or green? Green, next one, go to green. Okay.
Orange. So other teams haven't been targeted yet.
Where are you? Are you guys here or not?
I'm here.
I
Ready?
I got reset.
Go in.
Okay, people are going to our base. I'll
Oh,
try to
should
head
we
out
retreat?
there and take 'em
We
off.
should retreat.
No, you guys.
Oh,
go.
fudge.
I'll try and
Taking
take care of
damage.
'em.
I'm coming back right now.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
got
I'm
3
coming
men
back.
in there.
Oh yeah, ours is getting owned. Wait, why is this guy attacking me? What is this? Why do they have a little? Why do they have an orange thing attacking me? What? Wait, what is this? Why do they have a thing attacking me?
I don't know.
What?
I
They
died.
have a purple guy owning me. What?
Guys, just go attack the other bases. We get more points that way.
Huh?
Green's down.
And we were
Oh,
eliminated.
we're eliminated as well.
Yep.
Dude, I guys had a little purple guy owning me. He had like an enchanted spear.
What?
So because they're down a player.
Oh, so they had a purple guy there. Guys, we got tons of points though. Like
Yeah, that's
we
the thing,
eliminated
though. We got
them.
tons.
We were at green, like messing with them, so we did a bunch.
The Zerg rush worked, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
that may end up working out for us in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Because we did a ton of damage. I'm curious to see how
I
many
don't know.
points
I think
we'll
I got
get.
1,200 odd points from that.
I'm gonna be right back, chat. Give me 1 second. I heard something.
Stream.
Oh, never mind.
Wait,
What's
hello?
this?
Guys?
Okay, so let's see. It looks like 4 teams have been eliminated already.
By the
Oh,
way,
wait, no,
the hitbox
3.
is so busted. I was just stood inside of that guy and they couldn't hit me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just kept running around it.
Honestly,
They kept
this one
hitting
definitely
each
felt
other
like
more
another,
than me.
like, if you just get to their base first, you win. Cause like,
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's like that, to be
So
honest.
it kind of ended up working out. We just got to paint.
Yeah, we did tons of damage. Yep, we did tons of damage. I just kept circling around it because you can like hit your teammates, so they kept hitting each other more than me. It was awesome.
No, stand inside the thing. You're invincible because they can't hit you.
Eu preciso, minha família precisa disso.
Oh,
Dude, my oven has not been on that long.
these guys are fighting.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn on my oven too. That's a great
Yeah,
reminder.
turn on your oven. Dude, I just turned mine on.
Wait,
Ai,
what's
Chip, procura.
why
eu
oven?
não sei, é
Oh, you're cooking?
134.040.
Guys,
Cooking up
do you reckon?
Preso aqui.
Do you reckon if everybody's...
Usa o bagulhinho pra
Oh,
voar.
I got 600 points apparently. Do you reckon if everybody
How do you see your
loses
points?
their guy, it will go off points?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well, one team is totally gonna win, but I think points matter
it was literally
more.
just the order. I think it was literally just first 2, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Really?
I think based off of what was being said and like some of the other teams I was talking
Wait, where are the other 6 teams?
probably in another arena.
Oh.
I'm curious. How are there 3 teams still going? I feel like one team should be getting wiped right now. Like one of them should be getting targeted, right? Or is one just playing defense? Because one team, I feel like realistically should be getting 2v1.
Yeah.
No, guys, we don't have 0 points. We had 0 health for our thing.
Não sei se foi uma boa ideia, não.
Yeah, the stuff on the side is our guardian or whatever health, which is 0 because he
So we
died.
killed 1, so we got some decent points.
We killed
But-
2.
We killed 2? Oh, we killed green
Yeah.
too? Oh,
Well, we went to
Santa.
green and we did it. We did a lot of damage.
Okay, so yeah, odds are orange is probably gonna get some crazy points from this.
I don't know where the thing is. I don't know where she's gone. She's just given up. Here, Mac.
Já era. Ó, o doutor biscoito aqui, ó, o doutor biscoito aqui.
It's interesting. The only teams that are dead are the ones we killed and us so far.
Well, yeah, we just Zerg rushed, and then the other team right got third partied, and then it just left ours open.
Yeah. How are these people getting some of these weapons? We need to figure this out. That weapon that guy has is cracked.
They just know more things, and we're puzzles. It's one of the two.
Ah.
600 de vida, a gente está no laço,
What is
rapaziada.
this? Oh, did I just go to a different arena?
O time daí está com 1000 de vida, Alex. 1000 de vida.
Oh yeah, we can probably go spectate the other arena.
Yeah, I am. I'm at Reds. Reds is getting killed right now by a blue guy.
Are they north or south? Like, where is it?
You can just TP.
Oh,
Isso é bullying, isso é bullying.
there we
Isso
go.
é bullying. Você tá de errado, isso é bullying.
Ele nem dá tanto dano, mano.
No, we don't want blue to die.
Oh, I mean, don't die, blue. Die, red. Reds is at 780.
Oh, magma's interesting.
Ah, tinha que ser, tinha que ser.
Yeah, wait, what is the holdup with the final 3?
There is no way that this takes 32 minutes, by the way. Are you taking... There's no way.
Green,
What are the other teams doing?
yellow, purple's down. Still got theirs. Just purple, blue. How did they build in there? We tried to build within that thing and we couldn't, but these guys did.
Oh, you are right. Maybe it's like once the game started, you could. Is my guess.
Oh. Maybe. That's wild. I wonder if anyone else figured that out.
There's no way.
Ooh, what is that? Spear?
Oh, I wish
Little
we could go
rainbow
get more diamonds.
I collect. I mean, we collected a lot.
I don't understand why no one's
Para de bater
standing
no meu filho!
inside of
Meu
the
filho não! Meu filho não! Você não bate meu filho não!
Well, orange, I think, is about to
Nunca
kill
bate teu
white.
filho!
Blue is
Yeah, dude,
killing red
orange-
right now.
Orange
Olha
is
a
definitely
briga
a
aqui,
ridiculous
olha a
amount of
briga.
points from this.
Dude, I can't wait for 20-minute sudden death.
There's no way. I think orange, gray. I think orange will just run over and get gray now. They're probably on the march. Where is Gray's face?
Olha lá. Olha lá.
Oh man, that shader sun is crazy.
Ai, eu vou
what is that
torcer contra
movement?
esses caras do
that
March
the-
aí, cara. Tudo que eu posso fazer no
Wait, they
né?
just
Eu
talking
quero
it out with
torcer
each other?
contra. Vou dar rei.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I see this.
That's an interesting strategy. Who are you guys with? I want to TP to you.
I'm next to orange gray. I have an orange gray player talking it out right now.
Yeah, it's some Fofolka.
Wait. They have an alliance?
What?
They teamed up to kill us? No.
What?
Wait, no, hold up. That might have just been a one guy. That may have been a one guy.
Who? Wait, who had alliance?
Maybe orange gray.
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me. Probably a good strat in the grand scheme of things to kill us.
They were both.
Tem que raciocinar,
I
mano.
think they're doing a deal.
They're negotiating who should die.
That's such BS.
I mean, I guess it's kind of part of the game, really. Like the whole be
I mean,
be deceptive.
The rules said you could do alliances as long as you roleplayed it.
Yeah.
Senão a gente vai ser eliminado.
Just so
Não,
happens.
tô ligado, tô
E
ligado, tô
você
ligado.
gostaria de me ver fora
Não,
do
não
game?
quero. Não,
they're
você não,
arguing,
mas
they're
o
arguing about it.
Geleio não faz, não. Você... Tô brincando, tô brincando.
See, the way you
They're
do
fourth
this,
and
Com a galera aqui.
Vai,
if you really wanted to strategy this out, is you say, here, let's chop our guardians, competing
I
guardians
think
health
that's what
down
they're
to
about to do.
1. You know what I
I
mean?
think they're-
Yeah,
I think
maximize
they're
the
both
points
about
you
at 4
get.
points. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy though. Just kill each other.
We didn't RP enough.
No.
What are they doing?
So they were negotiating who needs points to then survive today, I think.
That's what they're trying to do.
And then
There is a
orange-
chance that we survive.
I mean, we were pretty far ahead and we did decent, but I don't know how many points you get from this game.
We always completed the parkour, which was crazy points, right? And each amount of damage we did to these things was like 5 or 50. So
Well,
I
I'm
think-
about to kill when we TP back. I'm about to kill Green's little dude with my massive drill.
Nice.
Will that kill it though, or that just simply kind of
Yeah,
go through
the
it for a
drills do
second?
damage.
Yeah,
Oh.
it'll crush
do
their
like 20
spirit
damage.
either way, so it's worth doing.
I don't know. Like I said, if I had to guess, I would imagine killing the guy doesn't really help. It's his first 2.
I was told it gives points.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, giving points for killing. Okay. I just have a feeling though too. They might say, "Oh, you're not allowed to use your mod to kill it."
We were just killed with teleporting infinite staffs. Get a grip.
Wait. So, are they still? What are they doing?
No way.
Oh, they're still talking it out. Okay.
And also, the admin in our VC, he condoned the use. He said it was good.
Oh, to kill someone staying with it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay then.
Wait a
That's
minute.
nothing
Are
to
you
worry
gonna respawn back where you were, or are you gonna be back at
Yeah.
our base?
No, I'm gonna be back where I was.
Okay. Hopefully that's the way it's gonna be, because that would suck. Confirm with our purple guy if you can get a TP back, just in case.
I can, it's good.
Let's go! We got this!
Oh wait, I might not have enough wood to make the water wheel. Oh no.
Oh, this is
Wait.
terrible.
They're gonna let
How
Gray
is-
get some points and then eliminate Gray.
What are they doing? Like,
So Orange will let Gray hit the golem for some points, but Orange has to win at the end, is the deal.
if I was Gray, I would betray so
Sniper.
hard. Oh, I hope they betray. That'd be awesome.
Oh, they're still negotiating, maybe?
Porque...
Bottom left.
Cara, não tem muito jeito.
É, vai ganhar
A gente
muito,
tá
vai
sem
ganhar
comida,
pontos.
velho. A gente não vai ganhar.
Fechou. Daí é o seguinte, é só fazer ao mesmo tempo, tá
gente
ligado?
não vai
Enquanto
ganhar,
Vela vai estar lá, vocês vêm pra cá e tá tranquilo.
Fechou?
Quem de vocês vai atacar lá?
Eu ataco lá, mano.
Beleza, não
Confia em
faço.
mim, pô.
Então bora, então bora, então bora.
They want...
De vocês.
Vocês vão lá pra eles,
They
vocês vão lá
want
com
the
o Vela. O Vela não...
This is where you need one person of Gray to just go in and like just. But yeah,
Well, they
let
might,
us.
they might
chop
set it
the
up to where it's like
hell
only... They want the sixth position.
O único que eu vou bater que vai dar de menos
Okay.
dano. Deixa eu ver.
Não,
So
Não, pode dar dano, pode dar
isn't
dano.
trying to let them get
Farma
all the
ponto.
points possible. They just want...
É, vocês ganham ponto a cada 50, mano. Vocês vão ganhar bastante ponto.
They're just trying to let them have the bare amount, kinda.
Ah, o doidão não tá batendo lá, velho?
Calma aí, Chip, vai pra
Oh,
lá,
please
Chip.
go for the betray. Please go for the betray.
Alright,
It'd be
Orange is
so
losing hell.
funny.
How do they know though if they're
Parei, não,
leaving
parei,
in the right
parei,
place?
parei.
They can't
I want to see betray so
O Vela precisa
bad.
bater também,
Are they just doing
É,
addition?
o Vela tem que bater também.
Ó, deixa o Vela bater aí, galera.
Come on, a little bit more.
Deixa o Vela bater pra
Points
poder
there.
ficar...
Eles são amigos, eles são aliados.
Isso.
Do it.
Caraca, o bicho é shapeado, filho. Tá no meio do negócio...
Olha lá.
Você é louco. Aí, ele tá batendo. Pode seguir.
Pode seguir.
Ô, Vela, não mata, tá? Deixa, tipo assim, 10 de vida. 50 pra 100, pra garantir.
Não, eles vão bater, mas eles não vão matar, não.
Não mata, tá? O cara conseguiu farmar bem aqui.
Que bonito. Parou.
Tá, o cara parou,
É.
beleza. Não, ele parou. O Nofax, ó, o Nofax farma até uns 100, tranquilo.
Vou até 80 também.
Fechou.
Meu Deus, mano, isso dá um medo, cara.
Dá muito medo.
Nofax não me trai. Eu sei, Nofax, mas não me traia, Nofax.
Tá bom já, né? Tá bom.
Tá bom.
Go for
Mais
it.
cinquinho, mais
Go
cinquinho,
for
mais
it.
cinquinho.
Finish
Like
it.
they're saying
Aí,
Tubbo.
pronto. Mata aí, Vela, pode matar.
Vai batendo agora, Nofax. Pode bater, pode
Like they were saying
bater.
Tubbo.
Meu Deus.
Vai batendo aí. GG, é isso.
GG!
Dang, that would have been awesome.
Ô, moleque.
Okay.
Mais 2003.
1,300
Plus,
points.
they got 1,300 for that, for winning.
We got 1,300.
Or we did?
Oh, they get
Oh.
1,300 just for winning?
What?
We got that.
We got it.
Oh, we
Oh,
got
then what's
that?
that say?
Okay.
The team
I don't know.
won.
I thought that's what happened. I was seeing their score. Okay. Let's
Seems like we got
go.
decent points.
Gente,
Okay, guys, are you ready for me to be teleported back on top of green base?
I am.
I'm like curious if,
Alrighty.
if it can chunk through 1,000 health like that.
I can't.
We're
Just
about to
might take
find
a
out.
while.
I have no clue.
Porra, foi horrível.
Wait, the winning team gets 1,500?
Oh my
That's a lot.
gosh. That is a lot of points. Plus whatever they got from hitting it.
There could be another round. No.
Hopefully
why'd there be
we
another
survive.
So, why would there be another?
I'd be down for another round. Oh,
I'm just in
never
the
mind.
void,
We're
falling
back.
and dying?
Oh, sweet.
Why am I-
I'm in the spot I was in.
I'm just dead. Wait, what is happening? I'm just... Where am
Where's my
I?
water bucket?
Oh. Wait, I'm like at some house. I'm not back where I started. Where am
I
I?
just dropped it seriously.
Oh, wait, what if I follow red back?
Oh, yeah. Do you see
I'm
red?
like next to two red... Well, I'm next to two red players. But I'm gonna like just kind of AFK for a second. I don't even know if they'll go back to their base. Waiting to see where the two are.
Ooh, I got killed by magic. One shot.
Magic.
I was by green base messing with them.
Green did a magical one shot.
Oh, what the
wait.
fudge?
What?
Whoa.
No!
Why?
They TP'd us back! No! What the fudge?
Oh. That's such bull. Okay, I'm going.
No! Oh my god.
Yeah, if you want to go, we can just tell you whether or not we're still alive after this.
Well, can I get TP'd back? Because that's crazy. Can you take me
Oh,
back?
Where is?
Please.
Dang it, I'm gonna have to walk all the way over there again.
Sure, I'm sorry. It's okay. Wait, does anyone have any wood? Can you give me wood?
I'm not at the base anymore.
Wood? Like wood
You ready
logs?
to go? Do you want to go? Wait, let me grab some wood real quick, and then yeah. Wait, will you TP me back
looks like
onto
there's
that?
some
Wait,
wood.
can Foolish come too for lols? Or the team, or is it just me?
Can you TB us all there if
I
we
mean,
promise not to do
depends.
anything?
Okay,
Yeah, just
fine, just TP me
TB,
there, just
TB
TP
us
me
there,
there,
but
that's
we'll
fine.
just watch.
Now just watch.
Yeah. We promise. We pinky promise.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, where am I?
Wait, what?
It's loading. Hold on.
Oh,
Wait,
Oh,
this
we're
isn't
here.
it. Wait, this
This
isn't
is a
it.
house.
This isn't
What
it.
is this?
Here, no. Oh, we were on top of green base, on top of green base. My machine, it's up there. The coordinates are 1300, 700, 1300, 1700.
Hug, I might be blind.
Wait, thank you, wait, what? 1300, 1700, lime. What?
Fair
Oh,
day.
1300, 700 even, oops.
Quick, while we're here, jump him our... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Low-key, yes. No, do it.
No, we can't, because we were TB'd. We were TB'd. There we go.
Where are we?
Oh! Wait.
Okay, here it is.
Okay. Wait. Stay very still, people.
Okay. There's no way they haven't seen this.
They're not here.
Oh,
they
I
are.
see.
Is it running?
On top of it. Push it.
Send it down.
Yeah, probably just send it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you doing?
Are they there, Fet? Do you see them?
Yeah, they're right beneath us.
How did they not see
Alright,
this?
let's going.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
curious, like, what it does.
Going.
How have they
Basically, we
not
just have
seen
to...
this?
Wait. Oh wait, we might have to get rid of this water. Wait, guys, quick, patch up this water so that they can't swim up it.
Oh.
Patch it up, like, there's
I'm gonna
block
leave
it
the group.
off.
I'm gonna terrorize them.
So right now, is it trying to crunch through
Oh,
their
fudge.
egg?
Yeah, basically, it's gonna go through their obsidian.
There you go.
Okay, now we wait. Is it doing
Does
it?
this mine obsidian?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. They've got her watching right now. They're like, what the fudge?
Oh, Fit got out of call. That's why we don't see him.
I think Fit's down there right now.
He's
Wait,
just
is that the
saying
guy
hello.
still alive? Wait.
I have no clue what's happening. It's
It-
break.
they
I think it just broke through another obsidian layer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drill,
it's going
baby,
for
drill. Oh, the lava's
only way
gonna
to
get on
stop-
it at this rate.
Yeah, and then they won't be able to stop it.
Yeah, they'd have to come up here to stop it.
Hey. What are you saying? Wait. Archaeologist. Oh, my bad.
Oh my gosh, was
Wait,
that
not
you,
archaeologist.
foolish?
Aqueous.
No,
Aqueous. Is that
it
thing
was
still alive?
Aquarius.
Aquarius, what the fudge? He tried to kill me. That's crazy.
Dude, they're probably like, what the hell's going on, right?
I see. Oh, Fitz is fighting. Fitz is fighting for his life down there.
Fit
He's like 1v4ing right now.
Fit heard the memo of we're just gonna watch and said nah.
He's fighting for his life. Oh, I think he died.
Oh my gosh. They're trying to mine it, but they can't. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, they're so confused. Like, what do we do?
Did some of the things break or is
All
the
right,
lava
that
The
coming?
best thing about it is we're so right now it doesn't load.
Oh.
Yo, Aquarius, teleport me back, please.
You can't-
I was down there terrorizing them. It was great.
What's happening? Are they stressed?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's like
very
stuck
much
on obsidian
so.
right now.
Wait, I see another little purple guy down there. That little other purple guy may foil our plans.
No, he's just looking. He's looking. Oh, they're coming up. Tubbo, you gotta shoot him. Shoot him, Tubbo. We can't interfere.
Wait, Bad,
I
don't you
can't
have the bow?
interfere. Yeah, but I can only
Oh.
watch.
They just went down there and killed them, Bad. Shoot them.
I know, and I feel like that was stretching it already. No! Who knocked me? Okay, you know what? He punched me. That's fair then.
Oh, is it
Wait,
extra
wait,
play?
Bad. Give us a status check. Is it dying?
Yeah, it's slowly going down. I just knocked one of them down. No shot. He's got ender pearls and he's wasting them on that. Dude, you're crazy.
Is he trying to get up here?
Yeah, he was.
Yo, Aquarius, send me to Tubbo. Send me to Tubbo, pretty please. I beg of you.
Come
I'm
on,
an
Aquarius.
too, please.
It's
Oh,
the
yeah,
right thing to do.
Our asses are getting sent home. Even if
Yeah.
we weren't eliminated, we're eliminated now.
Like we
all right.
gotta do it for the content. Oh,
Is it-
careful.
wait, is it
Guys,
dead?
someone's
Is it
about to
dead
come
yet?
up.
Where?
Wait, is it dead?
Oh, that guy is. Try to knock him down.
It's
There's a
gotta
guy
be
right
dead
there.
by now, cause it was in the
wait,
lava,
are they
right?
building on top of the drill?
Mate,
Watch this
well,
shit.
there's
This is the
a guy
funniest shit ever.
towering. Wait.
Watch this.
No, that won't get him. That won't get him.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
fudge.
wait.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes.
Wait, no,
Okay,
one
go
guy's
back
being
down. Go
risen
back down
up.
again.
Just wait.
Bad, you're about to get hit. Bad, you're about to get hit.
Where? Oh!
Oh my goodness. Wait, lower,
Aquarius,
lower.
can you
You're gonna bring
TP
them
me
all up
back?
here.
Give me a sec.
Oh, fudge. I didn't see that guy behind me.
And down we go.
Aquarius, can you TP me back? I was having
Okay.
fun.
What's
Now
happening?
they can't place blocks on top of it.
And now what happens?
Baji!
Wait, someone griefed the machine.
What do you mean?
Someone griefed
Oh,
it.
yeah, right. In what way? Oh,
They broke
Draco maybe did. Look, he did a little
Yeah.
colon 3.
Someone got up.
Oh, they
What's
told us to stop?
What's happening?
Oh, they griefed it?
Easy. Tubbo, what's wrong?
Quick, summon the machine back. Summon the machine back. Don't let them kill
Oh,
you. They'll take it.
They're coming up. They're coming up. Oh, so they're not allowing it? It's like too much?
Apparently it's too much.
It's lagging everyone? Oh.
Oh.
Said I'm sorry.
I
Well-
think we are eliminated, to be honest, so I don't
Oh
really
yeah,
matter.
are we eliminated, Aquarius?
He won't tell us. I
Your
asked.
machinery got rejected.
I think
Oh.
there's a chance we were not. Because I've seen a lot of people like chilling.
Am I supposed to
So-
stop them from breaking your machine?
Oh wait, the thing's dead. Oh, we killed it.
Wait, really?
Nice.
They're destroying.
It's still on full health. Oh,
Well, at least we scared him a little bit.
oh.
Oh,
How did it
their
go
thing's
up
still
in
full
half?
health?
How did it go up in half?
Oh, he died. I did it! I'm the winner! I'm the winner!
Did you get it?
Well, they just started destroying your machine, but I got 2 of them dead.
Oh
They-
yeah, wait. Should we go target Gray Base? Because remember
Wait,
how
no,
we get
you
like
guys,
points?
how did that guy go up in health? When I got there, it was at 800. Now it's
He
on
just-
1,000.
He just smacked
Oh.
himself. He just...
They probably did a penalty reward
That was
because we were
awesome.
basically trolling them.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they
What
said
is
they
the
were
point?
lagging out. Wait, is
What
oh,
is the
Gray's
point?
helping Green right now, too.
Oh, that means their base is probably empty. Let me go check.
Alright, I'll see if I can get this guy.
That's crazy. Do we at least get points for that?
No, I think
Yeah,
you have to
style
kill it, right?
points.
Dude, it went up in health.
Another one gone. Dude, I'm farming kills right now.
Wait, Aquarius.
He's really smart. Hello.
Please. Hello.
Hi. What are you guys up to?
Oh, we already lost our.
Oh, you did?
To restructure our lives.
How long ago did you lose it?
Sorry? Oh,
when did you lose it?
1.5 hours ago.
Did you lose it before the race game?
Yeah. No, before the last game.
Oh, a little bit after. Oh, a little bit before that.
Before the last game, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it was the red team.
Yeah, I hate those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they killed ours too. They're killing everybody's. I hope their pillows are warm tonight.
They are very strong now.
Yeah, do you know where their base is?
No, I didn't.
I wish we did. We would.
I stay here. Oh, the whole day.
Okay, I've been exploring everywhere and I cannot find their base. It's not like to the north. Do you think it's near you guys?
They told us it's kind of near us, but they didn't say the direction.
You think it's that? Where did they come from? Like when they attacked?
They come from there.
From
Over the
that
hill.
direction?
Over the hill.
Okay, I'm gonna go that way then. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna look for him. Bye. Oh. Gray base. Looks like gray base got out as well, by the way.
I think that happened around like the time maybe we got out.
I can message you later. Things about.
Oh, what?
Yes, I haven't seen
Huh? What the fudge?
Loki.
That's so annoying. Oh my gosh.
Well, if we're not out, I don't know what we're doing tomorrow because the whole machine's just been briefed and left there. So.
Wait, are you guys still there?
No.
Aquarius, can you let
I'm
Tubbo?
still there.
Can you let Tubbo
Okay,
get
I'm
his
almost
machine?
back there, Foolish, if
They
you need help with
definitely,
anything.
ARKANIS
they definitely took
destroyed,
some.
mate.
Yeah, they took some pieces apart for sure.
Oh no.
Do you want the machine, smart guy? Not really, because I think we're out. Because you wouldn't have TP'd us all there if it would have had consequences on the outcome of today.
Well,
Because otherwise you would have been framed for admin abuse. But
it
I
could
think
be-
TPing us there to try and destroy their guy. No consequences because the fate is sealed.
Well, maybe it's possible that like what's the word? They just wanted more funny content, you know? Like think about it. They told me where another team's base was the other day, so they're
Yeah, see, it's set in stone. They wouldn't do that otherwise. It's set in stone.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that we got out. It could mean another team got out and we're still in.
What do you want, Aquarius? What do you want me to do? What do you need?
Get your
Yeah,
machine
right now I'm
back,
just
Tubbo,
sitting on
just
top
in
of this.
case.
Also, did you guys give? Did you give that guy health back? Be honest. Did you respawn him? What guy? Lime's guy? Oh no. What? Then how is he on full health when he was taking
Sorry.
damage? And when I got there, he was on 800 health. What?
Are you
What?
still fighting, Foolish?
Oh,
It was taking
that's stop.
damage,
Stop.
was it? The drills do damage, and when I got there before I set up the drill, it was on like 800 pounds.
Hello.
800 pounds, 800 health. And now it's on 1,000. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay.
Hey guys. Whoa, why the violence?
Help me!
That's crazy. Hello.
Hello.
Do you know where red base is?
What?
Do you know where red base is?
No.
Fudge. Okay.
And you?
And me?
Yeah. You lost
Where-
your shield.
Yeah, it's gone.
Sadness. Who
What about you
can
guys? Do you
strike?
still have yours?
Who can stride your shield?
Red destroyed it.
Red.
Yep. We're looking for him to say
Okay.
hello. I have a present for them. All right.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck, Sammy. See ya.
See ya.
I'm just gonna sit here and they
Let the
so.
machine go. I've
They so
contributed all I
choose.
could to this team. I gave it my all.
Yeah. Honestly, it was a hell of a run. I think it was a fun way to try and get about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just watched someone get murdered in front of me. It was wild.
Are you still at Lime?
No, but this guy on white team was being chased by a guy in yellow. And the guy on white was like, help me, help me. And I just watched as he died. He was like, bad, help.
Uh-oh.
It was pretty funny.
No, I'm not waving back at Pack. Screw you, Pack. I hate you forever.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do you see him? I think you're
yeah,
right.
He's at the Lime.
Where are you guys? How'd you get back there?
Oh. No, I'm not waving at him. No, I'm bitter.
I just hit Mike with an anvil, Looney Tunes style.
Did you get him?
Yeah.
I'll look away from him. Beep. Oh, hey, Vit.
Yo.
Look, your treacherous Brazilian boyfriend's here.
I know. Many such cases. Many
Okay,
such cases.
Are you? What? Trying to traumatize me? No, I would never do that. I would
Wait, that is kind of awesome. He invites us to then eliminate us.
I'll trauma dump it to you later. I'll be sleeping.
You know what? That's a good point. We should ask Pac, but like, hey, you got a TPS there. Or like, tell us where your base is. Just like they're already gonna make it. Like, just let us kill your little minion.
I don't want to kill it. I just want to know
so
where it is. I mean, if we're like, if we get out.
1,000 cells since the beginning. Damn, I swear it was lower. I'm stupid then. No one touched
I
it.
can't believe this
That drill
stat.
so would have killed it though, for the record, right? I so would have gotten there. Surely, if you hadn't broken that. Want a horse? Yeah, alright. Foolish, I've been given 2 horses. It's your time.
I'm over it. I don't want to breed stupid horses. I've done there. I've been that mission. And if we're just gonna die soon anyway, I don't want to breed horses in my final moments.
Are you sure?
Yeah, trust me. No, I have bred and killed enough horses for a lifetime.
Okay, fellas. Well, it's been a pleasure. However.
Yeah, if you want to go, I can tell you if I'll just tell you when we know if we're out or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fear we are out, but.
Yeah, I'll let you know either way.
All right.
I'll just message you.
Okay. Wanna jump down? Sure. Let's jump down into the void with the horse. Let's walk the horse plank. 3,
if this
2,
is
1.
Okay.
Dude, Loki, we definitely have the coolest freaking base defense. I don't even want to at me with that.
I don't think anyone had a spinning base defense except us.
No.
Like,
it was pretty awesome.
We dealt with the hand we got. If any other team was in our situation, they would have died. I must say.
Much quicker. Well, we did that.
Damn.
But I know what you mean. But we taped it. We fought the good fight.
No other team had a blender.
Yeah, this stuff is stupid. This actually should be disabled. I'm gonna campaign for this to be disabled. This is crazy.
You tell them.
I just... And there's no cooldown. It refreshes every time your feet touch the floor. Wow.
Wait, so would they have not been able to get... So they got through with that Ender Pearl staff, is how they're getting through?
Yeah.
So it basically just a teleporter, it's just an Ender Pearl, like, tosser?
No, it's not really a teleport. It's like a dash.
Oh, okay.
I found red base.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Finally.
What's that?
Where is it? Let's kill him.
Can you message it so I can see it on the map?
Yeah.
Yeah, send it for me too.
I can hear you.
I'm so curious.
Oh, let me
where it
talk to
was.
this guy 1 second. Hi.
Hello.
You found it. Nice.
Yeah, they killed us. Did they kill you too?
Yeah, they killed us too.
That's your bad.
I've been looking for them all flipping day. How?
Honestly, I found them at the beginning of the event.
Oh, really? Oh, I wish we could, like, message each other if I had known.
You guys destroyed us as well, so...
Yeah. We got memed. Yeah, it is what it is, you know.
At least we killed her.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. Good work. Was no one here?
No.
Oh, wow.
They are all at our base.
Oh, really? Holy fudge. Okay, nice. You did it. I'm
Nice
gonna take this. The trophy. Good teamwork. Oh man, that's awesome. All right. Oh my flipping gosh. Yes. Oh, let's go. Alright, their base is here, and I took their, they had an enchantment table, I just broke it and took it.
Nice.
They had a full enchantment table, by the way, like books and everything.
This is like one of the places I traveled first was this west side. I was so close to finding it actually kind of early on. I just barely missed it. Like I curved down here instead of... That's so crazy.
Yeah, that explains the pathing they took. They just were going... brrrr. Oh, that's so nuts. So annoying.
Like my vision on the mini maps, like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 pixels off during my exploration.
Their guy is dead, but if you want to see what it looks like, you can.
Oh, their guy died?
Yeah, there was a guy in here killing it, so he
As
got
you
like the
came up to
damage
it?
points. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, like he was sitting here like chopping away at it. He was so
Oh.
shocked when he saw me. He was like, "Oh." Yeah, they had it right on their spawn point, but they had a roof over it, so it looks like it would have been hard to see like from the top. No, you kind of would have been able to see it. They were on top of a mountain though. Like they're at the highest point you can get.
Alright, I'm just gonna kill
Good
myself.
gosh.
Yeah, I'm looking around. I don't see anything in their base here. Like, there's nothing.
I don't even think I can.
There's nothing really of value, but I'm gonna break their chests anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a lava bath.
I'm just gonna break their anyway.
Yeah, they get nothing. I don't, nothing of value. I'm just destroying everything right now.
La 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 la.
So is that it? So like, is that everything for the day?
Well,
Yeah, I
technically,
think that's pretty
we know
much-
our bets. We just. So is it not until for a couple hours from now do we know if we're alive or dead? So it's not until the end of the day.
Oh, there's a guy here. Hello. Oh. Yeah, I
just
think
if-
so.
I mean, if everything's said and done for the day, I might call it personally.
Oh yeah, there. Like I said, I don't think there's any more events. So if you just want to go, I think it's fine.
All right. Well, hey, gentlemen, it's been
There,
an honor and a
wait, there
pleasure
is
as
one
always.
more thing, is what Aquarius is saying. What is it,
He mentioned like a
Aquarius?
little thing. Oh yeah, he did.
It's
mention
one
that.
little thing, but... Well... A little old pal, you guys can meet again. A little old pal, you guys can meet again.
Oh, a little old pal.
Who? But it will take a bit depending on her.
Oh. I'm guessing old.
Oh,
old Baji.
Baji, maybe. Is it Baji? I saw Baji log in earlier.
That would be my guess. Ain't no way you just try to shove me off. That's crazy.
You know what? How about this? I'll think about it if you give me 3 stacks of steak. And I'll strongly consider it.
3 stacks of steak.
Actually, I want 3 stacks of... 1 second. 3 stacks of... Where is it? Farmer's Delight beef stew. 3 stacks of beef stew.
Farmer's Delight beef stew? Are you crazy? They'll never
That's-
allow it.
Come on, 3. Very nice. This is my chair now. Come on, 3 stacks. 3 stacks and I'll sit here and chat with you. Come on. Come on, if I'm out, it's not gonna matter anyway. See ya? You won't even entertain my stacks of beef stew. You know what? Maybe it is good for us to just log off, I guess, right now. Maybe we should just go. What do you think, Aquarius? I could give it to you. Okay. But I hope this is blocking your vision right now. Oh, what the
heck
fudge?
am I?
Oh, where are we? Quick, kill Foolish while we have the chance.
Here, leave group, leave group.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Boy.
We have 5 minutes, guys. We have 5 minutes to do something. Wait,
5
no,
minutes
did we have a
to
puzzle?
kill
Like, 2 of us
Foolish.
crank this at the same time. 2 of us crank this at
Yep.
the same time.
3, 2, 1. Ring the ding the thing up there.
Stop cranking it. Wait, like, so look at this staircase. It goes in and out. Or maybe you both have to keep cranking it is the thing.
Ooh, maybe that's it.
Okay, yeah, hold right click.
Hurry, Foolish.
Yeah, let's go. Nice.
Nice.
Good job.
If we had had an arrow, we could have shot it.
So I see there's
Button.
and then 2 buttons.
Baji!
Hey, Baji!
Oi! Baji!
Hi.
Oh! What?
Do I know you?
Oh, I guess
No,
not.
I don't think so.
I don't
Yes,
know
you do. Baji, what the? How do you not remember us?
Oh, maybe from sorry, I lost my memory a while ago.
Oh,
I'm
no,
really
that's...
sorry, but
No, that's fine.
Well,
I'm glad I have friends. I mean,
Yeah,
you like me, right? Or am I?
we used to be great friends, yes.
Oh,
Once upon a time.
okay, that's good.
Wait, are we supposed to be doing something right now?
Except
I don't
Foolish.
know.
You always
I'm
hated
stuck
him.
in here. I think.
Okay, push the button. Each of us push the button at the same time, ready? 3, 2, 1, push. Wait, try again.
Yeah, try again.
Oh! 2, 1, push.
Do we have to do it quicker?
Maybe we have to turn it on at the same time, right? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, if that wasn't it, then... Baji, you gotta get out of there!
Okay, I don't know what's happening, but
Oh! Oh, look at that!
Yo!
I did it! I got the magic touch!
Put it back, you scumbag.
I'm sorry!
Okay.
Oh, fudge, we're back over here.
We're blocked off. Okay, guys, do we have to do something not at the same time? Maybe it has to actually be at the same time.
Maybe it's just these two, then those two, or these two and then those two.
Maybe there's a certain order.
Yeah, this lever's. Oh, you think in order?
Cause I have a lot of levers right there. And everything is a different color.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, okay. We have to get the same ones that are blue to glow, maybe.
Okay, blue.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I have levers. Let me check again.
Okay.
Oh, guys, Baji's definitely gonna die. We're not solving this puzzle.
Yeah. I don't know
That is
what other method it could be. Maybe it's a combo lock? Here, let's try pushing them with this one off. Ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, push. Okay, that didn't do anything.
Does Baji need to... Wait, what is that sign say? I can't read Portuguese. Okay. Yeah, maybe Baji flips all of those or just one of them. That corresponded with the...
Okay, not sure what I have to do, but you guys are the only ones in here, so maybe you are stuck?
Oh, man, I guess that could be bad. I guess I never thought about it that way. I guess
That's
we
kinda
could be the ones
wild.
in danger, guys.
Well, I feel like this
Can we have,
lever...
like a few minutes?
Yeah, look, this lever has to represent Tubbo, right?
Right, I agree.
Maybe everybody's supposed to, like, push all their buttons simultaneously to open it, to free you somehow. Look, there's a guy in there.
Oh! Lorem!
The Lorem.
We're terrible at puzzles!
No, I think we solved it. I just think we need everybody to do it at the same time.
Like, Baji presses her button?
Yeah. So, like, look in the other rooms. See how they've all got buttons? What if every single button has to be pushed at the same time in every single chamber?
Oh, whoops. Oh, they fixed it. We can't get through now.
You're welcome. Keep mining, foolish.
We don't know what to do. Wait, guys. Okay. Do we have to sync up with Baji's? Like, weird? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he is kind of weird looking.
Okay. We need... So...
Good theory.
What if Baji just needs to flip all the blue... like, the cyan levers?
Oh, yeah, look, there's cyan ones. Baji! Baji, come here! Baji! Over here! Baji! Look over here! Baji, come here! Oi! Oi! Baji! Okay, Baji.
I'm back.
Flip all the ones that...
Okay, yeah, sure.
The cyan ones. Because we're cyan. If you flip all those ones, the blue ones that correspond with us, maybe we can get in there.
Like the three, you have 3
Wait,
ones.
I messed up the translator.
Oh, the blue, like, there's some levers by the blue blocks over there. Maybe because it's our color. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have three different levers in blue.
So do you think it would help if you like
Timing.
flip all of
Timing.
those? So you flip all those and then that unlocks ours?
Should we try, like, pushing it at the same time again? Maybe we were out of sync. Here, foolish.
This out.
What?
Okay, we need to be in sync.
your
Maybe,
button,
maybe you can try to press all 3 buttons at the same time. And
Okay,
I
we'll
will
just keep
try
doing
to
that.
Press mine.
Uh-huh.
Let me check. See if
Alright,
you can see me right there. I will jump 3 times and then I will push my button.
Okay. Let's just keep doing it. Just 3. Okay, tell us when.
Alright, you're gonna do 3 jumps. 1. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. Press.
I'm a little bit late.
What was that? Okay.
I'm a little bit late. I was trying to watch.
And mess it up. Let's try that again.
Yeah, one more time.
Let's try again.
Okay.
Try and be more on point this time, foolish.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Press.
The door behind.
What do you mean?
Oh! Oh, look! What the fudge?
What? Oh, we have to correspond those buttons with the 3 levers, I think.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, so we need to... Wait, but what about these 3 buttons?
Okay, we've got like a bunch of buttons in there now. Oh, look, one's lit up. Which one is that?
Oh, wait, it worked?
Yeah,
we need to get
what?
the
There's
blue
something
ones,
lit
I
up.
think. We need to get the blue one. We did something. I think we need the 3 cyan, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's definitely...
I think we gotta sync them up. Here, I'm gonna push it. Tell me if something happens. Think that's this one. Did anything happen?
It kind of matches up with your levers.
So nothing
perfect.
happened?
Okay. So my levers are from different
Should we make
colors.
a group?
Maybe I can...
did it shut off now?
Maybe I can tell you
Oh,
which
it moved
levers
it.
are
Look.
blue.
I moved it.
Oh, it's the top, bottom, and middle. Hey, let's try this. That one. There we go. Let's see if it changed it.
Okay.
Did
as
any
a
of them
group-
change?
So as a group, we need to press the 3. Okay, so there's that. So there's that top one, right one, and bottom one. So
Top
Okay.
one.
Imagine like a cross.
Yeah.
In the top of it, and left and right, I have blue squares.
Okay.
But at the bottom, I have a red one. So maybe we
Okay.
should go for blue since you're in the blue
Yeah.
box.
Should we
And
put-
I have the same things with levers, and not only the boxes, like the
Okay.
squares that light up.
So we gotta do the left, right, and bottom at the same time. We'll try that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Left, right, and bottom at the same time.
Let's try that.
I'll grab right.
3,
I got this bottom one.
2, 1, push. Okay.
Did that do anything?
It lit up the bottom one.
Did that? Oh, okay. We only have one of the levers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check if I can do something different with the levers. But you need to light up top, left, and right.
Okay.
Top,
Not
left,
bottom, because I
and
heard
right.
I heard you said bottom.
Oh,
Okay, top, left. Top, left, and right. Top, left, and right. Right? 3,
Okay.
2,
I got right.
1, push. Okay, let's see. It doesn't look like anything changed. Okay. We did
Okay,
top,
okay,
left, and right.
Okay, maybe it's something that I have to do here. Give me
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay.
There's a smiley face on the roof. Wait, there's a smiley face on the roof. Is that the orientation of the room? Because it could be bottom. Yeah, it looks like it is bottom, left, and right. If that's the orientation. Huh. What? What's so funny, Bullish?
Like we suck.
You don't know that? We could be doing amazing for all you know.
Dude, the guy said that he should just send us back.
Okay. I
Yeah.
got it. I
Okay.
think I got it.
Okay.
When you press some buttons right there, I can maybe activate the levers to keep the squares on. So
Okay.
try to press one button at a time slowly, so I can try to go with the levers.
Okay, we'll do left,
Okay.
bottom, then right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Here, push left. Left, foolish.
Okay.
So it's left, bottom, and right. You said.
Yeah,
doing it
left, bottom, and right. How are we gonna communicate the What if we just spam press them? Okay, what if we just spam press them? Because I'm trying to think of how we communicate. So, like, what if we just keep them lit?
Oh, it's keep
Does
pressing.
it reset it? Yeah. Here, keep pressing the bottom. Yeah, let me check. Okay, bottom's lit. Right's not lit. So bottom is definitely correct.
We got one.
Should we just spam press them, you think, Baji? We can just keep spamming them. If you want to do the bottom, then flip the others. No?
I think we need to sync something. But I don't know what it is yet.
Okay.
You can see there which I'm not sure. I think I can see foolish dancing. Maybe.
Yeah.
But can you see in that place which square you're lighting up?
Yeah, that was the bottom one, I think.
Okay,
Let me
maybe you need to press some buttons in sync.
Some other ones?
Try to light different ones. I don't know.
All right. We'll try that. Yeah? Trying to figure this out. I think it's definitely the orientation. Alright, guys. Here. Push the, Foolish. When you see me jump, push the right one, Foolish, when you see me jump. Okay. Hey, what if it's mirrored? I can't tell if it's mirrored or not.
Okay, Bed.
Yeah?
Maybe try to press all buttons one at a time. And
Just
let me
in
see.
a circle?
Yeah, yeah, like a circle maybe.
Okay. We'll do clockwise just around once, okay?
Okay, perfect.
Alright. Okay, guys, we got a test sign. Let's just clockwise do the buttons like this.
Sure.
Salon's on.
Okay. When you pressed, let's imagine a clock, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. When you, oh, it's not a clock. Yeah, it's not a clock. But yeah, when you press the second button, the first button went off. So maybe we need to find the right order.
Oh, there's an order. Oh, I wonder if it's the order is the buttons we gotta do like left, right, down, or down, right, left. We'll try that.
Don't try down, cause it's a red one. Not sure. Red, maybe it's something not that good.
Do you know the orientation of the room? Like which direction's the top, which is the bottom?
Oh, good question.
There's a smiley face up there. Is this the bottom right here?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's try that. Let's try different orders of those three buttons. Foolish, we're gonna try different orders of these three buttons. Ready? Let's do 1, 2, 3. Let's see if that does anything. You see anything lit?
Look like
Fit?
it did anything?
I don't see anything.
No lights are on.
Yeah, let's try again. We were able to light the bottom one somehow. Or we do it the other way. Boop, boop, boop.
Okay, said, it's a compass, and
It's a
maybe
compass.
the red one is north.
Is north.
So yeah,
do we need to push all 4 of them, you think?
Not sure. Not sure where we need to go right now, but I can see where you are. Wait.
We are here. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're like 1 below. Okay, maybe let's try all 4.
Why can't they just complete?
Pac just messaged me a base. That was wild.
Okay. So you are in the southwest position, I imagine, and okay, I maybe I need you to press south and east and west, but I don't know which order.
Okay, so just bottom and down, bottom and left. We'll try that.
But I'm not sure if you need to press those, cause maybe it's just they're just blue to represent that it's not north, cause the north is red.
No, that's a good point.
That's why I said you are in the southwest position.
Okay, we'll try that. South and west. All right. Fit. Let's press the left one and the bottom one at the same time. Or maybe these 3 are the ones we need to push.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did that do anything? Ooh, it lit it up.
All right.
Okay.
We're getting somewhere.
Pushing that one lit that up. Tell foolish push bottom button. Tell foolish left button. Tell foolish middle left. We clearly have to sync something up. Here, Fit, can you and Foolish go push bottom and left bottom at the same time?
Okay, bottom and left bottom at the same time? Okay.
Yeah. Nothing happened.
Did that do anything?
Yeah, it changed the light color, but that's it. We'll wait for Baji. Hello, creature.
Oh no. He's coming over to...
Yeah, that moved that way. It only lights one up at a time. I have a feeling that that thing is choosing which one lights up. Maybe Baji has to light up specific ones, or light up a specific one.
Okay, maybe it's a combination.
Mhm.
If you try to light up all of them one at a time, give me some seconds between each one, and
Okay.
maybe I can see which ones will light up or not.
Okay, I'm gonna do it in order, from top around
Okay.
to the other side. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. All right, we're gonna do it, but then wait. Baji's gonna figure something out. Okay, so and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And time is up.
We did it!
Nope,
We
I don't
solved
think we
it.
did.
Wait, we solved
No!
We did it!
Quick, kill
We just
Foolish
solved
while we
the
have the
puzzle.
chance.
Yeah, we're so smart. We are so smart.
Wait, what in the world?
Oh, I'm crunching
We can
abs.
solve it.
Oh
Yeah.
Should I?
Valera told me in my ears.
Uh-huh.
What he probably is a liar though, whatever he said, so.
Almost. The
Almost.
clowns are almost. Did we do it? We were close.
Wait, so we didn't actually get it? Wait, we
Good
did
job.
do it.
Yeah.
We did it?
Let's not question it. We got it. We got it.
We got it. Let's go. Ab crunch is Foolish. Let's go.
Yeah. Wait a second. Let's see. What do I
Gotta
wanna
get
do?
the
What do I wanna
workout
do
when
now?
you can.
Alright, I'll get the workout. I'll get the workout in then. I'll get the workout. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait a second. Wait a second. What was that one?
What is that?
Oh. Oh, Iron Man. What's up?
I wish there was a push-up one. Well, Aquarius,
Whoa.
we succeeded.
Yeah.
And we got to say hi to Baji. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Alright, it was fun. Can we each have 1 stack of steak, please? Really? No steak? It's like you don't even care about us, Aquarius. You are a very, you're bad at bargaining? Alright, I have an idea. I think we ignore Aquarius till we each have a stack of steak. Alright. So what are you guys planning on doing today? What's your plan?
Dude, that's so cursed looking.
That's wild, but... Oh my gosh. Foolish, you look so freaky.
Are we dead?
I think we are. What?
Are we dead or not?
Where are we is the real
Yeah,
question.
My oven's already at 425 degrees. You know, what's when we wrap things up here?
Wait, so does everyone have to do the same puzzle? Or does everyone do a different part of the puzzle?
That is it for now?
Nice. That's it for now. Well, we did it.
That's
guys.
wild.
Together with
We
the
did
power
it.
of friendship and with Aquarius.
Friendship. Aquarius.
The power of friendship.
Oh, wow.
Yes, with you, Aquarius.
Thank you. Yeah,
That's
all that
right.
stuff you spawned in for us. You gave us each a stack of diamonds earlier today. It was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, even though we've only known each other for 2 days, it feels like we've been friends forever, you know?
It really does, doesn't it? Oh, you know, Pack gave me cords to somewhere. Should we go to them? Funny of you to mention, yes.
Lord.
I'm trying to find out where these cords go to, though.
Alright, well, you guys have fun. I'm probably gonna...
Oh, he gave us base cords. Guys, Pat gave us base cords. I think he wants us to destroy someone's base.
Boa noite, Aquarius. Well,
Wait,
you
Aquarius.
two have fun, because I'm gonna snooze.
Okay.
Yeah, use these.
What is, bye, Fit? See ya.
Bye-bye, see ya. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Base?
Maybe not. Maybe it's the end of wormhole.
What does BSE space DO space JVNQ mean? I assume it's like base of something. JVNQ. JVNQ. Yes, that. Is that an abbreviation for a color? No. Oh, the base of JVNQ. Oh, you want to go to their base? Let's go to their base.
What's it matter?
I don't know. We can destroy their stuff.
What's it matter?
We get points, Foolish. We get points. It's literally in this direction. It's right there. Come on. Yeah, give us a camel. Give us a flipping camel.
You and your camels.
He owes me a camel.
I have no food, so I'm gonna starve and die.
And give Foolish 1 stack of cooked steak. Give me a saddle, please. I need a saddle for him.
Wait, I look awesome.
Alright, lead the way, Foolish.
Right. Well, where do we go? I don't know where to go.
I don't know, just go that way. That way.
That's a quit.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is gonna be awesome. Just keep going.
Wait, hello, can I join your...
Yeah, you can follow us. Hi.
Oh, wait. Oh, we're not in a group. Oh, we're fine.
Hello.
Where are you going, you guys going?
This way. Here, come on.
We're going to Magenta.
You can come with us.
To kill them.
Yeah.
well, maybe not to
no,
kill,
we're
but-
just gonna hang out.
Just like, see what they got.
You wanna come?
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. That way, Foolish.
Okay. Wait,
Okay.
are you sure it's this way?
Yeah, this is the chords he gave me.
Okay. How far are we?
1,200 meters.
1,200 meters?
Or 1 kilometer.
Oh, yeah, my way. The camel's kind of nice for traveling.
That's nice. I cannot
Dude,
believe
I look like I'm traveling so fast.
you're taking me on another camel ride.
There's
And it's
nothing
not
special
even-
about it. There's no...
It's
we're
not
just-
even Valentine's Day and you're taking me on a camel ride, Foolish.
There's nothing about that. We're just simply traveling by camel. Like, what? You're making
know.
meaning out of something that there isn't.
No, you're taking me on... You look insane right now. Oh
What do you
my
mean? I look like
gosh.
I'm just traveling super fast on a camel. Do we keep going this way or stay on the mountain?
Go left. Go down. Go down. Yeah, we're
down.
Try not to barbecue. Go to the right. Go to the right. Right. Like
Screw
straight. Go
you.
straight that way. Just
Okay.
keep going. England this way. England this way. Yeah. Follow the mountain or whatever. Go right. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I could have just stayed up above and not have to deal with this cliff side.
It's better this way. We don't want to burn to death.
Great. Okay. How are we there yet?
No. Keep going.
Oh, spare me.
Okay. We are only 745 meters out, or 0.70
Easily
kilometers.
stayed up there. Oh my goodness. Oh
No.
my
You're doing
goodness.
great. You're doing great.
Oh
Keep going.
my goodness. I'm in disbelief.
We couldn't. We had to come down, Foolish. You know,
There's
try and
not that
jump.
much magma.
Try and jump back up. Try and jump back up.
Camels can't go up.
You don't know that.
Oh my goodness. I'm in disbelief. This is my navigator.
Keep going.
You set us on the side of a cliff that we can't even... Oh my goodness.
There we go. See, we're scaling. We're scaling.
Yeah,
You
but
just
it didn't
gotta
need to be this
zigzag.
difficult. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Foolish, you're going the wrong way.
Oh
We're gonna
my-
go to the left. Just jump up there. Jump
Oh.
up there. Here, mine that. Mine that block.
Yeah, I am.
Mine it faster. There you go. Jump up.
Okay.
There we go. Go to the right. No, not that
Wait
way.
a
This
second.
way.
Oh, wait a second. We're up here. We're up here.
Keep going.
Oh no.
We're
We're up here.
587 meters away.
Okay.
Honestly, we should have stayed on top of the ravine thing. I think coming down here was a bad idea.
Yes.
Keep going up.
So true.
Go up higher, foolish.
Wait,
Higher. Where are you going?
Wait. We have a guy going with us.
He knows how to
Up
get
here.
there. He can fly.
Can he? He's riding a camel.
He's with the purple dude, isn't he?
But we're going for magenta.
Yeah.
Oh.
Keep going that way. Go that way.
Okay.
Thank us having this nice camel ride, not on Valentine's Day. This one.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. I don't know what kind.
No,
of
I know
attachment
it
you're trying
doesn't
to
matter. I'm just saying. I'm illustrating the point that it happens to not be Valentine's Day. And we're going on another camel ride.
I mean that is like factual, but I don't know why it's like significant. I could be like, oh, what are the odds? We both have pickaxes. Like, what are you trying to do here?
No, it's a camel, foolish. We're on a camel going for a ride, and it's not even Valentine's Day. Like, I could understand, like, the special occasion that is Valentine's Day.
Oh, my goodness.
Going
Dude,
for a camel ride?
BadBoyHalo's an idiot, but you probably already knew that.
Whoa!
Oh, my goodness.
That is not true. I had a strategy.
Whoa!
Yay!
Whoa!
Run,
Whoa!
foolish,
Whoa!
run!
Whoa!
That's
Whoa!
what you
Whoa!
get, foolish. That's why. See, you ruined everything, foolish. Go that way.
Oh my
Hurry!
goodness. Oh, our camel's gonna die. Oh, our camel's gonna die.
No, it's
I see their
fine. Go
base,
faster.
dude. Their
Go
base is definitely
faster.
gonna die. No, our camel. Okay, we
We're
have to
being
run, Sam,
chased.
run.
Hurry up. Hurry up. He's following us, foolish.
Run.
What are you doing? Faster. I can't believe we're going on a
Oh my
flaming
goodness,
camel
dude.
ride
There's so
on.
many buckets of lava.
Go to the right. Angle to the right, foolish. Angle to the right. To the
But
right.
the base is to the left, right? Didn't I just
No,
see a
it's
bunch
to the
of
right.
stuff?
That's just stuff. That's just random stuff. Oh, look at that. Great. Now our camel's gone. You killed our camel. Okay, we gotta go this way. Come on, it's right
We're
here.
gonna start.
Here, have some steak. Delicious steak. Foolish, where are you? Foolish? I had steak for you.
Where is it?
Right here.
Okay.
Here.
I just didn't want to be standing on magma.
You missed steak. You missed
One
a steak.
Okay, fine. That was good enough to get me running. Okay.
Missed a steak. Here, do you want some sweet berries? Here.
No, it's fine. I think that's enough to get me running.
What is that
What is it,
dance?
dance?
He's doing something. Come on, foolish. It's right over here. We should totally put a bed down.
Caballo?
We need to set up a bed. Let's set up a bed. All right, let's set up a bed, foolish. We're getting points for our team. Here, come here.
Okay, dude.
Fudge, do you have any wall?
Yeah.
Do you have a... Actually, give... Oh, wait, I got a bed. Okay. Ready? Here, sleep.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Come on.
Okay.
Don't attack right away. We're going to say hi. Don't attack right away. We'll say hi.
This is so dumb. Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, you guys died. Hi. We're heading this way. You want to come?
What are you guys gonna do? You guys are up to what?
No, we're just going to go
we
say
don't know
hi
yet.
to them.
We've just been wondering.
Oh, okay. One question.
Yeah?
We met a woman that said that she had an interaction with international people.
Yeah?
Quebraram nós.
What the fuck happened? Oh,
Oi.
fudge! Fudge, so
What?
sorry. What the fudge happened there with you guys?
What? What are you talking about?
A woman.
Who?
A blonde
You
one
think we are crazy?
with a lot of purple things. She said that
Blonde.
you guys did something together. It happens with her too. She's my friend, you know. She's my friend. She's my ex sister-in-law.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she used to be my sister's girlfriend.
Oh.
Just
Oh,
Trying to
okay.
steal points from you, you know? I'm just wanna know if she was okay.
Yeah, no, we totally saw.
Giddy up.
We totally saw them. Yeah, they were fine. They had a face on the back of their head. That was kind of cool.
I think ours.
They were.
I think ours is saddle.
She divides her body with
saddle.
18.
Huh?
Yeah, the back part's a demon.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. Actually, no, it's a bit crazy, you know?
Yeah, no, it is crazy.
Yeah, but she's okay. She told you guys something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She had a message. Oh, you're who the message was for.
Really?
Yeah, she had a message for you.
Please don't hit me.
Don't hit you?
The only
No,
don't hit
that
me.
wasn't the
Do
message.
not say that the message is something and plow, you're gonna kill me.
No, it was a really good message, but fudge, I'm really hungry. I can't say it. I'm out of food. Do you have any spare food?
Yeah, no.
Oh, is this it? This is all you have?
Actually, yeah.
Oh,
I have
that won't.
a few. I
I
have
don't.
woodberry.
Oh,
I have
that's
raw
all you.
beef.
Oh, that
I'm
I
not
don't know.
kidding.
Oh no, this might not be enough to help me. Do you have any more?
That cheap? You want food to give me information?
Will it keep working if I keep asking?
Someday my food will end. Actually, I'm gonna give you the last one that I have, okay?
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you.
I'm saying well.
I think you have one more. I'm so hungry.
I really don't have.
I feel like
Are
one
you
more.
blaming me?
I feel like one more. I'll be able to tell you something.
I really don't have any more. I'm not joking with you.
I feel like you got at least one more.
Definitely no. Oh, you can eat this, right?
Oh, yummy.
Elma Maria.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
one more
yeah.
time.
So this is what Baji said. That when we saw them,
Elma Maria?
we heard these words.
What's that
Who
say?
are you?
What's that mean?
No, foolish,
Is all that you have to.
It's too late.
Yeah, that's what they told us. They said, "Who are you?"
BadBoyHalo, I trust you.
What did I
No,
miss
they said,
today?
"Who are you?"
I gave you all my.
I would suck it? Oh.
They also said to tell.
She was almost my family.
Oh.
Yeah, no. She had a message for
If
you.
you knew, oh my,
I see.
my
Oh,
life
dude, it does
story,
look
you
like
won't
I'd
be
be-
doing
oh,
this.
man.
No.
I lost my mother, and my
She-
sister just become something with my sister-in-law. You know.
She lost
my
her
brother
memory
was
though.
engaged. Yeah, the three of them lost the memory.
Oh, well, to be honest, marriage is a
I
social
have an
construct.
existential crisis
Anyway.
right now.
Oh no, do you have any more food since you're having a crisis?
I give everything that I have for
Hang
you,
up on the red
BadBoyHalo.
team? For
Dang
what
it.
though?
Everything.
Maybe you
Just
could
like you
borrow
tried to
some
make.
food from someone? Okay.
Like a waitress for you?
No. I'll tell you what else Bashi said. Bashi said this.
What are
Said,
them?
maybe if you guys push the
confused.
left, the
don't
right,
know.
and the bottom
They just
button,
been-
maybe that'll work.
They just been saying
Yeah,
stuff.
we
I don't.
had the same interaction.
You can.
Okay.
I
play
just want to know if
songs.
something
I'm down.
happened
I'll
to
hear
you
some
guys.
music.
If anything happens, she remembers something. I don't know. I'm just worried with my family.
Disc? Oh yeah, well, this could be nice.
Well, yeah, I think she's got memory loss. It might be Alzheimer's.
Called coconut.
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
Yeah,
I appreciate. I enjoy the food, you know.
no problem. Thank
When
you.
you go to sleep today and put your head on the pillow, you're gonna remember that you played
E aí,
me.
como que a gente vai fazer pra matar o vermelhinho?
You're gonna
Honestly, I probably won't remember a lot of today, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
Acabou a revolta, agora é só arte. Música.
This is probably gonna be the most memorable part, though. Wait. Okay. Malana. Here, I have one more thing. No, here. If you're gonna go, at least take this.
As I can. Okay.
There you go.
I think that you really don't want to give me this back. Okay?
There you go.
Okay.
Take that. You're gonna need that. Okay, it's not
Definitely,
safe.
Yeah.
Not safe out there.
Yeah.
All right.
Bless you. God bless you.
Yep.
Have a
See ya.
great evening, you know. Yeah.
See ya. You can do it. Alright. One good deed done today.
Oh, wow.
Não, mas põe
Wow,
de
that
novo.
just
Ué,
happened.
quem pegou?
Foolish.
Somone Gotit.
Do I have it? Nope, I don't got it.
What are you doing, Foolish?
Huh? What do you mean?
That's messed up. Whoever's playing
What do you
this
mean?
is a horrible person.
Wait, no, I don't think it's horrible.
No, whoever played it's horrible.
Eu não tenho emote, então eu vou dançar no shift.
The song depresses me.
Nah, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Look at the sunrises.
What is that? Foolish, we're almost there.
Gente, vamos parar de guerrear, vamos parar de guerrear, vamos fazer os dois inteiros se juntar e dançar com a gente, mano.
Isso!
Let's dance.
Ó, tô no ritmo da música, hein? Tô no ritmo.
Why does it depress you? You're a monster. You're actually a monster. This is crazy. Reminded of cherry trees? What's wrong with you?
Nice.
Who is this sociopath I'm talking to?
He's a little gremlin.
He's literally a sociopath. Oh my gosh. I hope I got out today. I hope my team loses so I don't have to see this cretin again. Foolish. I think tomorrow we just play a bunch of Valorant.
I still don't know if we're dead yet.
I guess we'll find out.
Eu tô fazendo você casa.
Talvez.
Hello.
Ah, não, música.
Hello.
Ó, vai improvisar. Vamos fazer um rap. Vamos fazer um rap. Uma batalha de rap. Vamos batalha de rap. Vambora. Quem vai?
Got this.
Eu não sei.
Nossa, eu vou ter que ir ali.
Vamos, Bia. Vamos fazer rap, Bia. Vamos fazer rap.
Not that one.
Vamos.
Vai, começa.
Eu não sei. Eu não sei. Eu não
Inventa
sei.
qualquer coisa, vamos
Eu
lá.
não sei.
Ei,
Não sei
yo,
essa pressão.
Yo, hey, yo. Oh, a minha vida é uma bosta.
Eu não consigo, gente. Eu não sei. Socorro, tem muita gente me olhando.
Eu apaguei e cheguei até aqui. Eu nunca gostei de comer farofa. Agora disse que comer até bosta. Eu quero sair daqui. Eu quero ter uma vida. Eu não gosto de sofrer. Eu gosto de bebidas.
Boa! Já ganhou.
Dali,
É
dali,
tua.
dali. Vai, Bia, vai, bebidas.
Oh, eu não sei, eu não tenho
Vai, Bia, vai, Bia.
Não.
Vai, Dick,
embora.
vai, Dick, vai, Dick.
Eu não vivo sobre
Agora eu vou falar que eu vou dizer. Eu gosto muito de você.
Linda.
Eu odeio o Mendrake.
Você matou nosso filho. Você matou nosso filho. Você é um empecilho. Você é um idiota que devia escarrelhar o trilho. Você devia saber que eu existo. Você devia estar no exílio. Saber. É isso.
Vai dormir com essa?
Só quer saber que eu sofro, amigo.
Ah, o bicho acaba na hora que eu vou começar, é foda, hein?
Te calaram, te calaram.
Calado, foi calado. Voltou.
Vai começar de novo. Não, vou responder essa parada.
Ai.
Demorou.
Yo. Peraí que eu vou comer. Legal. Comer pra me alimentar. Obrigada pela resposta.
Achando que é pai e acha que do Fê você é namorada, você não é porra nenhuma, papo reto. Mano, tá ligado?
No, not a deafin.
Você tá ligado, mano? Eu amassei a 3 de uma vez. Se precisar de novo, eu faço, mano, mais uma vez.
Yeah. Ready to go?
I think. No, I might get going because I have to wake up really early. I'm waking up at like 4:30 tomorrow.
Why?
Because I'm gonna stream Valorant, like Pro Valorant.
Oh, well, goodbye then.
The first game starts at 5 a.m.
I mean, we could raid their base. It's right there.
What do you
But
mean?
if you have to go, I mean, the enemy
come
base
here?
is right down there, yeah.
Okay, wait. This guy wants me to follow.
Wait, hold on. I don't see it on the map. Where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. Ready? Bullish?
I have to wake up really early tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
It was nice to see you. So
It was nice. It was nice meeting you guys. It was a good time.
happy in Brazilian. I'm happy in Brazilian.
That's awesome. Oh, thank you guys. It was a fun time. Ciao. 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 Ciao.
Ciao. We live in a society.
Ciao.
Bullish? Where'd he go? Bye.
Bye.
I'm heading down there. You want to come?
Oh, you're going down there.
Yeah, we're going down here.
What you gonna do?
Whose base was this? It's gone.
Oh my god.
Maybe this was pink base? Yeah, it looks like their base is gone.
Ele tá falando da base que já foi de base.
Yeah, I wanted to see their base, see if we could destroy it, but it's already gone.
It's already gone.
Oh, well.
Eles tiveram a mesma ideia de base que a gente.
Pink base. This is pink. I found red base. It's way over there.
That's too away. Very away.
Maybe I should
What you gonna
fish.
do now? I want
Probably-
to know what we gonna do.
Probably go fishing.
No. Not
No?
again.
O que ele falou?
You don't like fishing?
Fishing.
No, I
like fishing. What you do?
Whoa, what's that? What the fudge?
Let it go.
I believe
Do you see this over here?
I'm saying, what you doing?
What is this?
I don't know.
Maybe I shouldn't do that.
You look like a Spider-Man right now.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing your things away.
Whee!
Spider-Man.
Do you like... Are you afraid of
Spider-Man.
falls? Stand right here. Stand right here. What is this? Do you see that? Oh, look! I see someone. Look, there's someone down there.
What?
Dang it. It didn't work. Ah. Hello.
Hello. Me mata, me mata.
Eu tenho, ontem eu matei ele, eu fiquei com
Me
muita
mata.
dó.
Pode. Mais um hit eu morro, mais um hit eu morro.
Where'd they go?
Bad, can you do a favor?
That's crazy. Oh, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. What'd you say, Aquarius? Welcome, Raiders. Hello. There was no one here. Nothing. There was no one here, Aquarius. Aquarius, do you know how long until the server restarts? Or shuts down for the night? 50 minutes? Oh my gosh. I don't feel like walking, Aquarius. Can you TP me to water somewhere so I can fish? Yeah, could you just TP me to a lake? I just can't be bothered to walk anymore. No. Princess, you are very needy. That's crazy. Well, I guess if you don't want to TP me, I guess I'll just go for now. You can die and spawn a base. Oh yeah, I guess I can. I can't believe it. When people call me needy, it really... Son of a gun! Such a crazy thing to call somebody. As if I would be needy. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. Alright. Finally, now I can get some fishing done. And look, I've even got this tackle box. Which is full of stuff. Dang, this even has a gold pick on it. It's a shame nothing I get will be of any use. It'd be awesome to pull up Neptunium. Thank you for the 33 months, by the way. Thank you for the raid, Foolish. Oh my goodness. Let me catch up on names, chat. Sorry. Thank you, Ari No. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, it's 7:13 a.m. Thank you for the 30 months. Thank you for the 21 months, Ari No I. AZ, thank you for the 13 months. Foolish, thank you for the raid. XUX Studio, thank you for the 23 months. You're almost at 2 flipping years. You hear this, Aquarius? That's nuts. Oh my goodness. We almost have a 2-year sub ragamuffin. Hamburger lol, thank you for the 17. Hamburger, hi. Sassy Stay, thank you for gifting a sub. Zora, thank you for the 200 bits. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very sweet. Bell 2 Rose, thank you for the 25 months. Shadow Lily 1455, thank you for the 14 months. JJ Boss, thank you for the Prime. That was a long time ago. Thank you, Shadow Lily. Thank you guys. Hello. I don't think I missed anyone. Hamburger lol. It's wild seeing you after so long. MZ Revel, thank you for the 4. How are you guys doing? How did you enjoy that one event? Basically, chat, here's my thinking on it, okay? You know what just occurred to me? We didn't get any quests today. Hey, Aquarius, can you give me a task? To, like, fish up some fish? What do you think? Sure, kill me right now? I'm trying. It's not working, Aquarius. 3K points? Let's go! We got 3K points, chat! Aquarius, I have a question for you. If you kill me, here's my question. How many teams could get out by having their child die? How many teams was it? Was it 2? Well, I shall be fired then, yes. It was 2? So 2. So if we were team 3, there's theoretically a chance we can survive. If. That's what I mean. If we were team 3. If we get enough points. Wait, so we also needed a bunch of points as well. Oh, so is only like the top 6 teams gonna make it? Oh, what was that you just picked up? So only the top 6 will make it. Give me that. That's literally mine. You're taking my stuff. So chat, there is a chance there's a world where we win. I think we killed green. We got 1,300 total points in that one game. But apparently they get 1,500 for winning, which is nuts. We should have like gone to orange because orange was closer. After pink. Are you an optimist? I'd say I'm more of a realist. Ooh. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Aquarius. Let me do our math really quick. We got an absolute cracked amount of coins in that one event. We did really good in the racing event. The only thing we did terrible on was keeping our child alive. So depending on how many points that gives, I think there's a chance we're in the top half, chat. I think there's a chance we're in the top half. What do you think, chat? To be fair, do you know Nick Link? Yeah, that's the red menace. He is like cracked. He's red. As far as I'm concerned, red is the menace team. He killed your baby. Okay, you want to hear something, Aquarius? Guess what? Flippin', we didn't have those stupid ender rod things or whatever. The ender staff, Aquarius, okay? We got memed. Okay? You make it sound like that was my fault. No, I'm just pointing out that, like, you saying other teams crushed us is like... It's like saying... You ever play American football, Aquarius? You ever play American football? Yeah. American football. No, I'm asking if you've ever played American football. It doesn't matter whether you played it or not. Just have you ever played it? It's an analogy. Have you ever played American football? I wouldn't really play it being Brazilian. Oh my gosh! Let me change the analogy. It doesn't matter. Have you ever played soccer? Have you ever played football with the black and white ball? Maybe. All right. Do you know how to play football? Like soccer. Do you know how to play it? Football. Not professionally. Okay. But you know how to play it. You kick the ball towards the goal. Right? Imagine I was like, hey, you know what? Imagine I was like, hey, Aquarius, let's go play baseball, right? And then I was like, come on. Ooh. What is this? Oh, yeah. And a ton of driftwood, which I don't think is useful for anything. I'll hold on to this at least. Neat. Anyway, where was I? Aquarius. Okay, so Aquarius. Imagine I said, hey, you've never played baseball before. Come and play baseball against me. And I didn't tell you the rules. You'd be like, you would do... Now, I'm not saying that matters that we didn't know all the mods as well as other people. I'm just saying, like... to say that that diminishes our skill level. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. You're telling me, does basic vanilla Minecraft have magic ender staffs that let you magically jump around. I'm just saying our team didn't have that, Aquarius. We finally... Stop saying that. Playing modded Minecraft? You cannot say all modded Minecrafts are even remotely comparable. That's like me saying, oh, have you ever had cheesecake? And you're like, no. And I'm like, oh, what? You've never been to a restaurant? Like, ever? You see how ridiculous you sound right now? Oh, you've never been to a restaurant? Like, there's cheesecake at restaurants. You're telling me you've never been? You see how silly you sound right now? I'm just pointing out, you sound ridiculous right now. Why? There's a message in a bottle. What is this? Dear fans, hi. Hello. This is kind of cool. I think this does something, but I can't remember what. So we're gonna keep that. Yeah, I sound ridiculous. You do. You do. Chat. Do you understand what I'm saying? Saying, oh, you've never played modded Minecraft before, and then being like, saying that's even remotely comparable is just crazy. It's literally crazy. Oh yeah, you're telling me none of the people in here, he read the items, you're telling me nobody else had no clue about it? Oh, read the items. You seen this, chat? Ain't nobody got time for that, Aquarius. I bet you there's more than 2,000 items in the item list. I'm gonna check. Okay, there's 48 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 12 times 25. 12 times 25 times 48. Oh, look at that. Give me a second, Aquarius. We can keep fishing after I read through 14,400 items. Because I don't want to miss anything. Don't want to miss anything, Aquarius. You do mathematics fast. How many is 476 times 328? All you have to do, Aquarius, is you take 400 times 300. And 400 times 300, 28 times 76, and then you add them together. 156,128. I'm a warrior. I have no idea how to count. That's ridiculous. You're ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I might get another one of these because the boots are really good. Come on, boots. Oh, that's mine. Give me that. That's literally mine. You're taking my stuff. Is that what a good ragamuffin does? They take my stuff. I got my hands on it. Oh my gosh, was it good? What was it? Translate that to Portuguese. Chat, someone translate ragamuffin to Portuguese for me. Because if you do, I'll get it back. Ragamuffin. The closest thing to ragamuffin, chat, would be like scoundrel. Scoundrel. So what is scoundrel? Is that one the one table? Maltrapilio. Belinho Ana Maria. Yeah, that one.
Quack.
It doesn't say anything. Thank you. Thank you. Well, have it. We did it. We did it, chat. What was it? Efficiency is useless, chat. It's useless. Let's go. Thank you. Think about this, chat. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for the help. Oh my goodness, Aquarius, my allergies are acting up. So like my eyes are like all puffy. Sucks. I'm trying not to rub them. And drink more water. Aquarius, I'm gonna get a water. I will literally be right back. If I die, I blame you. I'll be really upset, just letting you know. I'm back. Hello. You were plotting? But you took too little? Yep, I knew it. I was ready. Aquarius, you should totally... Here. Let's do this. Here we go. Alright. Alright. There we go. You stand here. That way I can read your messages. You stand in front of me. Stand like right here so I can read your messages without having to face you. I can keep fishing. Yeah, that's good. Now you can fish. I was thinking you entertain me. Oh my gosh. Stop picking my items. Go ahead and give me that. That's mine. Go ahead and what? What do you want? Can't believe you played that song earlier. Actually ridiculous. Yeah. Interesting. Where'd you get the name Aquarius from? It's almost like you've been listening to a bunch of Roman history and you wanted to pick a Roman name. Yeah. That's crazy. What the muffin? I'm so perplexed, chat. What the muffin? I'm back. Welcome back. So, do you know any cool Roman stories? Aquarius? Tell me some Roman history. Once a very wise old man told me. Not Chronocosmos. But still a very old one. Go on. What the fudge? He was literally just flying. They told me Roman Empire was kind of weak. Go on. And their kings were not very good strategists. That is true. The Romans were pretty straightforward in their strategy. They just charged at the enemy. And it's because they had one of the strongest infantries that they basically could beat down most of their armies. But why do you believe Aquarius comes from that? You literally have like a military helmet. Aren't you into astrology? No. Oh my gosh. You're an astrology nut? Oh no. Oh no. So you're into like the whole Lorax thing or whatever. What month are you born? No. I don't subscribe to your hippie stuff. Isn't the Lorax like one of those things? What's those things, like the different star signs or whatever? Aries? Yeah, maybe. I don't know, actually. Ew? What do you mean, ew? What do you mean, ew? Yeah, the zodiac signs. What are those? What does that even mean? Like, literally, I want any of you flipping hippies that subscribes to that stuff to literally explain it in like more than a sentence. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me anything about like only strong warriors. Yeah, whatever. Go ahead. Tell me about the whole astrology thing. Explain astrology to me then. Why do you care though? I don't care. But I wanna hear the rant of come on. Spill the tea. You know what? I got a question for you, Aquarius. Ready? You know what I like more than astrology? Dirtology. Yeah. This dirt says that you're short. Oh, look at that. Do you hear voices? I do hear ghosts. Ghosts talk to me. You ever see the movie Signs? It's the one where the guy's like, the kid's like, I see dead people. I saw the movie Sonic 3. What did you think about it? The movie Sonic 3. I'm down to hear your opinion. I could rewatch it, want to watch it. I should probably at some point watch Sonic 1 and 2. No shot. Oh my gosh. What if he crashed the server? Oh my gosh. No shot. That's all it took, chat. That's all it took. Oh my gosh. That's so funny, chat. We can, without, just for the record, chat, I don't care if you're into astrology. Do what you want. Do what you want, because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Anyway. Wow, that's hilarious, chat. We can say with certainty that Sonic just crashed. The Sonic movie just crashed ARKANIS.
Aquarius. How can I cause both bad and foolish's community PTSD and make them cry?
Bom dia.
Oh, I know. Please other
Bom
side,
dia.
doesn't this song remind you of Cherry Tree? The
Bom
trees
dia.
that
Bom dia.
Lembrava que tinha tanta gente.
Bom dia.
Caraca, quanta gente no mesmo lugar, hein?
Bom
Tá
dia.
calor.
Bom dia. Bom dia.
Todos já olharam aqui o QR Code?
Bom dia. That was a great movie. Yeah, I love that. You know what? I'm so excited to watch Sonic 2. You want to pull that up as well? Yeah, we just watched No, Aquarius. No, not for the bit. Don't do it for the bit. No. That's wild. I'm not gonna lie. You know who my least favorite character in the Sonic franchise is? It's Knuckles. Nah, I'm just kidding. Knuckles is alright. But you know who I can't stand? The black and red one. Shadow. Yeah. He stole my character design. Nah, I'm just kidding. Shadow's the best. Yeah. Yeah, no. I was waiting to see if he was paying attention. Bom dia.
Eu também reparei que ela tinha uma cara.
I was waiting to see if you were paying attention. That one went right over your head. Alright, what do you think? If my team was divided up between Sonic characters, who would be who? Who would be Shadow? Who would be Tails? Who would be Sonic, etc.? Who would be Knuckles? Foolish would be Sonic. I can kind of see it. Go on. Tubbo? Tubbo would be Tails. That's fair. Because Tubbo has two tails and Tails has two tails. Go on. Fit would be Knuckles. I could see that. Very strong and cool. Yeah, I feel that. What? What? I'm pretty sure I would be Shadow. That's what I'm thinking. Shadow the Hedgehog. Wait, you don't think so? Why not? I could pull off Shadow. Yes, me. I doubt what? What do you doubt? You doubt I could pull off Shadow? I could totally be Shadow. Well, who would you pin me as then? Which one stands out to you? Power 3. I don't think so. Shadow is what? Cool, nonchalant, and collected. Wow, those are 3 words that literally describe me. You are pretentious. Oh, come on. Shadow is also very pretentious. And needy? I am not needy. I can be cool and collected if I need to be. Ever saw Sonic Prime? The baby Eggman. That's crazy. The baby Eggman? This is ridiculous. Fudge. How many minutes, Aquarius, till the server restarts? I'm curious. 20? It's 20, isn't it? Anxious for the server stop? I'm just debating. No. I'm just debating what I should get up to. Whether I should do any mining. I don't know, Aquarius. I feel like we could be close. Like, I feel like maybe we'll win and survive. You know what, Aquarius? There's something I want to say to you just in case we're not here tomorrow. In my team. Close to a decisive decision. Well, I don't want to hear it. No, trust me, you'll want to hear this. Aquarius, I just want to say, I flipping hate your guts. You're literally the worst. You should have given me a stack of steak earlier. You're the reason my team lost. There we go. I feel better now. I got everything off my chest. And I would like to say you could be possibly one of the most fun people to be around in these parts. And very awesome in that I missed you. But that would be very wrong. Go die alone. Wow! Now you're making me feel bad. I thought, well, up until the end, nah. You know what? Maybe I would say I missed you too, but that wouldn't be true. I can't stand you. Oh man, neither do I. Oh my gosh. Why on earth? Literally, this has been a torturing BadBoyHalo simulator. The stupid camel. I never got my camel. You killed it. Okay? You made me do stupid tasks that I never got a camel for. The camel is the friends we made along the way. Mm-hmm. It is an animal. Yes, you are correct. Camels are animals. But you wouldn't be smart enough to remember it? What the actual fudge? I love how in all your incarnations, you're the shortest person around. Don't want to go chat with anyone else? Nah, it'll be too depressing. It's nice playing 4D mental chess with a first grade level education. You're describing yourself. That is crazy. I'm enjoying this conversation. Oh my gosh. Oh man, this is a lot of fun. You and I really liked. I think my favorite part today, Aquarius, was when we jumped Pink Team and we killed them really quickly and they were like, no. They were all depressed. That was really fun. Was it Pink who we attacked? My favorite part of today. Was that fireworks? Don't mind me, I'm gonna re-put these stuff in.
Ghosties and Doozers found dead. Cause of death Aquarius saying he missed you and playing other side.
You
bringing
fished
up
a
references
firework?
all day to the past. You monster. We missed
What?
you so much too, Aquarius.
How'd you do that? That is pretty cool. Okay, there's someone here. We did not fish anything. There's someone here. Fireworks were not real in medieval times. So, your helmet looks more like it would fit in with Sparta rather than Rome. I'm not good with mathematics. Okay. Good for you. Yeah, fireworks were... China invented gunpowder, chat. That's so crazy that you'd actually do that in front of me too. That's actually crazy. I cannot believe that. Like, you realize how messed up that is? Oh my gosh. I need a table. Let's see. Aquarius. Do you have any wood on you? Oh, never mind, Aquarius. I've got one right here. Boop. There we go. Do you know I stole Mike's enchanting table? Did you know that? Can I have that chair, by the way? Just for reasons. Never. But I can't remember how to take the backpack off. Oh, we have to do that. Okay, okay, we'll do this. This. Was it leather? I think it was leather. Fudge. Didn't work, Aquarius. Dang it. Do I have to go to gold first, chat? Is it gold first, then iron? I don't have any gold. Oh well. Maybe I'll fish some up. Thank you, Sassy Stay. Thank you for the 23 months. Hello. Hey, Aquarius. You're not flipping streaming. You're fishing immersion. What the fudge? Hey, Aquarius, I got a question for you. They told me some things about how there were some Mr. X lore on the map. Was that just a meme, or is there actually some Mr. X lore hidden somewhere? I don't know. I was just wondering. Admit it, you're jealous of Mr. X. Holy fudge. This is crazy what I just picked up. Certainly your new hobbies are interesting. Like what? What's wrong with my hobbies? Uh-huh. A powerful being, yeah. Go on. Suddenly throw itself into a battlefield. Honestly, what else would a powerful being do? They'd be bored all the time. I feel like throwing yourself into a battlefield would be the natural thing to do. Mm-hmm. You ever see Code Geass, Aquarius? It's an anime. Have you ever seen it? You ever see it? Code Geass. Mm-hmm. 2 S's, I think. Not that I recall Chronocosmos showing us anime. Ask him next chance you get. Okay, so there is a character. So in the lore, certain characters are immortal, right? One of them has lived for over like 2,000 years. But being alive that long, she just become miserable. But the only way to die these characters is they have to pass their immortality onto someone else. So basically, this character has been alive for 2,000 years and is just going absolutely insane. Not really insane, but more like tired. Like tired of being alive and just bored. And I always thought it was an interesting interpretation of like immortality. Having the immortal being just not really care about anything. From the perspective of being super bored. And I think it makes sense. Well, if you think about it, I imagine it would get pretty boring after a while. But I feel like that's why you gotta keep yourself, you know, excited, Aquarius. You gotta keep yourself interested. You gotta do stuff. You know what I mean? I feel like an immortal would basically do things that would alleviate their boredom while preventing more boredom. I mean, if you were immortal but couldn't feel pain, would be awesome. Yeah, but you could still be locked away inside a box, for example. Oh yeah, this character could die, but they would just like come back if you killed them. That sounds like another anime. You don't know animes? I'm sorry to hear that. You should ask Kronos to show you some anime. That puzzle, were we supposed to actually be able to solve that puzzle with Bashi? Because I feel like we almost made it. Or we did? But we didn't get to see, I guess, the outcome or something? Well, as long as we helped. Let's go. I feel good about that. You know, Aquarius, I'm quite the architect. People tell me all the time I'm really good at building, especially houses. Why are you laughing at that, Aquarius? People tell me all the time. Okay, time up. What do you mean? Stop laughing. Yeah, people tell me all the time. They're like, you're really good at building houses. They love my houses. I build really good houses. Why are you laughing at that? What if I showed you a picture of a red mailbox? Would you call it a home? That's slander, Aquarius. That was actually one of my best works, to be fair. You know what? And the house I built after that, I thought was even better. You should have seen the house I built after it, Aquarius. There's no one here. That is not slander, that is a question. Yeah, so after I built the red house, I ended up tearing it down and I replaced it with a different house that I thought was really good. Yeah, I built it. It was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Hello. Where'd he go? Hello? Hello? I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. But anyway. So yeah, Aquarius, I built this amazing house shortly thereafter. What the fudge is that? Hold on. A box. I think I can put this down. Got seeds in it. Oh, I missed that message. What was that last one you sent? Are you sure not only the mess up roof that took... No. I built the whole thing. Besides, I built it by myself too, with no help from anybody. Yeah, there were a bunch of people who stood around just watching me build it. But they didn't contribute at all. There was this short, bald guy who wore this red hat who sat there. He did nothing. I had to keep fixing his mistakes. Yeah. Just me. You see? Good, I'm glad. That sounds like a hassle? No, it was quite the hassle. Just like talking to you right now. We only have like 2 minutes. What else are we supposed to say? Time for New Year's. Happy New Year's! Thank you, Sassy Stay, for the 5 gifted. Oh, Aquarius, you're pretty alright, you know that? You're pretty alright. You're alright. You're okay. You never say New Year's? 2 minutes before New Year's? You literally said it first. Now 1 minute? Well, this is gonna be it. Will we see each other tomorrow? I guess we'll find out, Aquarius. You know what, Aquarius? If I don't see you tomorrow, I'm glad we got to spend some time fishing. I will get fired, but I will make sure not. No shot. Oh my goodness, another one. Come on, please be something good. Oh, flipping, let's go. I'm not even gonna get to use that, I feel like, but I guess we'll find out. See ya, shorter creature. Goodbye, Aquarius. Shorter, not smarter? That's crazy. And a braver warrior? That's wild. That's wild. You hearing this, chat? No New Year's? Is it actually gonna end? It may not end. Is there gonna be a cutscene? Aquarius, is there a cutscene coming? If this is after hours, oh my gosh, that's gonna kill me. I survived! Let's go! They tried to kill me, chat. I hope it killed. That is awkward. Yep, that's pretty awkward. Dang, we're 1 minute over. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to some of you. But I'm ashamed to say it like that, so I'm going to post on X. Pay attention to find out who's eliminated. We will see each other tomorrow. And then catharse.me/ARKANIS. Let's flip and go. All right, chat. Before you guys go, we are gonna raid somebody really quick in a bit, but we are gonna check something out. But before you guys go, so don't leave, don't close. First off, smack the follow button. Second, chat. I want to give you guys hold on. I want to give you guys a heads up. So, if you have not seen chat, ARKANIS, they're raising money for season 2. Okay? You can follow them on Twitter. They have, it's just ARKANIS GG. They're currently doing a GoFundMe, and it is currently at 6%. I feel like we can get that number up. Food for thought. They're trying to raise 500,000 Brazilian dollars. They're currently at 30,000. Did you donate? I have not yet, but I do plan on donating. But they're trying to raise some money. There are instructions you can find. Brazilian dollars, Rias. I always struggle with the pronunciation of Rias. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know why my mouth struggles with it. Brazilian, okay, that's an American thing, chat. We call anything that's not like, we just call it, dollars is like, we don't view the word dollars like as like an American like dollars. It's like, you might as well say money. Rias, 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 Rias. Okay. They're trying to raise money. I definitely think the team has been doing a crazy good job. They have different goals, chat. One of them, just for the record, at they have at 3 million Rias. They might be able to add some people who are outside of the what's the word, chat? Who are non-Brazilian, so they can add some international streamers. But it's a typical GoFundMe. Quadalata just pasted the link. But I want to explain something to you, chat. If you are not Brazilian, okay, just follow along with me. This is very important. Send this message to your non-Brazilian friends. Because, okay, everybody listen, just for a second, okay? Everybody listen, all right? Number one, just follow along, okay? Here's the thing. The ARKANIS team has been doing some crazy awesome stuff, okay? But they're trying to crowdfund season 2. Brazilian currency is different to your currency. The exchange rate is not 1-to-1. So if you're an American, they're trying to raise the equivalent of, I think it was like $85,000. So a dollar goes further in terms of it's not 1-to-1 ratio. So giving just literally $5 or $10 goes a long way in terms of the project. Okay? Same thing with euros, things like that. You feel me? $1 is like 6 reais. So now the goals are pretty hardcore, but I think this team has been doing some absolutely cracked stuff. And I think there's a good opportunity for even more crack stuff. That's why they're putting this event on for us, chat, so that they can they're putting on this event, chat, in order to help fund season 2. Okay? So like right off the bat, chat, they've got different goals: 10 reais, 30 reais, 50 reais, 80 reais, 100 reais. So 100 reais in American dollars would be like, what's 100 divided by 6? Like 20 bucks. And there's different, it's like, click on the page, open it up, and you can look at it. So they're in the process of raising this money. Okay? And I think they're going to be able to hit their goal. But that's something that if we can help support the project, even in a little bit, even if it's literally like the lowest I see is like 10, which is the equivalent of like $2, right? Even just, it's less than $2 US. So even just $2 can go a long way towards helping the project and can cut it down. But any amount you can give, pull open the page, right click translate to English, depending on your browser. And then you can list off and read like the stuff. 10 reais, a big thank you for supporting a new season of ARKANIS. Exclusive project updates in our supporters WhatsApp group, special role in the community Discord, exclusive to supporters. See the stretch goals in the campaign description. And then 30 reais, big thank you for supporting the new season, exclusive wallpaper, special roles. You guys can go read this, okay? Special position in the community Discord. They've got a bunch of different things. Webcomic, Witchcraft, digital edition PDF. You get a webcomic at 50 reais. Okay? But I think it's important to support projects like this. And I'm very impressed with what they're doing. And I think this team has been putting in the grind. And I'm very impressed with it. And they've got a lot of awesome people on it. So, but here's the thing. I feel like if we don't talk about it at all, people won't necessarily see it. So literally, there are instructions you can find on Twitter for how to donate in English. If you're not Brazilian. But even if you can just like, I saw a bunch of people spreading the word, but just send them this page. Like, hey, did you like, if you have a friend who watched ARKANIS, if you're like, hey, did you see the last season? You see how they're raising money for season 2? Here's the page. Go check it out. That's all it takes, chat. Because remember, like, this isn't going to be made up of like a bunch of, like, it's not going to be one person doing a ton of money to fund this. It's going to be a bunch of 5 reais here, 10 reais here, 20 reais here, etc. So I really like the project. I'm incredibly impressed by it. And the team has put some crazy stuff together. I'm looking forward to see what they've got coming up in season 2. So any little bit helps, but just understand your currency will go further. Like, it's not 500,000 US dollars they're trying to raise. They're trying to raise a lot less than that. It looks like a much bigger number. I mean, $85,000 is a lot of money. But you feel me, chat? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I think this goal is achievable. Hi, Himaru. I think this goal is achievable. And even if it means, like, if you're thinking about gifting a sub to me and you'd rather instead spend some of that money to help support the project, I would love that. That would be awesome. Because these guys are awesome and they're doing a lot of really cool stuff. Will it still be open after the season is over? So let me explain. We're in a 3-day ARKANIS event. All right. And after this, they're trying to do the GoFundMe to fund ARKANIS for season 2. Okay. So it will be open for 60 days. What will be open for 60 days? Oh, you're telling me this. Yes. So let me explain. The GoFundMe thing they're doing, the fundraiser, will be open for 60 days. Okay, 500k Rias is like $90k dollars. So support as much the GoFundMe, just any money you can give. Literally, just think about it from that perspective. $5 helps every little bit. But here's what I recommend: open it up, read through the stuff, and see what piques your interests. Just do that. Open up the page and read through the different things. They've got rewards, webcomics, physical poster of the 2nd season of ARKANIS. Shipping costs will be paid by the supporter and will be informed later. Exclusive sketchbook of ARKANIS. So there's goals within this chat that you can get physical merchandise delivered to you. Okay? I'm saying open up the page, right click, translate to your language. If you're in Google Chrome, like you can translate it, and most browsers have an automatic translation. They've got really crazy, like, high-level support goals. Like the last one gets like all the rewards. 5,000 Rias, and you get a webcomic, participate in a spin-off event of the ARKANIS universe. Wait, what? That's in the what? Exclusive sweatshirt of the 2nd season of ARKANIS. Participate in private meetings with the team to help in the development of the 2nd season of ARKANIS. Meet in person with Pactier, Himaru, and Stefano to talk about ARKANIS. Participate in the event within the server as a character. This is one of the higher end goals, chat. Wow. Now, just for the record, I'm reading the translation, so it may not be an accurate translation, so your mileage may vary. I wonder if they have an officially translated English version. Oh no, limit 4 of 5 available, so one person already got that one. Yeah, so the higher end rewards, chat, have only a handful of uses. 47 of 50 available for this one. 5 of 5 available for this one. I might snag one of those lower ones just to be a memer, but I don't want to. Could you imagine BadBoyHalo participate in the event within the server as a character? Would be hilarious. Oh my goodness. Bad times too. Exclusive t-shirt. So go ahead and read that. Read that, see what piques your interest and what you find fascinating. And then they have stretch goals. Main goal is let's try and get them to hit their lowest goal. At 3 million Rias, they've got some crazy stuff, but I can't translate it because it's in an image form. So How can I support? But scroll to the bottom and you can read about it. But seriously, I'm gonna mods, can you paste it again? So this is the link. Everybody go to this page and either if you feel like supporting it by retweeting about it, sharing it, spreading it, or honestly, just giving them $5 or $10. Any little amount helps, but read through the page at bare minimum and read and see if any of this is interesting to you. Food for thought, chat. You follow me? Anyway, food for thought. Hi, pancakes. Bleh, I'm dead. All right. Anyway, chat. Let me see who's live for the moment. My eye is killing me, chat. I'm gonna see if anyone's live. And we may pop on and do a little bit of lore. You know what? I think we've got time to do art. Let's go do the art. But anyway, chat. Really, oh, here we go. At 3 million Rias, they will introduce 10 international players to the series with the translator thing. See, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do art, chat. 1 second. I'm gonna pop on because I've got art from yesterday. Have the results been posted yet? Maybe they'll be posted while we're looking at the art. But anyway, chat, that's something to think about. Is if you want to see more projects like this and you want to see a season 2. Also, chat, just for the record, if you're sitting there thinking, oh man, but my little amount won't help, chat, the closer they get to their goal, the more it's going to be easy to potentially get more additional help, right? To help fund it. You feel me? That's what I'm saying, chat. So every little bit helps, like genuinely being for realsy. Maybe we'll talk more about that tomorrow as well. But anyway, we'll see if we're in it tomorrow. So anyway, there's the link. Hold on. There we go. Let's go check out casual art. And I've got art from yesterday to show you as well. The second camel ride. Oh my gosh. I love it. The second camel ride. POV, you lost because of this ugly thing. That's true. Yeah, we did lose because of that. Maybe. We still don't know, chat. We might be in it tomorrow. I really want that physical prize. They said if we win, there's a physical prize shipped to you. And I honestly, at this point, chat, I just want to be in it tomorrow to keep Red from winning. I don't care about anything else. I just want to keep Red from winning. Want to hear a joke? BBH told an old man joke. Ghosty's time to leave now. Mod spam this person. That's crazy. That's cute. I'm going to hang out here again, by the way, for anyone who is still adding art or wants to add more art. Shoo, this looks... Whoa! ARKANIS BBH. This is sick! I love this. This is so cool. Look at this, chat. Holy fudge. Do you know, chat? Have they published the results yet? I'm guessing they haven't. This is so flipping cool, chat. So far, one team confirmed gone. Who's the team, chat? Who? Oh, this is cool. I like the bottom. All right. This is very cool, by the way. I love it. ARKANIS BBH. That's awesome. Num, num, num. Okay, chat. Hold on. Let me pull open yesterday. Scam list. Scam list. Museum. Can't wait. Scam. Load. Museum. Canvas. Day. 63. Nope. 66A. Alright. Here's the art from yesterday because we didn't get to see it. Wow! Shusuke, you did another variant. ARKANIS BBH. That's sick. That's awesome. Holy crap. Why do they run? Also Halo. Oh man, I got taken out with Skeppy yesterday. Oh, this is cute. Look at that chat. There's a lot of cute art. I'm checking out the art from yesterday. Draw a critter or a ghosty. Aw. Okay, these are cute. So chat, I'm gonna leave the other one up. Hello, miss me, BBH. BBH, stay away. The code. It's the code, chat. This is pretty cool. Melon! Minecraft melon. God koala. Duck. There's a lot of cute stuff. Alright. That's the art from yesterday, chat. We've had some crazy art, but because I've been ending stream early, we haven't been able to see like as much cracked out art. Usually we have a lot more art, chat, but I've been ending stream early. So a lot of the people. But I wanted to show them the art as well. I also, chat, have additional art. What's up, Lucy? Oh, she's barking. So hold on, chat. I have more art that was in image form for you. 1 second. So this art got deleted on accident. Here we go. So this is from yesterday. Boop. This one. We got this little one right here. Main painting down. And then we got another one. This is a cute one. Look at that. It's like a window with ghosties peeking out behind it. And there's BadBoyHalo. That's really cool. I like this. Very nice. And then we got one more from yesterday that also got cleared. Aw. Happy 1 year of Sweet Despair. I really need to show that to Palm and Dapper. Playing Sweet Despair. That's so cool. Look at that. That's awesome. Very cute. Thank you so much, everybody. Happy Sweet Despair anniversary, which was yesterday, chat. Murmur, why'd you make that map? All right. Hold on, chat. 1 second. Anyway, chat. Are we out yet? Did they announce it? Did they announce who's next? Chat. Is it... Do we know? Okay, I'm gonna pull up in the Twitter. Let's find out. Hold on. That's crazy. They might post it in an hour. That's crazy. It was pretty late yesterday. Hello. Anyway. Also, if you want, feel free to come on Game Maker. You guys can goof around, paint some stuff. For anyone who doesn't know, Game Maker, you can literally, like, paint. Like, look at this. Look at that. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, hold on, chat. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let's do it like that. Change the brush size a little bit. That's crazy. Switch to that color. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Among Us! Among Us! I love it. I save all the art every day, chat. Come on, it looks good. Among Us. There's also a way to mask it, chat. So what I can do is I use the mask brush, click on black, click paint on red, and watch. Oh, wait, what? Oh no, I did the wrong one. Hold on. Okay, mask black, paint red, make the brush bigger. Watch this. Boop. And now it only paints over the black. So we have a mask brush. Look at that. You forgot the back thing? Fudge, you're right. Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. What color would it be? Would it be darker? Okay, but check this out. Mask. Ready? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Same color, but with shading. Fudge. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's shorten it to 1. Okay, that's pretty good. I like it. Among Us. There we go. All right. You can come on if you want to paint too. You just need a helper to give you paint. They can literally smack you. They have to smack you with a tool. All right, chat. We're gonna raid somebody really quick. Let's see. Let me see who to send you guys off to. I miss a lot of people, chat. I don't know who to raid. I was gonna raid somebody, but they didn't respond. There are a lot of people live chat, because I know we're ending early. Please forgive me, chat. We have so many people live chat. Who do we raid? Should I flip a coin on it, chat? Yeah, I'll raid Lauren today. I haven't gotten to raid Lauren this early in a while. I just opened up Lauren's chat and did /raid Lilith loves ya in Lauren's chat. Anyway, chat, thank you everybody for hanging out with me today. Remember, don't forget, tomorrow, chat, if we have not gotten eliminated tonight, we hop back on ARKANIS for one last day. If we got eliminated, well, that sucks. Either way, go support the ARKANIS project. I appreciate them inviting me to this event. That was very sweet of them. I appreciate it. Give them a little bit of support. Remember, anything you can do to help will help them a lot. So, Alright. Anyway. Alright, chat. I'll see you later. Boa noite. Buenas noches. Bum dia, chat. Bye. See ya. Maybe I'll join Lauren on Marvel Rivals later. I'll play by ear. See ya, chat. Later. You're right, Tico. See ya, guys. Bye. Don't forget, ARKANIS, if you want to support them, the link is on their Twitter.